Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. Look, I need to tell someone about what happened to us in that house. I've been putting this off for months now, but every time I close my eyes, I can still hear that door shaking, and I think if I don't get this out, I'm going to lose my mind completely. So back in March, me and my cousin Sarah were both going through some rough financial times. She'd just gotten divorced and was trying to make ends meet with her 7-year-old son Tommy, and I'd been laid off from the plant for about 6 weeks with no real prospects. We kept talking about how expensive rent was getting, even for the crappiest apartments, when Sarah found this listing online for a house way out in the country. The rent was almost too good to be true, less than half what we were paying for our separate places. The house was this old yellow farmhouse, probably built in the 1940s or 50s, sitting on about 3 acres of overgrown land about 45 minutes outside town. The paint was peeling something awful, and the porch sagged a little on one side, but it had 3 bedrooms, a decent-sized kitchen, and the landlord seemed eager to get someone in there quick. When we drove out to look at it, Sarah kept saying things like, "Beggars can't be choosers, and it's just temporary until we get back on our feet." The whole place had this musty smell, like old newspapers and something else I couldn't quite place, but we figured we could air it out. We moved in on a Saturday in late March. The first few days were actually pretty nice. Tommy was excited about having a big yard to run around in, and Sarah seemed more relaxed than she'd been in months. I took the bedroom upstairs at the back of the house. Sarah and Tommy took the master bedroom downstairs, and we used the 3rd bedroom as kind of a storage room for all our extra stuff. But right from the first week, there were these weird drafts. I'm not talking about normal air currents from old windows or anything like that. These were like sudden gusts that would come out of nowhere, strong enough to flip pages in a book or make your hair blow around, but only in certain spots. The worst one was in the hallway between the kitchen and the living room. You could be walking through there normally, then hit this invisible wall of cold air that would hit you so hard you'd actually stumble. Sarah noticed it too, but we just chalked it up to the house being old and poorly insulated. Tommy adapted to the place pretty quick, like kids do. He set up his toys in the living room and would spend hours playing with his little wooden train set on the carpet. That train was his absolute favorite thing. He'd gotten it for Christmas and took it everywhere. He'd built this elaborate track system that covered half the living room floor, and the little engine would chug around in circles while he made train sounds and moved his action figures around like they were passengers. The first really weird thing happened on our second Friday night there. I'd been having trouble sleeping because of all the stress from being unemployed, so I was downstairs in the kitchen around 2 in the morning, just sitting at the table, scrolling through job listings on my phone. The house was completely quiet. Sarah and Tommy had been asleep for hours, and even the usual country sounds like crickets and wind seemed muted that night. That's when I heard the front door rattling. It wasn't like the wind was blowing it or anything subtle like that. The handle was turning back and forth, like someone was standing on the porch trying to figure out how to get the door open. My heart started pounding immediately. We were way out in the middle of nowhere, and while the area seemed safe enough, you hear stories about break-ins in isolated houses like that. I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept to the front door as quietly as I could. The rattling stopped the second I got close to it. I looked through the peephole but couldn't see anything, just the empty porch and the yard beyond, lit up by the motion sensor light that had come on. I double-checked that the deadbolt was locked, which it was, and waited there for maybe 5 minutes, listening for footsteps or car doors or any sign of who might have been trying to get in. Nothing. Complete silence. I was just starting to convince myself it might have been the wind after all when I turned to head back to the kitchen. That's when the door slammed shut behind me so hard the whole frame shook and the little decorative mirror hanging in the hallway rattled against the wall. The sound was incredibly loud in the quiet house, like a gunshot almost, and I just stood there frozen with my heart hammering in my chest. I checked the door again, checked all the windows, even went outside with a flashlight and walked around the entire house looking for footprints or any sign someone had been there. Nothing at all. The motion sensor light hadn't even come on again, which it should have if anyone was moving around out there. When I told Sarah about it the next morning, she gave me this look like maybe I was losing it from the stress of being unemployed. She didn't say that exactly, but I could tell what she was thinking. So I just let it go and tried to convince myself it was probably just the old house settling or some kind of pressure change from the weather. But then other things started happening. Sarah would set her coffee cup down on the kitchen counter in the morning, turn around to get something from the fridge, and when she turned back, the cup would be sitting in a completely different spot. Not like it had been bumped or moved accidentally. It would be clear across the room on the windowsill or balanced on top of the microwave. The first few times she blamed Tommy, thinking he was playing pranks, but it kept happening even when he was at school or asleep. And Tommy's train set started showing up in the strangest places. He'd leave it all set up in the living room when we called him for dinner, but later we'd find pieces of the track in the bathroom, or the little engine sitting on the kitchen table, or sometimes the entire thing would be reassembled out on the back porch. Tommy swore up and down he wasn't moving it, and he seemed genuinely confused and upset when we asked him about it. This kid loved that train more than anything. There's no way he would have been careless with it or used it to play tricks on us. My keys were another thing. I'm pretty obsessive about always putting them in the same place, on the little dish by the coffee maker on the kitchen counter. But I'd come downstairs in the morning and they'd be sitting on top of the refrigerator or hanging from the hook inside the pantry, or once I found them lined up perfectly on the bathroom sink, like someone had arranged them there on purpose. The worst part was how these things would happen when we were all in the same room together. We'd be watching TV in the evening, all three of us on the couch, and we'd hear dishes clinking in the kitchen, not crashing or falling, just the gentle sound of plates or cups touching each other, like someone was carefully moving them around. We'd go check and find the cabinet doors standing wide open and everything inside rearranged. But the thing that really started to get to me was what happened with the radio every single night at exactly 2:30 in the morning. We had this old boom box in the living room that Sarah liked to play music on while she was cooking or cleaning. Didn't matter if we had a CD playing or if it was tuned to a radio station. At 2:30 on the dot, it would just cut to complete silence. Not like the power went out or the station went off the air, but like someone had reached over and hit the mute button. The display would still be lit up, the CD would still be spinning if that's what we had on, but zero sound would come out of the speakers. It would stay like that for exactly 15 minutes, then the sound would come back like nothing had happened. I started timing it after the first few nights, and it was always the same, 2:30 to 2:45, dead silence, then back to normal. Around this time, Tommy started having problems sleeping. He'd always been a good sleeper, but suddenly he was waking up in the middle of the night, crying and crawling into bed with Sarah. When she asked him what was wrong, he kept talking about the lady who walked back and forth in front of his bedroom door. According to Tommy, every night he would hear footsteps in the hallway, slow and steady, like someone pacing. He said it was definitely a woman because he could hear her dress or skirt rustling as she walked. She would go back and forth for what felt like hours, and sometimes she would stop right in front of his door like she was listening to see if he was awake. Sarah and I took turns sitting in the hallway at night, trying to catch whatever was making the noise Tommy was hearing, but we never heard anything. The house would be perfectly quiet, Tommy would be sound asleep, and we'd sit there for hours without hearing so much as a floorboard creak. But Tommy insisted it was happening every single night, and he was getting more and more tired and cranky during the day from not sleeping well. The whole situation was starting to wear on all of us. Sarah was getting snappy and stressed. I was having a harder time than ever finding work because I couldn't concentrate on applications or interviews, and poor Tommy was walking around like a little zombie half the time. We talked about looking for a different place, but we'd already put down a deposit and first month's rent, and none of us could afford to move again so soon. That's when Sarah had the brilliant idea to invite some friends over for a card game, thinking it might help us feel more normal and relaxed. She called up her friend Lisa and Lisa's boyfriend Mike, and I invited my buddy Jake and his girlfriend Amy. We planned it for the following Friday night, just some beer, some snacks, and a few hours of poker to blow off steam and forget about all the weird stuff that had been happening. Friday came, and everyone showed up around 7:30. We set up the card table in the living room, cracked open some beers, and started playing 5-card stud. For the first couple of hours, it was exactly what we needed. Everyone was laughing and joking around. Tommy was excited to have people over and was showing off his toys, and Sarah seemed more like her old self than she had in weeks. Around 10:30, we were in the middle of a pretty intense hand when Tommy announced he needed to use the bathroom. The downstairs bathroom was just off the living room, so he trotted over there and closed the door behind him. We could hear him moving around in there, and then the toilet flushed, and then we heard the water running in the sink. That's when the door started shaking. At first, we thought maybe Tommy was having trouble with the door handle or something. Old houses like that. Sometimes the doors stick or the handles get temperamental, but this wasn't like that at all. The entire door was trembling in the frame, shaking back and forth so violently that we could hear the hinges rattling and see the door itself moving from where we were sitting 10 feet away. Jake made some joke about Tommy really going to town in there, but the shaking was getting more and more violent. It sounded like someone was trapped inside, throwing themselves against the door, trying to break it down. The whole wall was starting to vibrate, and picture frames hanging nearby were jiggling back and forth. Sarah called out, "Tommy, are you okay in there?" But there was no answer, just more violent shaking. Now we were all getting worried. Mike stood up and went over to the door, calling, "Hey buddy, you need help with the door?" Still no response from Tommy, and the shaking was getting so intense that Mike had to step back because he was afraid the door was going to fly open and hit him. That's when Sarah really started to panic. She ran over and started pounding on the door, yelling, "Tommy! Tommy, answer me!" The shaking continued for another few seconds, then stopped so suddenly it was like someone had flipped a switch. Complete silence from inside the bathroom. Sarah immediately tried the door handle and it turned normally. She pushed it open, and there was Tommy standing at the sink with soap all over his hands, looking at all of us like we'd lost our minds. "What's wrong?" he asked, genuinely confused by why we were all staring at him with these panicked expressions. "Weren't you shaking the door?" Sarah asked. "Shaking what door?" I was just washing my hands. We all looked at each other. The door had been shaking so violently that Lisa had actually gotten up from the table to see what was wrong, but Tommy clearly had no idea what we were talking about. And here's the thing that really got to me. When we checked the bathroom, the toilet seat was still up from when Tommy had used it, but the toilet paper roll was completely unrolled, lying in a pile on the floor like someone had been frantically pulling at it. Tommy swore he hadn't touched the toilet paper. He said he'd done his business, flushed, washed his hands, and that was it. He seemed genuinely confused about why there was toilet paper all over the floor, and honestly, he looked a little scared by how we were all acting. Our friends tried to laugh it off and get back to the card game, but the mood was completely different after that. Everyone seemed on edge, jumping at every little sound the old house made. Lisa kept glancing toward the bathroom like she expected the door to start shaking again, and Mike made some comment about old houses having personality, but you could tell he was just trying to make everyone feel better. We played for maybe another hour, but nobody's heart was really in it anymore. Around midnight, everyone started making excuses about having to get up early or having a long drive home, and by 12:30, they were all gone. Sarah put Tommy to bed, and I cleaned up the empty beer bottles and folded up the card table. That's when Sarah and I finally had a chance to really talk about what had happened. We sat in the kitchen with the lights on, and she asked me point blank if I thought we were losing our minds or if there was really something wrong with the house. I told her about all the other weird stuff I'd been experiencing that I hadn't mentioned before. The door rattling that first night, finding my keys in strange places, the weird cold spots in the hallway. She told me about things that had been happening to her too, hearing footsteps upstairs when she knew I was outside, finding doors standing open that she was sure she'd closed, and sometimes feeling like someone was standing right behind her when she was washing dishes or cooking. We both agreed that Tommy's stories about the lady in the hallway were starting to make more sense, especially after what had happened with the bathroom door. Whatever was going on in that house, it wasn't just our imagination or the stress of our situation. Something was definitely wrong. But here's what really gets me, even now, months later. We decided that night that we were going to start looking for a new place as soon as possible, even if it meant breaking our lease and losing our deposit. We couldn't keep living there, especially with Tommy being so affected by whatever was happening. The next morning, Sarah was packing up some of Tommy's toys when she found something that made her call me into the living room with this really strange tone in her voice. Tommy's train set was arranged on the carpet, but not the way he ever played with it. The track was laid out in a perfect circle, and the little engine was sitting right in the center, not on the tracks, but just sitting there in the middle of the circle like it was on display. But that wasn't the weird part. The weird part was that scattered around the outside of the circle, Tommy had apparently arranged all of his action figures, not playing with them or making them interact with the train, but lined up like they were watching it. All of them were facing toward the center, toward the little engine, like an audience. When Sarah asked Tommy about it, he looked at the setup and his face went completely white. He said he hadn't done that. He said he never played with his toys that way, and he seemed genuinely frightened by the arrangement. More than frightened. He seemed disturbed by it in a way that was really unsettling to see in a 7-year-old kid. Sarah immediately started packing up the train set, but Tommy stopped her and said something that still gives me chills when I think about it. He said, "The lady did that. She likes to play with my train when I'm sleeping, but she doesn't know how to do it right." That was it for us. We spent the weekend frantically looking for a new place, and by Monday, we'd found a small apartment back in town that we could afford if we all shared one bedroom temporarily. We gave our notice to the landlord and moved out the following weekend, losing our deposit but not caring at all. The landlord seemed surprisingly understanding about us breaking the lease. When Sarah tried to explain that the house had some issues that made it difficult for us to stay, he just nodded and said he'd had other tenants mention similar problems. He didn't seem surprised or upset, which made me wonder how many other people had moved out of that place under similar circumstances. We never did find out what was actually happening in that house, or who the lady Tommy kept talking about might have been. I've thought about driving by there sometimes, just to see if anyone else moved in, but honestly I don't think I want to know. The whole experience changed something in all of us. Tommy still sometimes talks about the lady, but now it's more like a memory of a scary dream rather than something that's actively frightening him. Sarah has become much more cautious about the places we consider living, always asking lots of questions about the history of a house or apartment before we commit to anything. As for me, I've become one of those people who pays attention to things I would have dismissed before. When a door creaks or a floorboard makes noise, I actually stop and listen instead of just assuming it's the house settling. When I find something in a different place than I left it, I don't automatically assume I misremembered where I put it, because after living in that yellow house for those 3 months, I know that sometimes there are explanations for things that we don't want to consider. Sometimes the rational explanation isn't that you're stressed or tired or imagining things. Sometimes the rational explanation is that you're sharing your space with something that doesn't belong there. Something that can move your keys and rearrange your belongings and shake doors so violently that everyone in the room can see it happening. I still don't sleep well sometimes, especially when I'm in an unfamiliar place. I'll lie there listening to the normal sounds of a house at night, and I'll remember that feeling of sitting in that kitchen at 2 in the morning, hearing the front door handle rattling back and forth, knowing that there was no good reason for it to be making that sound, but hearing it anyway. The worst part is wondering about other people who might have lived in that house before us, or who might be living there now. Did they experience the same things we did? Did they hear footsteps pacing in the hallway and find their belongings moved around? Did their children tell them about a lady who liked to play with toys in the middle of the night? Or maybe we were just particularly sensitive to whatever was in that place. Maybe most people would have lived there for years without noticing anything unusual, while we picked up on things that others would have dismissed or ignored. I don't know which possibility is more unsettling, that the house was genuinely haunted and anyone living there would have experienced what we did, or that there was something about our particular situation that made us aware of things that are always there but usually invisible. Either way, I'm glad we got out when we did. I'm glad we trusted our instincts and didn't try to tough it out or convince ourselves that everything had a logical explanation. Because that night when our friends were over, watching that bathroom door shake like someone was trapped inside desperately trying to get out, I realized that some things don't have explanations that make us comfortable. Sometimes you just have to accept that you don't understand what's happening, and the smart thing to do is remove yourself from the situation before it gets worse. And I have a feeling that if we'd stayed in that yellow house much longer, it would have gotten much, much worse. Story 2. I'm still not right after what happened up at my uncle's hunting cabin last winter. I keep telling people about it, but nobody really gets how messed up the whole thing was. Maybe if I write it all out, it'll help me make sense of it, or at least get it out of my head so I can sleep normally again. My Uncle Dave had this tiny hunting cabin way up in the Maine woods, maybe 45 minutes past the last gas station, on roads that barely qualified as roads. He'd built it himself back in the 80s, when he was still young and stupid enough to think spending weeks alone in the middle of nowhere sounded like fun. The whole thing was maybe 12 by 16 feet, just big enough for a wood stove, a set of bunk beds against one wall, and some shelves lined with canned food that had probably been there since the Clinton administration. Dave had been asking me for years to go up there with him during hunting season, but I was always too busy with work or had some excuse. Then, last November, I got laid off from the construction crew I'd been with for 3 years, and suddenly I had nothing but time and a serious need to get away from everything for a while. When Dave called and said he was planning to spend most of December up at the cabin, and did I want to join him, it seemed like exactly what I needed. The plan was for both of us to stay up there for a couple weeks, just hunting and getting away from all the stress back home. But Dave ended up getting food poisoning or some kind of stomach bug about 4 days in, and he decided to head back to town to recover properly. He asked if I wanted to come with him, but honestly, I was just starting to feel like myself again up there. No cell service, no internet, no people, just the woods and the quiet and time to think. So I told him I'd stay for another week or so, maybe longer if I was feeling good about it. Dave left me with enough firewood to last a month, showed me where the emergency supplies were hidden, and reminded me about 20 times how to work the radio in case something went wrong. Then he drove off in his truck, and I was completely alone. The first few days by myself were actually pretty great. I'd wake up when the sun came through the one tiny window, make coffee on the wood stove, eat whatever canned something looked least suspicious, then spend the day hiking around the property or just sitting on the little porch reading paperback books Dave had left behind. The silence was incredible. Not just quiet, but completely silent in a way you never experience in town. No cars, no neighbors, no hum of electricity or air conditioning. Just the occasional sound of wind in the trees or a branch falling somewhere in the distance. The cabin itself was about as basic as you could get. The bunk beds were just thin mattresses on wooden frames, and Dave had warned me that the bottom bunk was more comfortable, so that's where I'd been sleeping. The wood stove was this ancient iron thing that took up maybe a quarter of the floor space, with a pile of split logs stacked next to it and kindling in an old metal bucket. The shelves along the back wall were loaded with canned beans, soup, vegetables, and some other stuff that I didn't trust enough to eat. Most of it looked like it had been there since Dave first built the place. There was no running water, just a hand pump outside that worked if you primed it right, and an outhouse about 50 feet away that was exactly as terrible as you'd expect. For light, there were a couple of battery-powered lanterns and some candles, but mostly I just went to bed when it got dark and got up when it got light. It was simple and peaceful in a way that I hadn't experienced since I was a kid, but after about a week of being completely alone up there, I started having trouble sleeping. Not because of any noise or discomfort. Actually, it was the opposite. The silence was so complete and heavy that it started to feel almost oppressive. You know how when you're in a really quiet place, you start to notice sounds you normally wouldn't hear? Your heartbeat, your breathing, the sound of your clothes rustling when you move? It was like that, but amplified. I'd lie there in the bottom bunk, listening to my own pulse and the occasional pop or crack from the wood stove as the fire died down, and my mind would start racing. Not about anything specific, just that restless feeling you get when you've been alone too long and your brain starts manufacturing things to worry about. Were the doors locked? Did I bank the fire properly? Was that sound just the cabin settling or something moving around outside? The night it happened was a Thursday, I'm pretty sure. Though after being up there for over a week, the days had started blending together. I'd made dinner around 6, heated up a can of chili on the stove and ate it with some crackers that were only slightly stale, then read for a few hours by lantern light until my eyes got tired. I'd banked the fire like Dave had taught me, making sure there were enough coals to keep the cabin warm through the night, but not so much wood that it would be a fire hazard. I climbed into the bottom bunk around 10:30, which had become my usual routine. The cabin was nice and warm from the fire, and I was tired enough that I figured I'd fall asleep pretty quickly. But my brain had other plans. I don't know what time it was when I first noticed I wasn't going to sleep anytime soon, but it felt late. The fire had died down enough that the cabin was getting chilly, and the silence had that deep, heavy quality it gets in the middle of the night. I was lying there, listening to my heartbeat, which sounded ridiculously loud in the quiet, and trying to do that thing where you consciously relax every part of your body, starting with your toes. That's when I started getting that feeling like someone was watching me. You know that sensation I'm talking about, right? It's not something you hear or see, just this primitive part of your brain that suddenly screams that there are eyes on you. Every hair on your neck stands up and your skin gets all prickly. And you know with absolute certainty that you're not alone, even though you have every logical reason to believe that you are. At first, I tried to ignore it. I'd been alone in the woods for over a week, and I figured my mind was just playing tricks on me. Isolation can do weird things to your head, and I'd been feeling a little off for the past couple days. So I kept my eyes closed and tried to focus on my breathing, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild, but the feeling kept getting stronger. Not gradually, but in waves, like someone was moving closer and then stepping back, closer and then stepping back. My heart started beating faster, which made it even louder in the silence, and I had to consciously control my breathing to keep from hyperventilating. I don't know how long I lay there with my eyes squeezed shut, trying to convince myself that nothing was wrong. Probably only a few minutes, but it felt like hours. The feeling of being watched was so intense that it was almost physical, like pressure pushing down on my chest. My whole body was tense, every muscle coiled up and ready to run, even though I had nowhere to run to. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to look. I opened my eyes slowly, expecting to see the familiar dim outline of the wood stove and the far wall of the cabin. Instead, I saw her. There was a woman standing next to the wood stove, maybe 6 feet from where I was lying. She was tall and thin, probably close to 6 feet herself, wearing what looked like a long, dark dress, or maybe a coat. Across her chest was this bright red sash, or band, like something you might see on an old-fashioned uniform or formal dress. In her hands, she was holding something that caught what little light was coming from the dying coals in the stove. Maybe a lantern, or a jar, or some kind of container. I couldn't tell exactly what it was because she wasn't quite solid. That's the part that's hardest to explain to people. She wasn't transparent like a ghost in a movie, and she wasn't completely see-through. But she wasn't solid like a real person either. She looked like smoke that had been shaped into the form of a woman, dense enough that I could make out details like the red sash and her long hair, but insubstantial enough that I could sense rather than see the wall behind her. She was facing me, or at least I think she was. I couldn't make out her face clearly. That part of her was more indistinct than the rest, like smoke that hadn't quite settled into shape yet. But I had the absolute certainty that she was looking directly at me, studying me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I don't know how long we stared at each other, probably just a few seconds, but it felt like forever. I was completely frozen, unable to move or breathe or think clearly. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't even lift my head off the pillow. I just lay there staring at this impossible figure standing in the middle of the cabin, holding whatever that thing was in her hands. Then I blinked. I didn't mean to blink. It was just an automatic reflex after staring so hard for so long. But the moment my eyes closed and opened again, she started to dissolve. Not disappearing like someone walking away or turning invisible, but breaking apart like smoke rising from a fire. She came apart from the edges inward, her outline getting less and less distinct until there was nothing left but wisps of something that might have been shadow or might have been my eyes playing tricks on me in the dim light. The whole thing took maybe 3 or 4 seconds. One moment she was standing there as clear as anything, and the next moment there was just the empty space next to the wood stove and the familiar dim outline of the cabin interior. I lay there for I don't know how long, staring at the spot where she'd been standing, waiting for her to reappear or for my heart to stop hammering in my chest. My whole body was shaking, not just my hands, but my entire body, like I was having some kind of seizure. I was covered in cold sweat even though the cabin was warm, and I could taste metal in my mouth like I'd been chewing on pennies. Finally, I managed to whisper something. I don't even remember what. Probably just, "What the hell," or something equally brilliant. My voice sounded tiny and weird in the silence, like it was coming from someone else. That seemed to break whatever spell I was under, and I was able to move again. I pulled the blanket over my head like I was 5 years old, hiding from monsters under the bed. I know how stupid that sounds, but it was the only thing I could think to do. I curled up under that blanket and tried to make myself as small as possible, listening to my own rapid breathing and waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did happen. The cabin was completely quiet except for the normal sounds, the occasional pop from the dying fire, the wind in the trees outside, the settling noises that old buildings make. No footsteps, no doors opening or closing, no indication that there was anyone or anything else in that tiny space with me. I don't know how long I stayed hidden under the blanket. It felt like hours, but it was probably more like 20 or 30 minutes. Eventually, my heartbeat slowed down to something close to normal, and the shaking stopped, and I started to feel ridiculous for hiding like a scared kid. I peeked out from under the blanket, half expecting to see her standing there again. But the cabin looked exactly like it always did. The wood stove with its dying coals, the shelves of canned food, the single window showing nothing but darkness outside. Everything was normal and familiar and completely non-threatening. That's when I started trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it had been a dream, and I'd thought I was awake when I was actually still sleeping. Maybe it was some kind of hallucination brought on by isolation and stress and too much time alone. Maybe it was shadows from the fire playing tricks on my eyes in the dim light. But even as I was going through all these logical explanations in my head, I knew they weren't right. I hadn't been dreaming. I was wide awake and had been for hours. The figure had been too detailed and too consistent to be a hallucination or a shadow. I had seen what I had seen, even if I couldn't explain what it was or why it had been there. I spent the rest of the night lying there, staring at the ceiling, jumping at every little sound the cabin made. Every time a log shifted in the stove or the wind rattled the door, I was sure she was coming back. I kept expecting to see her standing there again, or to hear footsteps moving around the small space, or to feel that overwhelming sense of being watched. But nothing happened. The hours crawled by, and eventually I could see grey light starting to come through the window. I'd made it through the night, and with daylight coming, the whole experience started to feel less real and more like something that might have been a very vivid dream. I got up as soon as it was light enough to see properly and immediately started a fire in the stove. I needed coffee and warmth and the comfort of normal activities to help me process what had happened. While the coffee was heating up, I examined every inch of the cabin, looking for some explanation of what I might have seen. There was nothing. No footprints on the dusty floor, no disturbance in the ash around the wood stove, no indication that anyone besides me had been in that cabin. The door was still locked from the inside the way I'd left it, and the windows were too small and too high for anyone to climb through, even if they wanted to. I drank my coffee and ate some crackers and tried to convince myself that the whole thing had been some kind of weird dream or stress reaction. But I couldn't shake the memory of how real she had looked, how clearly I'd been able to see details like the red sash across her chest and the way she'd held that object in her hands. The rational part of my brain kept insisting that there had to be a logical explanation. People don't just see apparitions standing in hunting cabins in the middle of the night. There are no such things as ghosts or spirits or whatever that had been. It was probably just my imagination, amplified by isolation and the strange environment and too much time alone with my own thoughts. But another part of me, a deeper and more primitive part, knew exactly what I had seen. I had seen a woman who shouldn't have been there, who couldn't have been there, standing in that cabin in the middle of the night. She had been as real as the wood stove or the bunk beds or anything else in that space, even if she hadn't been solid in the way normal things are solid. I spent the rest of the day trying to stay busy and not think about what had happened. I hiked around the property, organized the canned food on the shelves, split some firewood even though Dave had left me with plenty, anything to keep my hands and mind occupied. But no matter what I was doing, I kept thinking about her. The way she'd stood so still next to the wood stove, the red sash across her dark clothing, the indistinct but unmistakable sense that she had been looking directly at me. As evening approached, I started dreading the thought of another night alone in the cabin. What if she came back? What if seeing her once had somehow opened some kind of door and now she would appear every night? What if next time she didn't just stand there, but tried to communicate or interact with me in some way? I considered packing up and heading back to town that evening, but it was already getting dark, and the roads up there are tricky enough in daylight. Plus, I didn't want to be the kind of person who ran away because of what might have been a weird dream or a stress hallucination. So I made dinner, read for a while, and banked the fire just like I had the night before. But when it came time to go to bed, I found myself hesitating. I stood there looking at the bottom bunk where I'd been sleeping, remembering exactly how it had felt to open my eyes and see her standing just a few feet away. Instead of getting into bed right away, I sat in the one chair Dave had brought up there and just listened to the silence. It was the same deep, heavy quiet it had been every other night, but now it felt different. Not peaceful and calming like it had before, but tense and expectant, like the cabin was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Around 11:30, I finally forced myself to lie down. I kept the lantern burning longer than usual, telling myself it was because I wanted to read a little more, but really because I was afraid of the dark. When I finally turned it off, the cabin plunged into the same dim twilight it always did, with just the faint glow from the coals in the wood stove providing any light at all. I lay there waiting for sleep, but also listening for any sound that might indicate I wasn't alone. Every normal cabin noise, the settling of wood, the occasional pop from the stove, the whisper of wind outside, sounded amplified and potentially significant. Was that just the building cooling down as the fire died, or was it footsteps? Was that the wind or the sound of breathing? Hours passed and nothing happened. No sense of being watched, no mysterious figures appearing next to the wood stove, no unexplained sounds or movements. Just me lying in a bunk bed in a hunting cabin in the Maine woods, unable to sleep because I was afraid of something that had probably been a product of my own imagination. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear, and I drifted off sometime in the early hours of the morning. I woke up the next day feeling groggy and disoriented, but relieved that I'd made it through another night without any strange experiences. That afternoon, I made the decision to pack up and head back to town. Not because I was scared, or at least not only because I was scared, but because I'd accomplished what I'd come up there to do. I'd gotten away from all the stress and noise of regular life. I'd had time to think and clear my head, and I was starting to feel ready to deal with looking for work and getting my life back on track. I spent the rest of the day packing up my stuff and cleaning the cabin the way Dave had asked me to. I made sure the fire was completely out, locked all the windows, and left everything exactly the way I'd found it. Before I left, I stood in the doorway for a minute, looking back at the interior of the cabin, at the wood stove and the bunk beds and the shelves of ancient canned food. Everything looked normal and innocent in the afternoon sunlight. Just a simple hunting cabin in the woods, the kind of place where people go to get away from civilization for a while and pretend they're tough enough to live off the land. There was nothing sinister or supernatural about it, nothing that would suggest it was the kind of place where impossible things might happen in the middle of the night. But as I was getting ready to close the door, I noticed something that made me pause. On the dusty floor next to the wood stove, right where she had been standing that first night, there were marks, not footprints exactly, but disturbances in the dust that looked like something had been standing there. They were faint and indistinct, the kind of marks that could have been made by anything. A draft moving dust around, me walking through that area and not remembering. The natural settling of dirt and debris. But they were in exactly the right spot, and they were roughly the right size and shape for someone to have been standing there. Someone tall and thin, wearing long clothing that might have brushed the floor and disturbed the dust in those specific patterns. I stared at those marks for probably 5 minutes, trying to decide what they meant. Were they evidence that what I'd seen had been real? Or were they just coincidental disturbances that my scared brain was interpreting as significant? I still don't know the answer to that question. I locked the cabin, loaded my stuff into my truck, and drove back to town without coming to any conclusions about what had or hadn't happened up there. I told Dave that I'd had a great time and thanked him for letting me use the place, but I didn't mention anything about the woman I'd seen. What would have been the point? He would have thought I was losing my mind, or he would have felt bad about leaving me alone up there, or he would have started asking questions I didn't have answers for. It's been almost 8 months since that night, and I still think about her regularly. Not obsessively, but The memory surfaces at odd times, when I'm lying in bed at night, or when I'm in a particularly quiet place, or when I see something out of the corner of my eye that turns out to be nothing when I look directly at it. I've done some research about the area where Dave's cabin is located, trying to find some historical explanation for what I might have seen. But there's not much information available about that specific piece of land, and what little I could find was just boring stuff about logging and property ownership changes over the years. No stories about tragic deaths or mysterious disappearances or anything that might explain a ghostly presence. Sometimes I think about asking Dave if he's ever experienced anything unusual up at the cabin, but I can never quite bring myself to do it. What if he says yes? What if he tells me he's seen her too, or heard unexplained sounds, or felt that same overwhelming sense of being watched? Would that make me feel better, knowing I wasn't losing my mind? Or would it make me feel worse, knowing that whatever she is, she's still up there? And what if he says no? What if he spent hundreds of nights in that cabin over the years and never seen or heard anything out of the ordinary? Would that prove that what I experienced was just some kind of psychological reaction to isolation and stress? Or would it just mean that for some reason she chose to reveal herself to me and not to him? I don't have answers to any of these questions, and I'm not sure I want them. What I do know is that for one night in a hunting cabin in the Maine woods, I shared space with something that shouldn't have been there. Something that looked like a woman in dark clothing with a red sash across her chest, holding an object I couldn't identify, made of smoke and shadow, but somehow more real than anything else in that cabin. She appeared without warning, stood watching me with an intensity I could feel even though I couldn't see her face clearly, and then dissolved into nothing when I blinked. No explanation, no communication, no indication of what she wanted or why she had been there, just a brief, impossible encounter that lasted maybe 30 seconds, but changed the way I think about the world and what might be hiding in the quiet spaces where most people never go. I haven't been back to Dave's cabin, and I don't think I ever will. Not because I'm too scared, though I won't lie and say the thought doesn't make me nervous, but because I feel like whatever happened between us that night was complete. She showed herself to me for reasons I'll never understand, and then she was gone. Going back would feel like trying to recreate something that was never meant to be repeated. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed in my apartment in town, surrounded by all the familiar sounds of civilization, traffic, neighbors, the hum of electrical appliances, I find myself missing that deep, heavy silence of the Maine woods. And sometimes, just for a moment before I fall asleep, I wonder if she's still up there, standing next to that old wood stove in the middle of the night, holding her mysterious object and waiting for the next person brave enough or foolish enough to spend a winter alone in that tiny cabin. I hope whoever it is, they're better at sleeping than I was. Story 3. I need to get this down while it's still fresh in my mind, because what happened to me a few weeks ago was the worst episode I've ever had, and I'm starting to think there's something seriously wrong with me. I've been dealing with this stuff for years now, but it's getting worse, and I don't know what to do about it anymore. Let me back up and explain what I mean by this stuff. For the past 4 or 5 years, I've been having these episodes where I wake up in the middle of the night, completely paralyzed. I know that sounds crazy, but it's not like being tired or groggy. It's like someone has turned off the connection between my brain and my body. I can think clearly. I'm fully awake and aware of everything around me, but I literally cannot move a single muscle. The first time it happened, I thought I was having a stroke or something. I was maybe 24 at the time, living in a studio apartment near campus, and I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like I was trapped inside my own body. I could hear my upstairs neighbor walking around, could see the digital clock next to my bed showing 3:17 a.m. But when I tried to sit up or move my arm or even wiggle my fingers, nothing happened. It lasted maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Then suddenly I could move again, like someone had flipped a switch. I looked it up online the next day and found out it was called sleep paralysis. Apparently, it's more common than I thought. Something about your brain waking up before your body does, and most people experience it at least once in their lives. The websites all said it was harmless, just scary, and that it usually happened when you were stressed or not getting enough sleep. Since I was in college and pulling all-nighters regularly, that seemed like a reasonable explanation. But the thing is, it kept happening. Not every night, thank God, but often enough that I started to dread going to sleep. Maybe once or twice a month, sometimes more if I was really stressed out. And it wasn't just the paralysis. There was always this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in the room, that something or someone was there with me, watching me while I couldn't move or defend myself. I tried all the usual remedies: better sleep hygiene, going to bed at the same time every night, cutting out caffeine, making sure my room was dark and quiet. Sometimes that would help for a while, and I'd go weeks without an episode. But then it would come back, usually when I least expected it, and I'd be right back where I started. The episodes seemed to follow a pattern. I'd wake up, always in the early morning hours, usually between 3 and 4 a.m., with this immediate knowledge that something was wrong. Not gradually becoming aware that I couldn't move, but instantly knowing that I was paralyzed and that there was a presence in the room with me. My heart would start racing, but my breathing would stay normal at first, which was almost more terrifying than if I'd been gasping for air. Then would come the pressure. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the air in the room had suddenly gotten thick and heavy, pressing down on my chest and making it hard to breathe normally. Not painful exactly, but oppressive in a way that made me feel like I was being slowly crushed. And with the pressure would come this buzzing sound, like the high-pitched whine you hear when a TV is on but muted, except amplified about 100 times louder. The worst part was always the feeling that something was in the room with me. Not just the general sense of a presence, but the specific knowledge that whatever it was malevolent. It didn't want to help me or comfort me. It wanted to harm me, or at least feed off my fear. I could never see it, because during these episodes I could never manage to open my eyes, no matter how hard I tried. But I could sense it moving around the room, getting closer and farther away, sometimes standing right next to the bed. Over the years, I tried talking to doctors about it, but they all said the same thing: sleep paralysis, probably brought on by stress, nothing to worry about medically. One doctor prescribed me some sleeping pills, which helped for a while, but I didn't like how groggy they made me feel the next day. Another one suggested I might benefit from seeing a therapist to talk about anxiety, which I actually did try for a few months, but it didn't seem to make the episodes any less frequent or intense. I moved apartments twice, thinking maybe it was something about my living situation that was triggering the episodes. The first place was too noisy. I thought maybe the sound of traffic and neighbors was disrupting my sleep cycle. The second place was too isolated. I thought maybe being alone in a quiet building was making me anxious, but the episodes followed me to each new place. Always the same pattern, always the same terrifying feeling of being trapped and watched. The most recent episode, the one that's got me really scared, happened about 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday night. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd had to work late on a project that was due Wednesday morning, and I'd been putting it off for days. I finally got home around 11:30 p.m., exhausted and stressed out, knowing I had to be up early the next morning for a meeting. I'd set my alarm for 6 a.m., but I have this terrible habit of hitting the snooze button over and over instead of actually getting up. That morning was no exception. I probably snoozed the alarm 4 or 5 times between 6 and 7, drifting in and out of that light, restless sleep you get when you know you should be awake, but you're too tired to actually get out of bed. It was during one of these snooze cycles, probably around 7 or 7:15, when it hit me. Not gradually like I was waking up naturally, But suddenly, like someone had grabbed me and yanked me awake. 1 second I was dozing fitfully, and the next second I was completely alert and aware, lying on my side, facing away from the window, unable to move a muscle. But this time was different from the usual episodes. This time, it felt like someone had just entered my room. Not like there was a general presence somewhere in the space, but like I had literally heard the door open and close and footsteps crossing the floor. The feeling was so strong and specific that my first thought was that someone had broken into my apartment. I tried to turn my head to see who it was, but of course I couldn't move. I tried to call out, to yell for help, or demand that whoever it was get out of my room, but I couldn't speak either. My voice was completely gone, like my vocal cords had been disconnected along with everything else. That's when the weight started pressing down on me. Not like someone sitting on my chest. I'd read about that being a common experience with sleep paralysis, but like the air itself had become heavy and thick, like trying to breathe underwater. It started at my chest and spread outward, making my whole body feel like it was being slowly compressed. My ears filled with that buzzing sound, but this time it was so loud it was almost painful, like standing next to a giant electrical transformer, that high-pitched whine that seems to vibrate in your bones. It was so intense that I couldn't hear anything else. Not the normal sounds of my apartment building, not the traffic outside, nothing but that overwhelming electronic buzz. My chest started to feel tight, not like I couldn't breathe, but like something was wrapped around my ribs and slowly tightening. I could still get air into my lungs, but each breath required more and more effort. Like the space inside my chest was getting smaller, I kept thinking, my God, there's someone here, there's someone in my room. But I couldn't do anything about it except lie there and endure whatever was happening to me. The tingling started in my back, right between my shoulder blades. It felt like someone had touched me with fingers that were both burning hot and ice cold at the same time, sending waves of sensation across my skin that were neither pleasant nor exactly painful, just intensely uncomfortable. The feeling spread up my spine and across my shoulders, like whatever was in the room with me was running its hands over my back while I lay there helpless. But the absolute worst part was that I couldn't open my eyes. I was trying as hard as I could, concentrating every bit of mental energy I had on just lifting my eyelids, but they wouldn't respond. It was like my brain was screaming commands at my body that weren't being received. I could feel my eyes moving back and forth behind my closed lids. I was definitely awake and conscious, but the lids themselves might as well have been glued shut. And that's when I became convinced that whatever was in my room was standing right behind my head, just out of my field of vision, even if I had been able to open my eyes. The feeling was so strong and specific that I knew exactly where it was, right at the head of my bed, positioned so that it could look down at me while I was lying on my side. I could sense it leaning over me, studying me, maybe even reaching out to touch me with those burning cold fingers. The presence felt enormous. Not necessarily physically large, but somehow vast and overwhelming, like it took up more space than a normal person would. And it felt old, not in years, but in some fundamental way that made my skin crawl, like it had been around for a very long time, doing this same thing to other people, feeding off their fear and helplessness. My breathing started to get irregular, shallow and quick like I'd been running, but I couldn't control it. The rhythm was being dictated by my panic, not by any conscious effort on my part. I could hear myself making these small, frightened sounds with each exhale, little whimpers that I couldn't stop or modify. The whole episode probably lasted maybe 3 or 4 minutes, but it felt like hours. Time seemed to stretch out, each second crawling by while I lay there paralyzed and terrified, aware that something malevolent was standing right next to me, but unable to see it or move away from it or call for help. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it broke. Like a rubber band snapping, suddenly I could move again. I sat up so fast that I made myself dizzy, gasping for air, like I'd been holding my breath underwater. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was covered in cold sweat, even though my apartment wasn't particularly warm. I immediately turned around to look at the spot where I'd been certain something was standing. Nothing there, of course. Just the head of my bed against the wall, with my window about 3 feet to the right. The curtains were hanging perfectly still. There wasn't even a breeze to make them move. But here's the thing that really got to me. Even though I couldn't see anything unusual, I still felt like I wasn't alone in the room. That presence, whatever it had been, didn't feel gone. It felt like it had just stepped back, moved out of my immediate vicinity, but was still there somewhere, watching me from the shadows. I sat there on the edge of my bed for probably 15 minutes, just listening and looking around the room. My apartment is small, just one main room with a kitchenette and a bathroom, so there wasn't anywhere for someone to hide. I checked the front door, and it was still locked, chain and deadbolt both engaged. The windows were closed and locked too. If someone had broken in, they would have had to unlock the door from the inside to get out again, and I would have heard that. I was completely wide awake at that point, so I got up and made coffee and tried to shake off the whole experience. I told myself it was just another episode of sleep paralysis, probably brought on by stress from work and not getting enough sleep. I'd been through this dozens of times before, and I knew that the feeling of a presence was just my brain playing tricks on me. But I couldn't get past how different this episode had felt. The usual ones were scary, sure, but they felt more like nightmares. Intense while they were happening, but easy to dismiss once they were over. This one felt real in a way that the others hadn't. The sensation of someone entering my room, the specific location where I'd felt the presence standing, the intensity of that buzzing sound, and the physical sensations on my skin. It all felt too detailed and consistent to be just my imagination running wild. I ended up being late for work that morning because I couldn't stop going over the whole experience in my mind. During my lunch break, I spent an hour researching sleep paralysis again, looking for explanations for why this episode had been so much more intense than the others. I found some articles about how the episodes can get worse during periods of high stress, and how they sometimes escalate over time if they're not properly managed. One article mentioned that some people experience what they called hypnagogic hallucinations, along with the paralysis, vivid sensory experiences that feel completely real, but are actually produced by the brain during the transition between sleep and waking. That seemed like it might explain the feeling of someone entering my room and the sensation of being touched, but it didn't account for how specific and consistent the whole experience had been. Over the next few days, I found myself constantly thinking about what had happened. Not obsessively, but it would pop into my head at random moments while I was brushing my teeth or sitting in traffic or trying to focus on work. I'd remember that feeling of something standing behind my head, or the way my breathing had gotten so irregular and panicked, and I'd get a chill down my spine, even though I was somewhere completely safe and normal. The worst part was going to bed that night, and every night since then. I've always been a little anxious about sleep because of the episodes, but now I was actively dreading it. I'd lie there in the dark, wondering if it was going to happen again, if whatever I'd sensed in my room was still there, waiting for me to be vulnerable, if the next episode would be even worse than the last one. I've tried everything I can think of to prevent another episode. I've been going to bed at the same time every night, avoiding caffeine after noon, doing relaxation exercises before sleep. I even bought blackout curtains and a white noise machine, thinking maybe my sleep environment wasn't optimal. Nothing has helped. I still feel on edge every time I close my eyes, like I'm walking into a trap. The thing that really bothers me is that I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in my room that morning is still there. I know that sounds crazy, There's no logical reason why an episode of sleep paralysis would leave behind some kind of residual presence. But sometimes, when I'm in my apartment, especially in the evening when the light is getting dim, I get that same prickly sensation on the back of my neck that tells me I'm being watched. Last week, I was making dinner and I had this sudden, overwhelming urge to turn around and check behind me. There was nothing there, obviously, but for just a second, I was completely convinced that if I turned around, I would see something standing in my bedroom doorway, watching me. The feeling was so strong that I actually left the apartment for a couple of hours, just walked around the neighborhood until I felt normal again. I've been thinking about moving again, even though I know from experience that the episodes will probably just follow me to a new place. But this apartment doesn't feel safe anymore. It feels contaminated somehow, like that episode 3 weeks ago opened some kind of door that I can't close again. I've also been thinking about seeing a doctor again, maybe asking for a referral to a sleep specialist or someone who deals specifically with sleep disorders. The internet research I've been doing suggests that there might be treatments available that I haven't tried yet. Different types of medication, therapy techniques designed specifically for sleep paralysis, even some experimental approaches that use meditation or lucid dreaming techniques. But part of me is scared that a doctor will tell me there's nothing physically wrong with me, that it's all in my head, that I just need to learn to manage my anxiety better. Because if that's true, if this is all psychological, then what does that say about my mental state? What does it mean that my own brain is capable of creating experiences that feel so real and so threatening? And what if it's not psychological? What if there really was something in my room that morning, something that my rational mind can't accept or understand? I know how that sounds. I know I'm starting to sound like one of those people who think their house is haunted or that they're being stalked by demons. But I can't shake the memory of how real that presence felt, how certain I was that something malevolent was standing right next to my bed. The worst part is the waiting. Every night when I go to bed, I lie there wondering if tonight is going to be the night it happens again. And what if the next episode is even worse than the last one? What if instead of just standing there, whatever it is decides to interact with me somehow? What if I can't break free from the paralysis as easily as I did last time? I've started sleeping with the lights on, which I know is probably making the problem worse by disrupting my sleep cycle, but I can't help it. The darkness feels too dangerous now, too full of possibilities that I don't want to think about. At least with the lights on, if it happens again, maybe I'll be able to see what's actually there instead of just sensing it. 3 weeks later, and I'm still waiting for the next episode. It feels inevitable, like it's building up to something bigger and more intense than anything I've experienced before. I don't know if that's just my anxiety talking, or if there's really something more serious happening to me than just occasional sleep paralysis. All I know is that something was in my room with me that morning, something that doesn't belong in the normal world of apartments and alarm clocks and Tuesday morning meetings. Something that knows I'm vulnerable when I sleep and knows exactly how to make me feel helpless and terrified without ever actually hurting me. Something that might come back any night now, and might not be content to just stand there and watch next time. I'm writing all this down because I need someone to know what's been happening to me, in case the next episode is different somehow, in case I don't wake up from it the same way I have all the other times, because despite everything the doctors and websites say about sleep paralysis being harmless, I can't shake the feeling that what's happening to me isn't medical at all. It's something much worse than that. Story 4. I've been thinking about this for 20-something years now, and I still can't make sense of what happened to me when I was 8 years old. Most people would probably just dismiss it as a weird childhood memory that got distorted over time, but I have proof that it actually happened exactly the way I remember it. and that proof is what makes the whole thing so terrifying. It was during summer vacation when I was 8, sometime in July, I think, and my family had rented this beach house for a week. Not anything fancy, just one of those typical rental places you find in coastal towns, probably built in the 60s and furnished with whatever random stuff the owners could find at yard sales. But it was right on the beach, and my parents were excited about having a real family vacation for once, instead of just staying home or visiting relatives. The beach house was in this development where every single house looked almost identical. They were all these small, boxy structures painted in different pastel colors. Yellow, blue, pink, green, but otherwise completely the same. Same layout, same size, same style of windows and doors. The only way to tell them apart was by the paint color and maybe some minor differences in the landscaping or porch decorations. Our house was light blue with white trim, and it sat about 3 houses down from the main road that led to the beach access. There were maybe 30 or 40 houses total in the development, all arranged on these narrow streets that curved around in a way that made it easy to get confused about where you were if you weren't paying attention. My sister was 10 at the time, and we'd been getting on each other's nerves all week in the way that siblings do when they're stuck together in a small space with nowhere to escape. She was going through this phase where she acted like she was so much more mature than me because she was 2 years older, and I was at that age where everything seemed unfair and every little slight felt like the end of the world. The fight happened on our 4th day there. I don't even remember what it was about originally. Something stupid like her taking too long in the bathroom or me touching something of hers without permission. But it escalated the way these things do when you're kids and you're hot and tired and bored. We were both yelling. I was getting that frustrated feeling where you want to cry, but you're too angry to actually cry. And our parents were getting annoyed with both of us. Finally, I just couldn't stand it anymore. I announced that I was leaving and stormed out of the house, slamming the screen door behind me so hard that it bounced back open and slammed again. I was wearing my favorite red t-shirt and these jean shorts that were probably too small for me, and I had flip-flops on my feet that made slapping sounds as I walked angrily down the front steps. My plan was to just walk around the neighborhood for a while until I calmed down. Maybe find somewhere to sit and feel sorry for myself for a few minutes before going back home. I figured my parents would be worried about me disappearing, and maybe they'd take my side in whatever the fight had been about. But after I'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes, I realized I had no idea where I was. All these beach houses looked so similar, and I'd been so focused on being angry and dramatic that I hadn't been paying attention to which streets I'd taken or which direction I'd gone. Every house I passed looked like it could have been ours, the same basic shape and size, just in different colors. I started to panic a little bit. I was only 8, and even though the development wasn't that big, it felt huge when you were lost and all the landmarks looked the same. I could hear the ocean in the distance, so I knew which general direction the beach was, but that didn't help me figure out which house was ours or how to get back to the main road. I walked up and down several streets, getting more and more frustrated and scared. Some of the houses had cars in the driveways, some didn't. Some had beach toys scattered on the porches, some had fishing equipment, some looked like nobody was staying there at all. But they all had that same generic rental property feel, like temporary spaces that people passed through without making them truly their own. After about 20 minutes of wandering around, I was starting to get really scared. It was getting close to dinner time, and I knew my parents were probably wondering where I was. My anger from the fight with my sister had completely evaporated, replaced by this growing anxiety about being lost and not knowing how to get home. That's when I saw it. A light yellow house with white shutters, maybe 5 or 6 houses down from where I was standing. It looked exactly like all the others, nothing special or distinctive about it. But for some reason, I felt drawn to it. Not in any mystical or supernatural way, just that same kind of impulse you might get to take a different route home from work or to pick up a book at random in a bookstore. The weird thing was, as I got closer to the house, I became more and more certain that I should go inside. Not that it was my house, I knew our rental was blue, not yellow, but just this growing feeling that I needed to open that front door and see what was inside. It didn't make any logical sense, but it felt important in a way I couldn't explain. Looking back now, I realize how dangerous and stupid this was. You don't just walk into other people's houses, especially when you're a kid and you're lost. But at the time, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. Like something was guiding me toward that specific house, telling me that this was where I needed to be. The front door was painted white to match the shutters, with a small window at the top and a brass door handle that looked tarnished from the salt air. There was a welcome mat on the porch that said "Life's a Beach" in faded letters, and a couple of cheap plastic chairs that looked like they'd been there for years. I walked up the 3 wooden steps to the front door, and without hesitating or knocking, I turned the handle and pushed it open. The door wasn't locked, which should have been my first clue that something was off. Most people, even on vacation, don't leave their doors completely unlocked during the day, but it opened easily, swinging inward to reveal the interior of the house. What I saw inside made me freeze completely. There were 4 adults sitting around the small living room, all of them turned toward the door, looking at me with expressions of complete shock. 2 men and 2 women, probably in their 40s or 50s, all holding drinks and wearing typical beach vacation clothes, shorts, t-shirts, sundresses. They looked like they'd been having a normal conversation or maybe playing cards, and my sudden appearance had caught them completely off guard. For maybe 3 or 4 seconds, nobody moved or said anything. They just stared at me with these expressions that were part surprise, part confusion, and part amusement. Not angry or threatening, just completely taken aback by this random kid who had just walked into their vacation rental like I belonged there. I stared back at them, feeling my face get hot with embarrassment as I realized how badly I'd screwed up. These weren't my parents or anyone I knew. These were complete strangers, and I had just barged into their private space like some kind of lunatic. The feeling of being drawn to this house suddenly seemed incredibly stupid and childish. One of the women started to smile, like she was about to say something reassuring to help me save face, but I didn't give her the chance. The full weight of what I'd done hit me all at once. I was lost. I'd walked into the wrong house. These people were probably going to call the police or my parents or both, and I felt tears starting to build up behind my eyes. I turned around and ran. I bolted off that porch and down the street as fast as my flip-flops would let me, my face burning with embarrassment and my heart pounding from the adrenaline and panic. I could hear one of the adults calling after me, but I didn't stop or look back. I just ran until I found a street that looked familiar, then kept running until I found our blue house with my dad's rental car in the driveway. When I got home, my parents asked where I'd been and if I was okay, because I was obviously upset and out of breath. I told them I'd gotten lost for a while, but found my way back, and that seemed to satisfy them. I didn't mention anything about going into the wrong house, partly because I was still embarrassed about it, and partly because I didn't want to get in trouble for doing something so stupid. My sister made some comment about me being a baby for running away over a silly fight, but she wasn't being as mean about it as she had been earlier. We ended up making up before dinner, and the rest of the vacation passed without any major incidents. I thought about the yellow house and the adults inside it a few times over the following days, but it felt more like an embarrassing memory than anything significant. Just one of those awkward childhood moments that make you cringe when you remember them, like the time you fell down in front of your whole class or said something stupid to a teacher. The vacation ended, we drove home, and life went back to normal. Within a week or two, the whole beach trip felt like something that had happened a long time ago. And the incident with the wrong house was just one small detail in a collection of vacation memories. About 3 weeks later, my mom dropped me and my sister off at our grandparents' house for an afternoon while she ran errands. This was something that happened pretty regularly during the summer. Our grandparents lived about 20 minutes away, and they loved having us over to fuss over us and give us snacks and let us watch TV shows our parents didn't approve of. My grandmother had picked up the photos from our beach vacation. This was back when you had to actually take film to be developed, and it sometimes took weeks to get the pictures back. She was excited to see how they'd turned out, and she spread them all out on her bed so we could look through them together. Most of the photos were exactly what you'd expect from a family beach vacation. Pictures of me and my sister building sandcastles, playing in the waves, eating ice cream on the boardwalk. Pictures of our parents looking relaxed and tan, reading books on the beach, cooking dinner on the grill behind the rental house. All the normal, happy memories you'd want to preserve from a week at the beach. But then my grandmother picked up one photo that made me stop breathing for a second. It was a picture of me standing in the doorway of that yellow house, caught at the exact moment when I'd opened the door and seen the 4 adults sitting in the living room. You could see my face clearly, the surprise and confusion and growing embarrassment that I remembered feeling. You could see the adults in the background, all turned toward the camera with those same expressions of shock and bewildered amusement I remembered from that day. The photo captured everything exactly as I remembered it. My red t-shirt and 2 small jean shorts, the cheap furniture in the living room, the drinks in the adults' hands, even the welcome mat visible at the bottom of the frame. It was like someone had been standing right behind me with a camera, documenting this private moment of childhood embarrassment. I stared at the photo for maybe 30 seconds before I could speak. When I finally found my voice, I asked my grandmother where this picture had come from, because I didn't remember anyone taking photos during that part of the vacation. She looked at the photo more closely, squinting at it with the same confused expression I probably had. She said she didn't know. It had been in the batch with all the other photos from our trip, so she'd assumed one of us had taken it. But she couldn't figure out who would have been taking pictures at that moment or why. That's when I told her the whole story, about getting lost after the fight with my sister, about feeling drawn to that particular yellow house, about opening the door and finding strangers inside, about running away in embarrassment. I told her everything I could remember, including details I hadn't thought about since it happened. My grandmother listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. When I finished, she stared at the photo for a long time, turning it over in her hands, like she was looking for some kind of explanation written on the back. Finally, she set the photo down on the bed and gathered up all the other pictures. She didn't say much, just that it was very strange, and that she couldn't explain how the photo had gotten mixed in with our family pictures. She organized the rest of the photos back into their envelope, but she left that one picture sitting on the bed. Then she went to the kitchen and made us grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup for lunch, and we never talked about the photo again. Even at 8 years old, I understood that something impossible had happened. Someone had taken a picture of me in that moment when I'd stumbled into the wrong house, but there was no logical explanation for who it could have been. My parents hadn't been with me. They didn't even know I'd gotten lost. My sister had been back at our house. There was no one else from our family or anyone we knew who could have been following me around with a camera. The adults in the house couldn't have taken it either because the angle was wrong. The photo was taken from behind me, looking into the house from the doorway. None of the people inside could have gotten that shot without me seeing them move to take it. And it wasn't like someone had been randomly walking by and decided to photograph this weird scene of a kid barging into the wrong house. The timing was too perfect, the angle too precise. It was like someone had been waiting for that exact moment to happen, positioned in exactly the right spot to capture it. Over the years, I've thought of dozens of possible explanations. Maybe one of the adults in the house had a camera with them and snapped a quick picture when I appeared in their doorway, though that doesn't explain how it ended up with our family photos. Maybe there was a neighbor or passerby who witnessed the whole thing and took a picture, then somehow tracked down my family to give it to them, though that seems incredibly unlikely. Maybe my memory of the event is distorted and there actually was someone with me who took the photo, though I remember very clearly being alone and lost. Maybe it was some kind of camera malfunction or double exposure that created an image that just happened to look like a real scene, though the photo is too clear and detailed for that to make sense. But none of these explanations feel right. They all require too many coincidences or too many gaps in my memory to be believable. The simplest explanation, as impossible as it sounds, is that something or someone documented that moment for reasons I'll never understand. What scares me most about the whole thing is the implications. If someone or something was able to photograph me during that strange, impulsive decision to enter the wrong house, what does that mean about that moment? Was it really just a random childhood mistake, or was I being guided or manipulated in some way? The feeling I'd had of being drawn to that particular house, the certainty that I needed to open that door, was that coming from me or from something else? And if it was from something else, what was the purpose? Why did I need to have that embarrassing encounter with those strangers? Why did someone need to document it? Sometimes I wonder if I actually crossed over into some kind of parallel reality for those few minutes. Like maybe when I got lost among all those identical houses, I somehow ended up in a version of the world that was almost exactly like the real one, but slightly different. Different enough that someone was there with a camera to capture a moment that shouldn't have been photographable. Maybe those adults in the yellow house weren't really strangers at all, but some kind of observers or witnesses to whatever strange thing was happening to me. Maybe their expressions of shock and amusement weren't because I'd barged into their vacation rental, but because they were seeing something that wasn't supposed to happen according to the normal rules of reality. I still have the photo. My grandmother never mentioned it again after that day, and when she passed away a few years ago, I found it tucked away in a shoebox with some of her other old pictures. It looks exactly the same as I remember. Me in the doorway of that yellow house, the four adults staring at me with those same bewildered expressions, everything captured in perfect detail. Sometimes I take it out and study it, looking for clues I might have missed. But it's just a regular photograph, printed on standard photo paper, showing what appears to be a completely normal scene. There's nothing obviously supernatural or impossible about it, except for the fact that no one should have been there to take it. The whole experience changed the way I think about reality and memory and the things we can't explain. It made me realize that even in the most ordinary circumstances, a family vacation, a childhood argument, getting lost in a neighborhood, impossible things can happen, and sometimes we have proof that they happened, even when we can't understand how or why. I've never gone back to that beach town, and I probably never will. Part of me is curious about whether that yellow house is still there, whether those adults were real people who remember the strange kid who burst through their door one summer afternoon. But a bigger part of me is afraid of what I might find, or what might find me, if I go looking for answers. Because the truth is, I don't think I was supposed to remember that moment as clearly as I do. I don't think I was supposed to have that photo as evidence. And I definitely don't think I was supposed to understand that sometimes, when we feel drawn to do something that doesn't make logical sense, we might not be in control of our own actions at all. Someone or something wanted me to walk into that house, wanted me to have that encounter, wanted it documented. I was 8 years old and completely powerless to resist whatever force was guiding me, and that terrifies me more than any ghost story or horror movie ever could, because if it happened once, it could happen again. and next time I might not be lucky enough to just run away embarrassed. Story 5. I've never been able to sleep properly since that night at my uncle's old farmhouse, and I don't think I ever will. Every time I hear footsteps in my apartment building or boots on pavement outside my window, my whole body tenses up, and I'm right back there, lying paralyzed in that upstairs bedroom, listening to those damn boots walking around downstairs by themselves. My uncle had passed away about 3 months earlier. Heart attack at 62, completely unexpected. He'd been living alone in this old farmhouse that had been in our family for generations, way out in the middle of nowhere, about an hour outside of town. The place was falling apart, hadn't been properly maintained in probably 20 years, but it was where he'd chosen to spend his final years after his wife died. When the lawyers called about settling his estate, my mum volunteered me to go out there and start going through his stuff, figuring out what was worth keeping and what needed to be thrown away or donated. I wasn't thrilled about the idea. I'd only been to the farmhouse a handful of times growing up, and it had always given me the creeps, even when my uncle was alive. But I was between jobs at the time and could use the small payment the estate was offering for the work. The house was exactly as depressing as I remembered. 2 stories, probably built sometime in the 1930s, with white clapboard siding that was mostly grey now from years of weathering. The front porch sagged on one side, several of the shutters were hanging crooked, and the whole place had that neglected look that old buildings get when no one cares about them anymore. Inside wasn't much better. The furniture was all dark, heavy pieces that looked like they'd been there since the house was built. The wallpaper was peeling in most rooms. There were water stains on several ceilings, and everything smelled like dust and old cigarettes, and something else I couldn't identify. Maybe mildew, or just the smell of a house where someone had lived alone for too long. The kitchen was the worst part. It had this old linoleum flooring that was probably once white, but had turned yellow and was cracked and curling at the edges. The appliances were from the 70s at the newest, and the whole room felt cramped and dim, even with all the lights on. But the thing that really caught my attention was sitting right by the back door, a pair of heavy black rubber boots that looked like they'd been there forever. These weren't just regular rain boots. They were the kind of thick industrial boots that farmers and construction workers wear, probably size 12 or 13, with deep treads on the soles and reinforced steel toes. They looked ancient but well maintained, like my uncle had worn them every day for years and years. The rubber was cracked in places but still intact, and they were caked with dried mud that looked like it had been there since the last time he'd worn them. What made them particularly noticeable was the sound they made when you walked in them. I tried them on out of curiosity that first day, and every step produced this distinct thud-drag noise on the linoleum. The left boot dragged slightly more than the right, probably because it was a little bigger or the sole was more worn down. It was a heavy, unmistakable sound that echoed through the empty house. I spent the first week going through the downstairs rooms, sorting through decades of accumulated junk, old magazines, broken appliances, boxes of papers that probably should have been thrown away years ago. I was staying in a motel about 20 minutes away and driving out to the house each morning, working until dark, then heading back to town for dinner and sleep. But by the second week, I was getting tired of the drive, and the motel was getting expensive. The house had electricity and running water, and there were beds upstairs that seemed clean enough. I figured I could save some money and maybe get more work done if I just stayed there for the rest of the job. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms and a bathroom that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1950s. I picked the smallest bedroom at the front of the house to sleep in, partly because it seemed like it would be easier to heat, and partly because it was the farthest away from my uncle's room, which I wasn't ready to deal with yet. The bed was just a simple metal frame with a thin mattress that had probably been there for 30 years, but it was comfortable enough. There was a window that looked out over the front yard and the dirt road that led back to the main highway, and a small closet with a few wire hangers hanging in it. Nothing fancy, but it would do for a few more weeks. My first night staying in the house went fine. It was quiet in the way that rural places are quiet, not silent, but filled with the sounds of wind and settling wood and maybe some animals moving around outside. I slept reasonably well, better than I had been at the motel, and woke up feeling like this arrangement was going to work out. The second night was when everything went wrong. I'd spent the day working on the kitchen, which meant I'd been walking around in those boots for most of the afternoon. They were the only footwear that made sense for the muddy yard and the dirty floors, and they actually fit me pretty well. But every step reminded me of my uncle, partly because I knew they'd been his daily footwear for years, and partly because of that distinctive thud-drag sound they made on the linoleum. By evening I was tired and ready for bed. I left the boots by the back door where I'd found them, turned off all the lights downstairs, and headed up to my temporary bedroom. I brushed my teeth in the ancient bathroom, changed into the t-shirt and shorts I'd been sleeping in, and climbed into bed around 10:30. The house felt different that night. Not dramatically different, not like something supernatural was happening, just slightly off in a way I couldn't put my finger on. Maybe it was because I was getting more comfortable with the place, or maybe it was because I'd been handling my uncle's personal belongings all day, but I felt more aware of the house's history, of all the years of life that had happened within these walls. I lay in bed, listening to the familiar sounds of an old house at night. Floorboards creaking as the temperature dropped, windows rattling slightly in their frames, the occasional sound of something settling in the walls. All normal, all expected, nothing that should have made me nervous, but I couldn't fall asleep. Not because I was scared or uncomfortable, just because my brain wouldn't shut off. I kept thinking about my uncle living alone in this house for the last few years of his life, walking around in those heavy boots, probably following the same routines day after day. It made me sad in a way I hadn't expected. I was lying there in that state between waking and sleeping, where you're aware of your surroundings, but your thoughts are starting to get strange and disconnected when it hit me. Not gradually like you might expect with sleep paralysis, but all at once like someone had thrown a switch. Suddenly I couldn't move. Not like I was too tired to move, but like my body had been completely disconnected from my brain. I could think clearly. I was fully awake and aware of everything around me. But when I tried to lift my hand, or turn my head, or even wiggle my fingers, nothing happened. It was like being trapped inside my own body. I'd experienced sleep paralysis a few times before in my life, so I knew what was happening to me. It's terrifying when it occurs, but it's not dangerous, and it usually only lasts a few minutes. I tried to stay calm and wait for it to pass, focusing on my breathing and reminding myself that this was temporary. That's when I heard the sound, thud, drag, thud, drag. It was coming from downstairs, from the kitchen, and I recognized it immediately. It was the sound of those boots walking across the linoleum floor. But that was impossible, because I'd taken them off hours ago and left them sitting empty by the back door. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the house was settling and making sounds that just happened to resemble footsteps. Maybe there was an animal outside, or maybe the wind was moving something around that was creating a similar rhythm. But the sound was too regular, too consistent, too exactly like the sound those boots made when someone was wearing them. Thud, drag, thud, drag. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, like someone was walking carefully across the kitchen floor, maybe looking for something or just wandering around. One boot was dragging more than the other, exactly the way they dragged when I'd worn them earlier that day. It was unmistakably the sound of someone wearing my uncle's boots. My heart started beating faster, but I still couldn't move. I lay there, paralyzed, listening to those impossible footsteps moving around the kitchen below me. The rational part of my brain kept insisting that this had to be some kind of auditory hallucination, something my mind was creating during the sleep paralysis episode. But the sound was so clear, so detailed, so exactly right that I couldn't make myself believe it wasn't real. The footsteps moved from the kitchen toward the front of the house, and I could hear the floorboards creaking under the weight of whoever was wearing the boots. It wasn't the random creaking that old houses make. It was the specific pattern of sounds you get when someone is actually walking across wooden floors. Thud, drag, thud, drag. Then the footsteps stopped, and I heard something that made my blood turn to ice. The sound of someone starting to climb the stairs. The stairs in that old farmhouse were steep and narrow, with wooden steps that groaned and squeaked under even light weight. I'd been up and down them dozens of times over the past 2 weeks, and I knew exactly what they sounded like when someone was climbing them. And that's exactly what I was hearing now. The distinctive sound of those boots climbing the stairs one step at a time. Thud, drag, creak, thud, drag, creak. Each step was slow and deliberate, like whoever was wearing the boots was taking their time, maybe stopping to rest between steps. The left boot was definitely dragging more than the right, scraping slightly against each wooden step before moving up to the next one. I was completely terrified, but still couldn't move a muscle. My breathing started to get shallow and rapid, but I couldn't control it any more than I could control anything else about my body. I could feel sweat starting to build up on my forehead and under my arms, but I couldn't even wipe it away. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and paused. I could hear the floorboards settling under the weight, and I had this horrible mental image of someone standing there in the upstairs hallway, maybe looking around to decide which direction to go. The house was completely dark, but whoever was wearing the boots didn't seem to need any light to navigate. Thud, drag, thud, drag. The footsteps started moving down the hallway toward my room. The upstairs floors were wood like the stairs, but they made a different sound under the boots, less creaking, more of a dull thudding with that distinctive scraping noise from the left boot. As the footsteps got closer to my door, I became aware of something else. The air in my room was changing. It was getting thicker, heavier, like someone very large was taking up space nearby. I could feel a presence just outside my door. Something massive and solid that was definitely not supposed to be there. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. I lay there paralyzed, listening to complete silence, but somehow knowing with absolute certainty that someone was standing in the hallway just a few feet away from me. I couldn't see anything because the room was pitch black, but I could sense them there, could feel them listening. Maybe trying to decide whether to come into the room or move on. The silence lasted forever, or maybe just a few minutes. Time gets weird when you're that scared and can't move. But it felt like hours of lying there, knowing that someone or something was standing right outside my door, separated from me by just a thin piece of wood and a few feet of space. Then, gradually, I started to regain control of my body. It didn't happen all at once like the paralysis had started, but bit by bit, like someone was slowly reconnecting the wires between my brain and my muscles. First I could wiggle my fingers, then move my hands, then turn my head slightly. The moment I could move my arms, I pushed myself up to a sitting position and reached for the lamp next to the bed. My hands were shaking so badly I almost knocked it over, but I finally managed to find the switch and turn it on. The room flooded with yellow light, showing me exactly what I'd expected to see, my temporary bedroom, empty and normal, with the door still closed and no sign that anyone had been there. But I could still feel that presence in the hallway, still sense something massive and malevolent waiting just outside. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, listening for any sound from the hallway. Nothing. No footsteps, no creaking floorboards, no indication that anyone was moving around out there, just the normal sounds of the old house settling and the wind moving through the trees outside. Finally, I worked up the courage to get out of bed and check the hallway. I opened my bedroom door as quietly as possible, and peered out into the darkness. Nothing there, just the empty hallway with the other bedroom doors standing open exactly the way I'd left them. I crept to the top of the stairs and listened for any sounds from downstairs. Complete silence. Whatever I'd heard, or thought I'd heard, during the paralysis episode was over now. But when I looked down the stairs toward the kitchen, I could see a faint light coming from the back of the house. Not bright, just the dim glow you might get from a streetlight, or maybe the moon shining through a window. I didn't remember leaving any lights on downstairs, but I couldn't be sure. I went back to my room and sat on the edge of the bed, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to go downstairs and check on those boots, to prove to myself that they were still sitting harmlessly by the back door where I'd left them. But a bigger part of me was terrified of what I might find. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed with the lamp on, jumping at every sound the house made. I didn't sleep at all, just sat there waiting for morning and trying to convince myself that the whole thing had been some kind of vivid hallucination brought on by stress and sleeping in an unfamiliar place. When the sun finally came up, I immediately went downstairs to check on the boots. They weren't by the back door where I'd left them. They were sitting in the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, positioned side by side and pointing toward the stairs like someone had carefully placed them there. Not carelessly dropped or kicked aside, but deliberately arranged, with the toes pointing exactly toward the first step. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the muddy footprints leading from the back door, across the kitchen linoleum, through the front hall, and up the wooden stairs. Fresh prints that matched the tread pattern of those boots perfectly, stopping at the top of the stairs, right outside my bedroom door. I stared at those footprints for maybe 20 minutes, trying to come up with any rational explanation for how they could have gotten there. But there wasn't one. I'd been alone in the house all night. The doors were still locked from the inside, and the prints were too fresh and too detailed to have been there earlier without me noticing. I packed up my stuff and left that morning. I called my mum and told her I couldn't finish the job, that something had come up and I needed to get back to town immediately. I never told her what had really happened, just that I'd gotten uncomfortable staying in the house alone and thought it would be better to hire professionals to handle the rest of the estate. I've never been back to that farmhouse, and I don't ever plan to go back. I heard later that my mom ended up selling it to some developer who tore it down and built a subdivision on the land. I hope whoever lives there now never has to experience what I experienced that night. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in my own apartment, I hear footsteps in the hallway outside. Not the normal sounds of neighbors moving around, but that specific thud-drag rhythm that I'll never forget. And sometimes I look under my door and see shadows moving back and forth, like someone is pacing in the hallway, waiting for me to fall asleep so they can continue whatever they started that night at my uncle's house. I know it's probably just my imagination, just the lasting trauma from that terrifying experience. But I can't shake the feeling that those boots are still walking around somewhere, still making that horrible sound on floors I can't see, still climbing stairs I can't identify, still looking for someone to terrorize in the middle of the night. And sometimes I wonder if what I experienced that night wasn't just a one-time occurrence, but the beginning of something that's going to follow me for the rest of my life. Because those boots didn't just walk around that old farmhouse, they walked right into my nightmares, and I don't think they're ever going to leave. Story 6. I was probably 10 or 11 years old when I saw something in my grandparents' old grain silo that I still can't explain, and I'm 43 now. People always say that childhood memories get distorted over time, that your brain fills in details that weren't really there or exaggerates things that seemed scary when you were a kid. But I remember every single detail of that afternoon with perfect clarity, and what I saw was not something a child's imagination would create. My grandparents owned about 80 acres in central Kansas. mostly farmland, that they'd been working since the 1950s. By the time I was old enough to spend summers there, they'd scaled back their operation quite a bit. My grandfather was in his 70s and couldn't handle the heavy work anymore, but the property still had all the old farm buildings scattered around it. There were 3 or 4 barns in various states of repair, a couple of equipment sheds, a chicken coop that hadn't seen chickens in decades, and 2 grain silos that hadn't been used for storage in probably 10 years. The newer silo was silver metal and in decent shape, but it was boring. Just a tall cylinder with a ladder running up the side and nothing interesting inside. The old silo was a different story entirely. It was painted this faded green color that was chipping off in long strips, probably built sometime in the 30s or 40s, and it had been abandoned for so long that it had become a home for pigeons, bats, and whatever other creatures could find their way inside. The thing was maybe 30 feet tall and probably 12 feet across, with these metal reinforcement ribs running up the inside walls like the frame of a skeleton. The bottom had this big opening where grain used to be loaded out, and the top was partially open to the sky because some of the roof panels had blown off or rusted through over the years. It smelled terrible, like rust and bird droppings and something sweet and rotten that I could never identify. My cousin and I spent a lot of time exploring those old buildings during the summers when both our families would visit. He was about my age, maybe a year younger, and we were both at that stage where we thought we were brave and adventurous, but were actually just stupid kids who didn't understand how dangerous some of the places we went really were. The old silo was one of our favorite spots, partly because it felt forbidden and mysterious, and partly because it was a great place to throw rocks and make noise without adults hearing us. We'd found an old coffee can full of rusty bolts and metal scraps, and we'd spend hours throwing them at other cans or pieces of scrap metal, seeing who could make the loudest noise or hit the smallest target. The afternoon it happened was hot and humid, the kind of oppressive Kansas summer day where the air feels thick and heavy and you start sweating the moment you step outside. We'd been helping my grandmother with some yard work all morning, pulling weeds, picking tomatoes, the kind of boring tasks that adults always seem to have lined up for kids during summer vacation. And by early afternoon, we were desperate to find something more interesting to do. My cousin suggested we head out to the old silo and practice our aim with some of the scrap metal we'd collected. It wasn't the most exciting activity we could think of, but it was better than sitting around the house listening to my grandmother talk about her soap operas or my grandfather complain about the weather affecting his arthritis. We grabbed a couple of bottles of water from the kitchen and headed out across the property toward the cluster of old buildings. It was probably around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the sun was directly overhead, making everything look washed out and hazy. The grass was brown and crunchy under our feet, despite my grandfather's attempts to keep it watered, and the cicadas were making that high-pitched buzzing sound that seems to get louder the hotter it gets. The silo sat about 50 yards behind the largest barn, partially hidden by a grove of cottonwood trees that provided some blessed shade from the brutal sun. As we got closer, I could hear the familiar sound of pigeons cooing and rustling around inside, and the smell hit us from maybe 20 feet away, that mixture of rust, bird droppings, and decay that always made me slightly nauseated but somehow also fascinated. We'd set up our usual target practice area just outside the main opening of the silo. There were several old tin cans arranged on top of a piece of plywood, some rusty farm equipment parts scattered around that made good targets, and our coffee can full of bolts and metal scraps sitting within easy reach. The setup was perfect for an afternoon of mindless throwing and the satisfying ping of metal hitting metal. I went first, picking up a heavy bolt and taking aim at a Campbell's soup can that was perched on the far end of the plywood. The bolt sailed past it completely and clanged against the metal wall of the silo, sending up a small cloud of rust flakes and disturbing the pigeons enough that several of them took flight through the opening at the top. My cousin laughed at my terrible aim and picked up his own piece of ammunition, a bent nail about 3 inches long that he'd found the day before. He had better hand-eye coordination than I did, probably because he played more sports, and his throw connected with the soup can with a satisfying clang that sent it spinning off the plywood and onto the ground. We continued like this for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, taking turns throwing our collection of metal scraps at various targets, keeping score in the casual way that kids do when they're not really serious about competition, but still want to prove they're better than their cousin. The pigeons got used to the noise after a while and stopped flying away every time we hit something, though they continued their constant cooing and rustling from somewhere up in the dark interior of the silo. I was in the middle of lining up what I was sure would be a perfect shot at a small gear that my cousin had balanced on top of a fence post when he suddenly went completely silent beside me. Not just quiet. Silent in a way that made me immediately look over at him to see what was wrong. He was staring straight up into the silo, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Not fear exactly, but something deeper and more primal. The look you might get if you suddenly realized you were standing next to something incredibly dangerous without knowing how you'd gotten there. I followed his gaze upward, looking into the dim interior of the silo where the afternoon sunlight was filtering down through the holes in the roof, creating these shifting beams of dusty light that illuminated parts of the metal framework while leaving other areas in deep shadow. At first I didn't see anything unusual, just the familiar sight of the metal reinforcement ribs running up the circular walls, some old pigeon nests attached to the framework, and more bird droppings than I wanted to think about coating every surface. The smell was stronger when you looked up into the silo like that, and I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. Then I saw it. About 15 feet up the interior wall, clinging to the metal framework in a way that should have been impossible for any normal animal, was something that my brain couldn't immediately process. It was black, not brown or grey like you might expect from a raccoon or possum, but deep black like charcoal or tar. And it was long, maybe 3 or 4 feet from end to end, with a body that seemed too thin and stretched out to belong to any creature I'd ever seen before. But what made my stomach drop and my skin start crawling were the joints. This thing had too many of them, way too many for anything that should exist in the real world. I could see what looked like elbows or knees, 3, maybe 4 of them, positioned along its body in places where no animal should have joints, and they were bending in directions that were completely wrong, folding back on themselves in ways that made me feel sick just looking at them. The worst part was how it moved. Not quickly or frantically like you'd expect from an animal that had been startled by noise and human voices. It moved slowly, deliberately, each joint articulating independently in this fluid, unnatural way that reminded me of watching a spider, but wrong somehow, like someone had built a spider using instructions for something else entirely. The head, if that's what it was the most disturbing part of all. It wasn't round or elongated like a normal animal head. It was angular, shaped like a diamond that had been stretched and twisted until it was lopsided and asymmetrical. There were no eyes that I could see, no nose or mouth or any of the features you'd expect. Just this strange geometric shape, covered in the same deep black material as the rest of the creature, tilted down toward us like it was studying us or trying to figure out what we were. I don't know how long we stood there staring up at this thing. Probably only a few seconds, but it felt like hours. Time seemed to stretch out in that weird way it does when you're seeing something that your brain can't categorize or understand. I was aware of my heart beating faster, of sweat starting to build up on my forehead despite the shade, of this primitive part of my mind screaming that we needed to get away from this place immediately. The creature shifted slightly, one of its impossible joints rotating in a way that made my vision blur for a moment. It was still clinging to the metal framework, but now It seemed to be oriented more directly toward us, that strange diamond-shaped head angled down with what felt like focused attention. That's when we both snapped out of whatever trance we'd been in and realized we needed to run. I don't remember making the conscious decision to leave. One moment we were standing there frozen, staring up at something that shouldn't exist, and the next moment we were both moving, stumbling over each other in our panic to get away from the silo as quickly as possible. My cousin took off first, knocking into me as he turned toward the house. I lost my balance and stumbled backward, stepping on the coffee can full of bolts and sending metal scraps scattering across the ground with a loud clatter that seemed incredibly loud in the tense silence. I tried to run after him, but immediately tripped over one of the tin cans we'd been using for target practice. It went flying, bouncing off the side of the silo with a sound like a gunshot, and I went down hard on my hands and knees in the dirt. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a few seconds I couldn't do anything but kneel there, gasping and trying to get my lungs working again. My cousin had stopped when he heard me fall and was calling my name, but his voice sounded distant and panicky. I pushed myself back up to my feet, not bothering to brush the dirt off my hands or check if I was injured, and took off running toward where he was waiting for me. We ran all the way back to the house without stopping, stumbling over the uneven ground and practically falling through the screen door into my grandmother's kitchen. She took one look at us, dirty, sweating, and obviously terrified, and immediately wanted to know what had happened. But how do you explain something like that to an adult? How do you tell your grandmother that you saw a creature in her old grain silo that had too many joints and moved in ways that made you feel sick just remembering it? We were smart enough to know that we'd either be told we were making it up, or worse, that we'd be forbidden from exploring the old buildings anymore. So we made up some story about seeing a really big snake, which was believable enough that she didn't ask too many follow-up questions. Kansas has its share of snakes, and it would make sense for us to be scared enough by a large one to come running back to the house. She gave us some lemonade and told us to be more careful around the old buildings, then went back to whatever she'd been doing before we burst in. My cousin and I spent the rest of the afternoon sitting on the front porch, not talking much, both of us trying to process what we'd seen. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that thing clinging to the metal framework, those impossible joints bending in ways that made my brain hurt to think about. That night at dinner, I kept expecting my cousin to bring up what we'd seen, but he didn't mention it. When we were getting ready for bed, I asked him quietly if he thought we should tell one of the adults about what was in the silo. He looked at me like I was crazy and said we should just forget about it. He said it was probably just a weird-looking raccoon or possum, and that our eyes were playing tricks on us because we were looking up into the bright sunlight. But I could tell he didn't really believe that any more than I did. I barely slept that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd see that diamond-shaped head tilting down toward us, and I'd jerk awake with my heart pounding. I kept thinking about how wrong the whole thing had looked, how nothing about it had matched any animal I'd ever seen or learned about in school. The next morning, my cousin shook me awake before dawn and whispered that we needed to go back to the silo. Not because he wanted to see the creature again, but because he was convinced that in the full light of day, we'd be able to see that it was just some normal animal that had looked strange because of the shadows and our own fear. I absolutely did not want to go back there. Every instinct I had was screaming that we should stay as far away from that silo as possible, and that whatever we'd seen was something we were never supposed to encounter. But my cousin kept insisting that we needed to prove to ourselves that it was nothing supernatural or impossible, just a normal animal that we'd misidentified. Finally, I agreed to go with him, partly because I didn't want him to think I was a coward, and partly because I was starting to wonder if maybe he was right. Maybe it had been a raccoon or possum that just looked weird because of the angle and the lighting. Maybe our imaginations had filled in details that weren't really there. We snuck out of the house while the adults were still sleeping and made our way back across the property to the old silo. This time, we brought flashlights. The big, heavy kind that my grandfather used when he had to check on the livestock after dark. We figured that with proper lighting, we'd be able to see clearly what was actually inside the silo, and we'd either find a completely normal animal or nothing at all. The morning air was cooler and clearer than it had been the afternoon before, and everything looked different in the early sunlight. Less threatening, more mundane. The silo looked smaller and shabbier than I remembered, just an old piece of farm equipment that hadn't been maintained in years. We approached it cautiously, flashlights ready, both of us scanning the interior for any sign of movement. The pigeons were still there, cooing softly from their roosts high up near the damaged roof, but otherwise, the silo seemed empty and normal. My cousin went first, stepping closer to the opening and shining his flashlight up into the interior. The beam cut through the dim space, illuminating the metal framework and showing every detail of the walls with harsh clarity. Nothing there. No creature clinging to the metal ribs, no unusual shadows, no sign that anything out of the ordinary had ever been in that space. Just pigeons, rust, and years of accumulated bird droppings. I took my turn with the flashlight, methodically scanning every section of the interior walls, looking for anything that might explain what we'd seen the day before. But there was nothing. The silo was exactly what it appeared to be. An old, abandoned piece of farm equipment that had become a roost for local wildlife. We spent maybe 20 minutes searching, checking every corner and shadow, but found absolutely nothing that could account for our experience. Whatever we'd seen, or thought we'd seen, was gone without a trace. My cousin seemed satisfied that this proved his theory about misidentification and tricks of light. He was ready to head back to the house and forget the whole thing had ever happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the absence of evidence didn't mean evidence of absence. Just because the creature wasn't there now didn't mean it hadn't been there yesterday. As we were walking back toward the house, I looked over my shoulder one last time at the old green silo. For just a moment, I thought I saw something shift in the shadows near the top opening, but when I stopped and stared directly at it, there was nothing there but the usual pigeons and the morning breeze moving through the damaged roof. That was 33 years ago, and I've never seen anything like that creature since. My cousin and I never talked about it again after that morning search, and as the years passed, it became one of those childhood memories that you keep to yourself because you know other people would think you were making it up or remembering it wrong. But I know what I saw. I know that thing was real, whatever it was. I know it had too many joints that bent in impossible directions, and I know it was studying us with that strange geometric head in a way that felt intelligent and aware and completely alien. My grandparents sold the farm about 10 years ago, and the new owners tore down most of the old buildings to make room for a modern house and landscaping. But they kept the grain silos, converted the newer one into some kind of storage shed, and left the old green one standing because they thought it added character to the property. I drove by there once, about 5 years ago, when I was in Kansas for a work conference. The property looks completely different now. Manicured grass, decorative fencing, a big brick house where my grandparents' simple farmhouse used to stand. But that old silo is still there, faded and rusty and partially hidden by trees that have grown up around it. I sat in my rental car on the side of the road for maybe 10 minutes, staring at that silo and remembering that afternoon when I was 10 years old. Part of me wanted to get out of the car, walk over to it, and look inside one more time. But a bigger part of me was terrified of what I might see if I did. Because even now, all these years later, I can't look at that old green silo without scanning the interior walls for signs of movement. I can't see the metal framework without remembering those impossible joints bending in ways that still make me feel sick. And I can't think about that diamond-shaped head tilted down toward us without wondering if it's still in there somewhere, clinging to the shadows, waiting for the next curious children to come throwing rocks and making noise outside. Some things are better left alone. Some childhood memories should stay buried, and some creatures, if that's what it was, should never be seen by human eyes at all. But I saw it anyway, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. Story 7. I still get chills every time I drive past an old barn, and it's been almost a year since what happened at my grandmother's farm. I've told this story to maybe 3 people total, and every single one of them has looked at me like I'm either making it up or losing my mind. But I know what I saw that night, and I know that whatever walked into that barn wasn't the same person who came back out. My grandmother owns this old farm property about 45 minutes outside of town, maybe 60 acres of mostly unused land with a farmhouse that was probably built in the 1940s and a collection of outbuildings that haven't been properly maintained in decades. She doesn't really farm anymore, hasn't for probably 20 years, but she loves the property and refuses to sell it, despite my mum's constant suggestions that she move somewhere more practical. The main house sits on a small hill with a big wraparound porch that looks out over the property. And about 50 yards to the left, there's this old barn that's been falling apart for as long as I can remember. It's one of those traditional red barns, though the paint has faded to more of a rusty brown color, with a sliding door on the front that takes 2 people to move if you want to open it all the way. My grandmother uses it mostly for storage now. Old furniture, Christmas decorations, boxes of junk that she can't bring herself to throw away but doesn't want cluttering up the house. There's no electricity in there, and it smells like dust and motor oil and something musty that might be mold or might just be the smell of a building that's been slowly decaying for 30 years. Last fall, probably mid-October, I was up there with a group of friends for one of our regular card nights. My grandmother loves having young people around, and she's always telling us to invite more friends and stay as late as we want. She usually makes us dinner, then disappears into the house to watch her shows while we take over the porch with our poker game and too much beer. There were 5 of us that night. Me, my cousin, her boyfriend, our friend Jake, and this girl we'd all known since high school whose name I honestly can't remember now. We'd been playing 5-card stud for probably 3 hours, and it was getting close to 11 p.m. when my grandmother came out to check on us and mentioned that she was going to bed soon. She always does this thing where she brings out a trash bag and asks if we have any garbage we need to throw away before she turns in for the night. It's sweet, really, the way she takes care of us, even though we're all adults who should be capable of cleaning up after ourselves. We'd accumulated quite a bit of trash over the evening. Empty beer bottles, food wrappers, the paper plates from the sandwiches my grandmother had made us for dinner. Jake volunteered to take the bag out to the dumpster, which was typical for him. He was always the responsible one in our group, the guy who made sure everyone got home safe and helped clean up without being asked. Jake is not the kind of person who smiles much. I don't mean he's unfriendly or depressed or anything like that. He just has this naturally serious expression, like he's always thinking about something important. When he does smile, it's usually small and subtle, more of a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth than anything you'd really notice. So when he picked up that trash bag and started walking toward the barn, I didn't think anything of it. My grandmother's dumpster sits right next to the barn, maybe 20 feet from the sliding door. And Jake had made this trip dozens of times during our previous card nights. But for some reason that night, I felt like following him. Not for any particular reason. I wasn't suspicious or worried about anything. I was just feeling restless from sitting in the same chair for 3 hours, and I thought maybe I'd walk with him and get a little fresh air before we started the next hand. I got up from the card table and called out that I was going with him. The others barely looked up from their cards. My cousin was studying her hand like it contained the secrets of the universe, and her boyfriend was making some joke about her poker face that had our other friend laughing. Jake was maybe 30 feet ahead of me, walking at his normal pace, with the trash bag slung over his shoulder. The porch light provided enough illumination to see clearly, and there was a pretty decent moon that night, so visibility wasn't a problem. That's when it happened. Jake stopped walking and turned around to face me, and the expression on his face made my stomach drop immediately. He was smiling, but not the subtle, restrained smile I'd seen from him maybe a dozen times over the years we'd been friends. This was a huge grin, so wide it seemed to stretch from ear to ear, showing more teeth than any normal smile should show. But it wasn't just the size of the smile that made my skin crawl. There was something fundamentally wrong about it, something that my brain couldn't process properly. It didn't look like Jake's face making that expression. It looked like someone else wearing Jake's face like a mask, and the mask was slightly too small or positioned incorrectly. The smile didn't reach his eyes at all. His eyes looked exactly the same as they always did, serious, thoughtful, slightly tired from the long evening. But his mouth was stretched into this impossible grin that seemed completely disconnected from the rest of his features. I stopped walking and just stared at him, trying to figure out what was wrong with what I was seeing. Jake held that smile for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, looking directly at me with an intensity that made me incredibly uncomfortable. Then, without saying a word, he turned back toward the barn and continued walking. I should have said something. I should have called out to him, asked if he was okay, made some joke about the weird face he'd just made. But I was so confused and unsettled by what I'd seen that I couldn't think of anything to say. I just stood there watching him walk toward the barn, carrying that trash bag like nothing unusual had happened. Jake reached the barn and grabbed the handle of the sliding door with his free hand. The door is heavy and usually requires some effort to move, but he seemed to slide it open without any trouble. The interior of the barn was completely dark, not just dim, but pitch black in a way that seemed to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. Jake paused at the threshold for a moment, silhouetted against that impenetrable darkness. Then he stepped inside and disappeared from view. I waited for him to come back out. The dumpster was right there next to the barn. It should have taken him maybe 30 seconds to toss the bag and walk back outside. But 1 minute passed, then 2, and there was no sign of him. That's when I got the brilliant idea to play a practical joke on him. I jogged over to the barn and grabbed the sliding door handle, planning to close it most of the way, and then wait for Jake to realize he was trapped and start yelling to be let out. It was the kind of harmless prank that we were always playing on each other. Nothing malicious, just something to get a laugh, and maybe a little payback for all the times Jake had gotten me with similar jokes. I could hear my cousin laughing about something back on the porch as I slid the door closed until there was only about a 6-inch gap remaining. Just enough space for sound to carry, but not enough for Jake to squeeze through without sliding the door back open. Then I waited for him to start complaining about being locked in, but nothing happened. No shouting, no sound of Jake trying to push the door open, no indication that he was even aware of what I'd done. The barn was completely silent. After about 3 minutes of waiting, I started to feel bad about the prank. Maybe Jake was having trouble finding the dumpster in the dark, or maybe he'd tripped over something and hurt himself. The barn was filled with all kinds of old junk that could be dangerous if you couldn't see where you were going. I slid the door back open and called Jake's name into the darkness. No response. I called louder, loud enough that the others on the porch would definitely be able to hear me. Still nothing from inside the barn. That's when I started to get worried. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, then stepped into the barn to look for Jake. The smell hit me immediately. That familiar mixture of dust, old motor oil and decay, but stronger than usual, almost overwhelming. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating my grandmother's stored furniture and boxes, creating long shadows that seemed to move and shift as I swept the light back and forth. I called Jake's name again, more urgently this time. My voice echoed off the walls and ceiling, but there was no response, no sound of movement, no indication that anyone else was in that space with me. I spent maybe 5 minutes searching every corner of the barn. It's not that big, maybe 30 by 40 feet, and most of the floor space is taken up by furniture and storage boxes that are arranged in fairly organized rows. There aren't that many places where someone could hide, and definitely nowhere that someone could hide accidentally, but Jake was not in that barn. I checked behind every piece of furniture, looked inside the larger boxes that weren't sealed shut, even climbed up into the small loft area where my grandmother stores her Christmas decorations. Nothing. It was like he had vanished completely. The weird part was that I couldn't find the trash bag either. Jake had definitely been carrying it when he went into the barn, but it wasn't sitting by the dumpster outside, and it wasn't anywhere inside the barn that I could see. It was like both Jake and the trash had simply ceased to exist the moment they crossed that threshold. I was starting to panic by this point. I backed out of the barn and called toward the porch that I needed help, that something was wrong. My cousin and the others looked up from their card game with expressions of mild annoyance, probably thinking I was overreacting to some minor problem. But when I explained that Jake had gone into the barn and wasn't coming out, they got up from the table and came over to help search. My cousin brought a proper flashlight from the house, and her boyfriend had one of those tactical lights that put out an incredible amount of brightness. We spent another 10 minutes going through that barn systematically, checking every possible hiding spot, calling Jake's name, trying to figure out how someone could have disappeared from a closed building with only one exit. We found nothing. No Jake, no trash bag, no sign that anyone had been in there recently except for the footprints we'd made during our search. That's when my cousin's boyfriend called out from the porch. He was saying something about Jake, asking Jake what he was doing. I looked toward the house and saw Jake sitting on the porch steps, bent over like he was tying his shoe. I ran back to the porch, my mind racing to try to understand what had just happened. Jake looked up as I approached, and his face was completely normal. The same serious, slightly tired expression he'd had all evening. No trace of that horrible stretched smile I'd seen earlier. I asked him where he'd been, why he hadn't answered when we were calling for him in the barn. Jake looked at me with genuine confusion, like he had no idea what I was talking about. He said he'd never gone to the barn. He said he'd been sitting on the porch steps for the past several minutes, fixing a problem with his shoelace that had been bothering him all evening. He asked why we thought he'd been in the barn and why we all looked so freaked out. My cousin jumped in and started explaining what we'd seen, Jake taking the trash bag, walking toward the barn, me following him, all of us searching the barn when he didn't come back out. But Jake just kept shaking his head, insisting that none of that had happened. He seemed genuinely scared by our story, not like someone who was trying to pull an elaborate prank on us, but like someone who was hearing something disturbing and inexplicable. He kept asking us to describe exactly what we'd seen, and when I mentioned the smile he'd given me before entering the barn, he got this look of disgust on his face, like the idea of making that expression was physically repulsive to him. Jake said he remembered volunteering to take out the trash, but then his shoelace had come undone and he'd sat down on the porch steps to fix it. According to him, he'd been sitting there for at least 5 or 10 minutes working on a knot that wouldn't come loose, and he'd never gotten up from the steps until we came running back from the barn. But that was impossible. I had seen him take the trash bag. I had watched him walk toward the barn. I had seen that horrible smile, watched him open the sliding door and step into the darkness, unless it wasn't Jake at all. The thought hit me like a physical blow, making me actually stumble backward a step. What if the person I'd followed to the barn only looked like Jake? What if something had been wearing Jake's appearance, mimicking his walk and his movements well enough to fool me in the moonlight? But that was crazy. That was the kind of thing that happened in horror movies, not in real life on a farm in the middle of nowhere. People don't just get replaced by shapeshifters or doppelgangers or whatever you want to call them. Except that I knew what I'd seen. I knew that Jake had walked to that barn, and I knew that whatever had turned around to give me that unsettling smile hadn't really been Jake at all. The smile had been wrong in every possible way. Too wide, too disconnected from his eyes, too much like someone who had learned how to smile by reading about it in a book, rather than by actually experiencing happiness. We didn't talk about it much more that night. Jake was clearly disturbed by the whole story, and the rest of us were trying to process what had happened. We packed up the card game earlier than usual, and everyone went home feeling unsettled and confused. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about that smile. I couldn't get it out of my head. The way it had stretched Jake's mouth into an impossible shape, the way it had seemed completely separate from the rest of his facial expression. It haunted me during the day and kept me awake at night. This image of something wearing my friend's face like a costume that didn't quite fit properly. I tried to convince myself that there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe Jake was playing an elaborate prank on all of us, and he'd somehow snuck out of the barn while we were distracted. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized, and my memory of events wasn't as accurate as I thought. But none of those explanations felt right. Jake isn't the kind of person who would pull that sort of complex, disturbing prank, especially one that involved scaring his friends and making them think something genuinely frightening had happened to him. And I was completely sober that night. I'd only had one beer over the course of 3 hours, not nearly enough to affect my perception or memory. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that something had impersonated Jake long enough to lure me to that barn. Something that could mimic his appearance and his movements, but couldn't quite get his facial expressions right. Something that had wanted me to follow it into that dark space for reasons I didn't want to think about. But why had it disappeared when I locked the door? And where had the real Jake been while this was happening? Had he really been sitting on the porch steps the entire time, completely unaware that something was walking around wearing his face? I never found the trash bag. I went back to my grandmother's farm a few days later and searched the area around the barn, thinking maybe it had fallen out of the imposter's hands and rolled into some bushes or gotten caught on a fence post. But there was no sign of it anywhere. It had vanished just as completely as the thing that had been carrying it. I haven't been back to my grandmother's farm since that night. I keep making excuses when she invites me over, claiming I'm too busy with work or that I have other plans. She's starting to sound hurt when she calls, asking why I never visit anymore, but I can't bring myself to go back there, because I'm terrified that whatever I saw that night is still there, waiting in that barn. Maybe it's wearing Jake's face, or maybe it's learned to copy someone else by now. Maybe it's gotten better at mimicking human expressions, learned to make smiles that look more natural and less disturbing. Jake and I are still friends, but there's something different about our relationship now. Nothing dramatic or obvious. We still hang out, still joke around, still do all the things we did before. But sometimes when he smiles, even the normal small smiles that are completely characteristic of him, I catch myself studying his face, looking for any sign that the expression doesn't quite belong there. And sometimes, late at night when I'm having trouble sleeping, I wonder if the Jake who came back from the porch steps that night is really the same Jake who volunteered to take out the trash. What if the switch happened before I even noticed, and the thing I followed to the barn was just returning Jake to where he belonged after borrowing his appearance for whatever purpose it had in mind? What if my friend has been gone all along, and I'm the only one who knows it? I know how that sounds. I know it makes me seem paranoid and delusional, like someone who's watched too many science fiction movies and started believing in impossible things. But I also know what I saw that night. And I know that the smile Jake gave me before walking into that barn was not human. It was something else entirely. Something that had learned to wear a human face but hadn't quite figured out how to make it look right. And whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere, probably wearing someone else's appearance by now, practicing its expressions in mirrors and getting better at blending in with the rest of us. I just hope I never see it again. Story 8. I've been putting off writing about what happened in my farmhouse for the past 2 weeks, but I can't sleep properly anymore, and I think getting it all down might help me figure out what the hell is going on. Maybe someone reading this has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind, because right now I'm seriously questioning my own sanity. I moved into this little farmhouse about 3 weeks ago, just me and my old hunting dog Rex. He's a 12-year-old blue-tick coonhound that I've had since he was a puppy, and he's been with me through 2 divorces, 3 job changes, and more moves than I care to count. Rex isn't the nervous type. He's the kind of dog that will sleep through thunderstorms and ignore fireworks, the kind that would probably wag his tail at a burglar as long as they scratched behind his ears first. The farmhouse is nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom place built probably in the 1960s, sitting on about 5 acres of overgrown land about 20 minutes outside of town. The rent was cheap enough that I could afford it on my unemployment benefits while I looked for work, and the landlord seemed eager to get someone in there. It had been empty for almost 2 years, which should have been a red flag, but I was desperate, and the price was right. The place came furnished with the basics: a couch, a bed, a kitchen table, and this old console TV that looked like it was from the 80s. The TV was one of those big, heavy wooden cabinet models with fake wood grain and a screen that was maybe 25 inches diagonal. It worked fine, got decent reception for the basic channels, and the landlord said I was welcome to use it as long as I didn't damage it. Rex seemed to like the new place at first. He spent the first few days exploring the property, sniffing around the old chicken coop and the shed out back, marking his territory on every fence post and tree he could find. The house had this long hallway that connected the living room to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom, and Rex would patrol it several times a day like he was making his rounds. But on our 3rd night there, something changed. I was getting ready for bed, probably around 10:30 p.m., when Rex suddenly stopped dead in the hallway near the bathroom door. Not just paused, but completely frozen, with his ears up and his whole body tense like he was listening for something. His tail dropped down between his legs, and he started backing away from the bathroom with this look on his face that I'd never seen before. Rex has been hunting with me for years. He's faced down raccoons, possums, and even a small black bear once, without showing fear. But whatever he was sensing near that bathroom door had him genuinely terrified. He backed all the way into the living room and wouldn't go down that hallway again for the rest of the night. I checked the bathroom, of course, looked behind the shower curtain, opened all the cabinets, even checked the small linen closet. Nothing there except some old towels the previous tenant had left behind and a bar of soap that was probably 5 years old. The room was completely normal, just a basic farmhouse bathroom with a pedestal sink, an old toilet, and a bathtub with a shower head. But Rex wouldn't go near it. When I called him to come with me while I brushed my teeth, he sat at the end of the hallway and whined, looking at me like I was walking into danger. This from a dog that usually follows me everywhere, even into the bathroom. Around midnight, while I was lying in bed reading, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was a high-pitched whining sound like a young puppy crying for its mother. Not loud, but distinct, and unmistakably coming from the direction of the bathroom. The sound lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped completely. I sat up in bed and listened for it to happen again, but there was only silence. Rex was lying on the floor next to my bed, and he was still there, definitely not making any noise. But he was awake and alert, ears up, staring toward the bedroom door, like he'd heard it too. I got up and checked the bathroom again, even though I knew it was empty. Nothing there, just like before. But Rex refused to come with me, and when I tried to coax him down the hallway, he actually backed away and went to hide behind the couch. This wasn't like Rex at all. In 12 years, I'd never seen him act scared of anything in a house. Nervous about new places, sure, but not frightened to the point where he wouldn't follow me. Something was seriously wrong, but I had no idea what it could be. The next few days were more of the same. Rex would walk down the hallway during the day, but always quickly and with his ears back, like he was trying to get past something unpleasant. He refused to drink water from the bowl I'd put in the bathroom, even though that's where he'd been drinking since we moved in. And every night around midnight, I'd hear that same puppy whimpering sound coming from the bathroom area. I started leaving a light on in the hallway, thinking maybe Rex was just spooked by the darkness in an unfamiliar place. It didn't help. I tried rearranging the furniture, thinking maybe there was some weird shadow or reflection that was bothering him. Still nothing. After a week of this, I was starting to think maybe Rex was getting old and developing some kind of anxiety issue. Dogs can get dementia as they age, and maybe this was an early sign of cognitive decline. It would explain the sudden fear of a particular area of the house and the way he seemed to be reacting to things that weren't there. But then the TV started acting up. It was a Tuesday night, probably around 11 p.m., and I was winding down for bed. I'd been watching some cooking show on the Food Network, one of those competition programs where chefs have to make elaborate dishes with mystery ingredients. The show ended, and I clicked off the TV with the remote, set the remote down on the coffee table in front of the couch, and headed to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Rex, as usual, stayed in the living room while I went down the hallway. He'd taken to sleeping on the couch instead of in the bedroom with me, and I'd given up trying to convince him otherwise. As long as he was comfortable and not showing signs of illness, I figured it was okay to let him choose where he wanted to sleep. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and was just finishing up my nighttime routine when I heard the sound of the TV turning on. Not the click of someone pressing a button, but the distinctive electronic hum and the gradual brightening of the screen that old TVs make when they're warming up. I figured maybe I hadn't turned it off properly, or maybe the remote was malfunctioning and had turned the TV back on by itself. Old electronics can be finicky, and it wouldn't be the first time a remote control had acted up on me. But when I walked back into the living room, what I saw on the screen made me stop dead in my tracks. It wasn't the Food Network, it wasn't any of the channels I normally watched. Instead, the TV was showing what looked like an old crime drama from maybe the 70s or 80s. Black and white, or maybe just very faded color, with that grainy quality that old TV shows have. The volume was turned way down, so low that I could barely hear the dialogue, even though the room was completely quiet. The remote was sitting exactly where I'd left it on the coffee table, not moved, not even shifted slightly. It was in the precise position I remembered putting it, about 6 inches from the edge of the table, pointing toward the TV. I picked up the remote and looked at it, checking to see if any buttons were stuck, or if there was some malfunction that might have caused it to turn the TV back on. Everything seemed normal. The batteries were secure, the buttons moved normally, and there were no obvious signs of damage. I pressed the power button to turn the TV off, and it clicked off immediately like it was supposed to. The screen went dark, and the electronic hum faded away. I set the remote back down in the exact same spot and stared at the TV for a minute, waiting to see if it would turn itself back on. Nothing happened. The TV stayed off, the remote stayed where I'd put it, and everything seemed normal again. Rex was watching me from the couch, and he seemed calmer than he'd been in days. Not completely relaxed, but not showing the extreme fear that had been his constant state since our 3rd night in the house. Maybe the presence of the TV noise had somehow covered up whatever sound or vibration had been bothering him. I decided to just go to bed and not worry about it. Old TVs are notorious for having electrical problems, and it was entirely possible that there was some kind of short in the wiring that had caused it to turn on briefly. The fact that it had tuned to some random channel probably just meant that the last person to use it had been watching that station. But I couldn't get the image out of my head. The crime show had looked so old, older than anything I'd ever seen on regular broadcast TV, and there had been something unsettling about it, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. Maybe it was just the poor picture quality, or the way the volume had been turned down so low, like someone was trying to watch without being noticed. The next night, I decided to test it. I made sure to pay attention to exactly which channel I was watching when I turned the TV off, Channel 7, the local ABC affiliate, which had been showing the late-night news. I placed the remote in a specific position on the coffee table, even took a photo of it with my phone so I could be sure if it moved. Then I went through my bedtime routine, brushing my teeth and washing my face, taking my time and listening carefully for any sounds from the living room. Sure enough, about 5 minutes after I'd turned it off, I heard the TV come on again. I walked back to the living room and found the same thing as the night before. The TV was showing that old crime drama, volume turned way down, and the remote was in exactly the same position I'd left it. I checked the photo on my phone, and the remote hadn't moved even a millimeter. This time I paid closer attention to what was on the screen. It was definitely some kind of detective show, probably from the 70s, based on the clothing and hairstyles. The picture was in color, but so faded and washed out that it almost looked black and white. Two men in cheap suits were standing in what looked like a police station, talking to each other in voices too quiet for me to understand. But here's the thing that really bothered me. I couldn't identify the show. I've watched a lot of TV in my life, including plenty of old reruns on late-night cable channels. I know most of the classic detective shows from that era: Kojak, Columbo, The Streets of San Francisco, Beretta. This wasn't any of those. The production quality was different, cheaper somehow, like it had been made for local TV rather than a major network. And there was something off about the actors. They moved wrong, spoke wrong, like they were reading lines phonetically without understanding what the words meant. Their expressions never quite matched their dialogue, and they had this strange, stiff quality that made them seem more like mannequins than real people. I turned the TV off again and decided to stay in the living room for a while, reading a book and keeping an eye on both the TV and the remote. Rex had joined me on the couch, which was the most relaxed I'd seen him since we'd moved in. He actually curled up next to me and fell asleep, something he hadn't done since that first night when he'd gotten spooked by whatever was in the hallway. For 2 hours, nothing happened. The TV stayed off, the remote didn't move, and Rex slept peacefully beside me. I was starting to think maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, or that there really was just some electrical problem that only occurred under specific circumstances. Then, at exactly 1:30 a.m., the TV turned on again. Same crime show, same faded color, same barely audible volume. But this time, something was different. This time, one of the actors on screen was looking directly at me. Not at the camera like actors do when they're supposed to be addressing the audience. At me, specifically, like he could see through the TV screen into my living room. He was standing in that fake police station set, supposedly having a conversation with his partner, but his eyes were focused on something beyond the camera, something that corresponded exactly to where I was sitting on my couch. I stared back at him, feeling my skin crawl, as his gaze seemed to track my movements. When I shifted to the left, his eyes moved to the left. When I leaned forward, he seemed to lean forward slightly as well, like he was trying to get a better look at me. His lips were moving, like he was speaking dialogue in the scene, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was trying to communicate something else entirely, something meant just for me, something that had nothing to do with whatever crime drama script he was supposed to be following. I grabbed the remote and turned the TV off, my hands shaking slightly as I pressed the power button. The screen went dark immediately, cutting off that impossible connection between the actor and my living room. Rex had woken up when I moved suddenly, and he was looking at me with concern, like he could sense my fear. But he didn't seem afraid of the TV itself, which struck me as odd. If something supernatural was happening, wouldn't a dog be more sensitive to it than a human? I sat there for the rest of the night, dozing fitfully on the couch with Rex pressed against my side. The TV didn't turn on again, but I kept expecting it to, kept imagining that I could hear the electronic hum starting up or see the faint glow of the screen beginning to brighten. When morning came, I called the landlord and asked about the TV. I tried to phrase it casually, like I was just curious about where it had come from or what channels it was supposed to receive. He told me it had belonged to the previous tenant, an elderly man who'd lived in the house for about 15 years before moving to a nursing home. The landlord mentioned that the man had been pretty eccentric toward the end, spending most of his time watching old TV shows and complaining about programs that no one else could see. His family had thought he was developing dementia, but the landlord had always suspected it was just loneliness and too much time alone with nothing but television for company. After the man moved out, his family had left most of the furniture behind, including the TV. The landlord had considered getting rid of it, but it worked fine, and he figured it would be a selling point for potential renters who couldn't afford cable or streaming services. I asked if anyone else had rented the house since then, and he admitted that there had been 3 previous tenants over the past 2 years. All of them had broken their leases early, claiming the house had issues that made it uncomfortable to live there. He seemed embarrassed about this, like he was worried I might use it as an excuse to get out of my lease as well. That evening, I decided to try a different approach. Instead of turning the TV off and leaving the room, I would stay and watch whatever came on. If something supernatural was happening, maybe I needed to engage with it directly rather than running away. I watched the regular programming until about 11 p.m., then turned the TV off and settled back on the couch to wait. Rex curled up beside me, and for the first time in weeks, he seemed completely relaxed. No tension, no fearful glances toward the hallway, no reluctance to settle down for the night. At exactly 1:30 a.m., the TV turned on. Same crime show, same police station set, same 2 actors in cheap suits. But this time, I was ready for it. I watched carefully, trying to figure out what was so unsettling about the program and why it seemed to be broadcasting on a schedule that had nothing to do with normal TV programming. The dialogue was nonsensical, I realized. The actors were speaking English, but the sentences didn't connect to each other or form any coherent narrative. It was like someone had taken random lines from different scripts and shuffled them together, creating conversations that sounded almost normal until you actually listened to the content, and the actors themselves looked wrong in a way I couldn't quite define. Their movements were too mechanical, their expressions too forced, like they were being controlled by someone who understood the concept of human behavior, but had never actually been human themselves. But the most disturbing part was that they were all looking at me. Not just the one actor from the night before, but both of them, and occasionally other figures who moved through the background of the scene. They would go through the motions of their fake conversation, but their eyes remained fixed on my living room, tracking my movements with an intensity that made my skin crawl. One of the actors raised his hand and pointed directly at me. Not at the camera, not at some prop or other actor on the set, but at me specifically, sitting on my couch 20 feet away from an old TV that should have been displaying nothing but recorded images. That's when I understood. This wasn't a TV show at all. This was something else entirely, something that was using the television as a window, a way to see into my living room and watch me in return. I reached for the remote, but before I could turn the TV off, both actors began moving toward the camera. not walking toward it like they were approaching the edge of the set, but moving toward it like they were approaching the screen itself, getting larger and more detailed as they got closer to whatever barrier separated their world from mine. I fumbled with the remote, pressing the power button repeatedly, but nothing happened. The TV stayed on, and the actors kept getting closer, their faces filling more and more of the screen, until I could see details that shouldn't have been visible in the poor quality image. The texture of their skin, the individual hairs in their eyebrows, the way their pupils dilated as they focused on me. Rex suddenly jumped off the couch and ran toward the hallway, barking frantically. Not at the TV, but at something behind me, something I couldn't see. His bark was different from any sound I'd ever heard him make, higher pitched, more desperate, like a warning rather than an expression of aggression. I spun around to see what he was barking at, and in that moment of distraction, the TV finally turned off. When I looked back at the screen, it was dark and silent, showing nothing but my own reflection in the black glass. Rex was still barking, still focused on something in the hallway. I got up and followed him, turning on every light as I went. But there was nothing there, just the empty hallway, the bathroom door standing open, and the faint smell of something I couldn't identify. Something old and stale, like air that had been trapped in a closed room for years. Rex calmed down once I reached the bathroom and turned on the light. Whatever he'd been reacting to was gone, at least for now. But he stuck close to me for the rest of the night, following me back to the living room and positioning himself between me and the TV like he was standing guard. I unplugged the TV that night and pushed it into the corner, facing away from the couch. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a rational explanation for everything that had happened. But I couldn't bring myself to plug it back in, and I've been sleeping on the couch with Rex ever since. Neither of us comfortable enough to spend the night in the bedroom at the back of the house. It's been a week since that last incident, and nothing else has happened. The house feels normal during the day. Rex has stopped being afraid of the hallway, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe I was just having some kind of stress-induced breakdown from unemployment and the upheaval of moving to a new place. But every night at 1:30 a.m., I hear that same electronic hum from the corner where the unplugged TV sits. It only lasts a few seconds, and when I look over at it, the screen is always dark, and the power cord is still disconnected from the wall. I'm thinking about breaking my lease and finding somewhere else to live. The landlord won't be happy and I'll lose my deposit, but I don't think I can stay here much longer. There's something in this house, something that was here long before I moved in, and I don't think it's going to leave me alone just because I unplugged its favorite method of communication. Rex agrees with me. He's been sleeping with one eye open, watching that corner where the TV sits, waiting for something that we both hope never comes back. But I have the feeling it's not done with us yet. Story 9. I've been living out in the country for about 3 weeks now, and what happened to me last night has me seriously considering packing up and moving back to town. I know how this is going to sound, like I'm some city person who got spooked by rural life and started seeing things that weren't there. But I've lived in quiet places before, and I've never experienced anything like what I saw standing in my bedroom at 3 in the morning. The property I'm renting is about 15 miles outside of town, just a small house sitting on maybe 10 acres of mostly empty land. There's an old barn about 50 yards from the house that hasn't been used for anything in probably 20 years, and beyond that, it's just fields and woods stretching out in every direction. The nearest neighbor is at least a mile away, which is exactly the kind of isolation I was looking for when I decided to get out of the city. I'd been enjoying the quiet, honestly. After years of living with traffic noise and sirens and people shouting outside my windows at all hours, the countryside felt like a vacation. Sure, it took some getting used to, the complete darkness at night, the way sounds carry differently when there's nothing to absorb them, the constant background noise of insects and night animals that you don't notice in town. The coyotes were something new for me. I'd never lived anywhere with a real coyote population, and their howling at night was both fascinating and slightly unnerving. Not scary exactly, just this reminder that I was sharing the area with wild animals that could be anywhere in the darkness surrounding my house. They seemed to be most active around midnight, and I'd gotten into the habit of listening for them while I was getting ready for bed. The barn was another source of constant noise. The metal siding was loose in several places, and whenever the wind picked up, it would rattle and bang like someone was walking around the building and knocking on the walls. During the day, it was just background noise, but at night, when everything else was quiet, it sounded almost deliberate, like someone was out there circling the barn, testing each section of siding to see how much noise it would make. I'd been sleeping well for the first couple of weeks, better than I had in months, actually. The fresh air and the physical work of setting up the house had left me exhausted enough to fall asleep easily, despite the unfamiliar sounds. But this past week, something had changed. It started with this restless feeling that would hit me right as I was drifting off to sleep. Not anxiety exactly, more like that sensation you get when you've forgotten to do something important but can't remember what it is. I'd lie there feeling like I needed to get up and check on something, but I couldn't figure out what needed checking. The feeling got stronger each night. By the time last night rolled around, it was like having an itch in my brain that I couldn't scratch. This persistent voice telling me to get up, walk through the house, make sure everything was secure. Specifically, it kept telling me to check the back door, which was stupid because I'd already checked the back door. I checked it every night before bed as part of my routine, locked the deadbolt, made sure the chain was engaged, tested the handle to make sure it was secure. The back door was fine. It was always fine. But around 11:30 last night, lying in bed and listening to the coyotes starting their nightly chorus somewhere out in the woods, that voice in my head got more insistent. Not louder, but more urgent. Like whatever it wanted me to check on was becoming more important by the minute. I tried to ignore it. I was tired. I'd spent most of the day working on some repairs around the property, fixing a section of fence and clearing brush away from the house. My muscles were sore, my hands were scratched up from dealing with brambles, and I just wanted to sleep, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake with this overwhelming urge to get up and go check the back door. Not because I thought someone was trying to break in, not because I'd heard any unusual sounds, just because something deep in my brain was absolutely convinced that I needed to verify that the door was still locked. Around midnight, I finally gave in and got up to check it. The back door was fine, of course, locked, chain engaged, showing no signs that anyone had touched it since I'd locked it hours earlier. I stood there in the kitchen for maybe 5 minutes, listening to the wind rattling the barn siding and the distant sound of coyotes, waiting for that restless feeling to fade away. It didn't. If anything, checking the door seemed to make it worse. Now I was wide awake, standing in my dark kitchen in my underwear, feeling like an idiot for giving in to what was obviously just some kind of anxiety response to living in a new place. I went back to bed, but sleep was completely out of the question now. The voice in my head had moved on from the back door and was now insisting that I needed to check the windows, then the front door, then the back door again. It was like being trapped with the world's most persistent security guard who refused to believe that anything was actually secure. I spent the next 3 hours tossing and turning, fighting with my own brain about whether I needed to get up and patrol the house. The rational part of my mind knew this was ridiculous. I was in the middle of nowhere, the house was locked up tight, and there was no reason to think anyone or anything was trying to get inside. But the irrational part was getting louder and more demanding, making it impossible to relax. Around 3 a.m., I must have finally started to doze off, despite the internal argument. I was in that strange state between waking and sleeping, where you're aware of your surroundings, but your thoughts are starting to get weird and disconnected. I could still hear the wind outside and the occasional rattle from the barn, but it was all starting to fade into background noise. That's when something jolted me wide awake. I don't know what it was. Not a sound, not a movement, just this sudden, overwhelming certainty that something was wrong. You know that feeling when you're in a deep sleep and your body just snaps awake for no apparent reason? It was like that, but amplified by 100. Every instinct I had was screaming that there was immediate danger, that I needed to be alert and ready to react. I sat up in bed, my heart already pounding, and looked around the bedroom. The room was dark except for a faint glow from the window where moonlight was filtering through the curtains. Everything looked normal. My dresser against the far wall, the chair where I'd thrown my clothes, the open doorway leading to the hallway. But something was wrong. Something was different from how the room had looked when I'd gone to sleep. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but my brain was insisting that the familiar layout had changed somehow. That's when I saw it. There was someone standing next to my dresser. Not someone, something. The shape was roughly human, but wrong in ways that made my mind struggle to process what I was seeing. It was short, maybe 5 feet tall at most, and incredibly thin. Not just skinny, but narrow in a way that didn't look natural, like someone had taken a normal human silhouette and compressed it from the sides. The figure was pale, so pale it seemed to glow faintly in the darkness of the room. Not like it was giving off light, but like it was made of something that reflected light differently than normal matter. It reminded me of how old bones look under fluorescent lights. That weird, chalky luminescence that makes them seem almost translucent. But the most disturbing thing about it was the complete absence of features. Where there should have been a face, there was just smooth, blank surface. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just an oval of that same pale, glowing material. It was looking at me. I could feel its attention focused on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. But there was nothing to indicate how it was seeing me. The thing was standing perfectly still, positioned between my dresser and the wall, like it had been there for hours, just watching me sleep. Its arms hung at its sides, but something about the way they were positioned made me look more closely. The hands were different from the rest of it. While the body and head were that pale, luminous white, the hands were a deep, reddish color, like they'd been dipped in rust or dried blood. They were clenched into tight fists, knuckles prominent under what looked like skin that was too thin to properly cover the bones underneath. Those red hands were the most disturbing detail of all. They looked active, aggressive, like they were ready to grab or strike or do something violent. Everything else about the figure seemed passive, almost serene, but those clenched fists suggested something entirely different. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. My brain kept trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe the moonlight coming through the window was casting weird shadows. Maybe I was still half asleep and hallucinating. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, then opened them again, expecting the figure to have resolved into something normal. A coat hanging on the back of a chair, a pile of laundry, some perfectly ordinary object that had looked strange in the dim light. But it was still there, still standing in the exact same position, still radiating that sense of focused attention, still completely motionless, except for what might have been a slight shifting of those red, clenched hands. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe there was something wrong with my vision. When I looked again, the figure hadn't moved, but now I could see it in slightly better detail. The surface of its body had a texture that was almost like polished stone, smooth, but not quite reflective. And there was something about the way it stood that was subtly wrong. The proportions were off, like the limbs were slightly too long or positioned at angles that wouldn't be comfortable for a normal human. The worst part was the complete silence. This thing was standing 6 feet away from me, clearly solid enough to cast a shadow, but it wasn't making any sound at all. No breathing, no shifting of weight from foot to foot, no rustle of clothing. It was like looking at a statue that had somehow achieved perfect balance. I don't know how long we stared at each other, me sitting frozen in bed, it standing motionless by the dresser. Probably only 10 or 15 seconds, but it felt like hours. Time seemed to stretch out in that weird way it does when you're in a situation that your brain can't properly categorize. I was completely paralyzed, not physically, but mentally. Part of me wanted to jump up and run, part of me wanted to turn on the lights, part of me wanted to shout at it to get out of my house. But I couldn't do any of those things. I could only sit there and stare, taking in details that I didn't want to notice, like the way its feet seemed to be positioned slightly off the ground, as if it was hovering just barely above the floor. Or the way the air around it seemed slightly different, thicker somehow, like the presence of this thing was affecting the atmosphere in the room. Then, without any warning or transition, it was gone. Not like it walked away or faded out or dissolved. 1 second it was standing there, solid and undeniable, and the next second there was just empty space next to my dresser. No sound, no movement, no indication of how or where it had disappeared to. I sat there gasping, only then realizing that I'd been holding my breath almost the entire time. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was covered in cold sweat despite the fact that the night wasn't particularly warm. I reached over and turned on the bedside lamp, flooding the room with yellow light. Everything looked completely normal. My dresser, my clothes, the empty space where the figure had been standing. No sign that anything unusual had happened, no evidence that anyone or anything had been in the room with me, but I could still feel where it had been. The spot next to the dresser felt different somehow, like the air there was still disturbed by whatever had been occupying that space. When I got up and walked over to examine the area, I couldn't see anything unusual, but there was definitely something, a coolness maybe, or just a sense that something significant had happened in that exact location. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room with all the lights on, drinking coffee, and trying to convince myself that I'd been dreaming. But I know I wasn't asleep when it happened. I was wide awake, alert, completely conscious of my surroundings. What I saw was real, even if it was impossible. The sun came up around 6:30, and with daylight streaming through the windows, the whole experience started to feel less immediate. Not less real, but less pressing, like something that had happened in a different world that was only accessible in the dark. I made breakfast, took a shower, went through all the normal morning routines, trying to restore some sense of normalcy. But I kept finding myself looking toward the bedroom, half expecting to see that pale figure standing in the doorway, watching me with its non-existent eyes. Around noon, I decided to walk out to the barn and take a look around. I'd been meaning to explore it since I moved in, but I'd been too busy with other projects to spend much time out there. Now I was curious whether there might be some connection between the rattling siding that had been keeping me awake and whatever had appeared in my bedroom. The barn was exactly what I'd expected, old, mostly empty, filled with the kind of random junk that accumulates in farm buildings over decades. There were some rusty tools, piles of rotting wood, a few pieces of machinery that probably hadn't run since the 70s. Nothing that would explain a supernatural visitation, but as I was walking around the perimeter of the building, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the soft dirt near the side of the barn that faced my house, there were footprints. Small footprints, maybe size 6 or 7, with an odd shape that didn't look quite human. The heel was too narrow, the toes too pointed, and they were pressed unusually deep into the ground, like whatever made them was much heavier than its size would suggest. The prints led from the woods behind the barn to the side of the building closest to my house, where they stopped at a section of loose siding. Looking more closely, I could see that several pieces of metal had been bent outward, creating gaps large enough for something small to squeeze through. I followed the prints as far as I could, but they disappeared when they reached the gravel driveway between the barn and the house. Whatever had made them had approached the barn from the woods, spent some time near the building, and then apparently headed toward my house along a route that wouldn't leave tracks. Standing there looking at those footprints, I realized that the thing I'd seen in my bedroom hadn't just appeared out of nowhere. It had come from somewhere, probably spent time watching my house from the woods, maybe even been inside the barn before making its way to my bedroom. The thought of that pale, faceless figure lurking around my property for who knows how long, studying my routines, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself, made me feel sick to my stomach. How many nights had it been out there while I was going about my business, completely unaware that something was watching? I spent the afternoon making the house as secure as I could, checked every window lock, reinforced the door frames, even installed some motion sensor lights around the perimeter. Not that I thought normal security measures would be particularly effective against whatever I'd encountered, but it made me feel like I was doing something productive. As evening approached, I found myself dreading nightfall in a way I hadn't experienced since I was a child afraid of monsters under the bed. But this wasn't a childhood fear based on imagination. This was the knowledge that something real and inexplicable had been in my bedroom, standing close enough to touch me. And I had no idea what it wanted or whether it would come back. The coyotes started howling around 10 p.m. and the wind picked up enough to start rattling the barn siding again. All the familiar sounds that had become part of the background soundtrack of country living. But now they seemed ominous, like they might be covering up the approach of something I didn't want to encounter again. I'm writing this at 2:30 in the morning, sitting in my living room with every light in the house blazing. I keep looking toward the bedroom, half expecting to see that pale figure standing in the doorway, watching me with its smooth, featureless face. I don't know what I saw last night, or what it wanted, or whether it's still out there somewhere waiting for me to turn off the lights and go to sleep. All I know is that something came into my house, stood next to my bed while I was unconscious and vulnerable, and then disappeared without explanation, and I'm terrified it's going to come back. Story 10. I've never been able to explain what happened during the winter my grandfather was dying, and it's been 15 years since then. People always want to find logical reasons for the things we can't understand, especially when someone we love is slipping away and we're all emotionally messed up. But what I experienced during those final weeks wasn't grief playing tricks on my mind. It was something else entirely. Something that still makes me check empty rooms and listen for sounds that shouldn't be there. My grandfather had been in the hospital for about 3 weeks by that point in 2009. He'd had a stroke right before Thanksgiving, and while he'd survived it, the doctors weren't optimistic about his recovery. He was 84 years old, had been a chain smoker for 60 years, and his body just wasn't strong enough to bounce back from something that severe. The worst part was his cough. Even before the stroke, he'd had this terrible hacking cough that sounded like rocks rattling around in a tin can. It was the result of decades of cigarettes and working in dusty environments. And it had gotten so bad over the past few years that you could hear him coming from 3 rooms away. When he'd have a coughing fit, it would go on for minutes at a time. These harsh, scraping sounds that made everyone in the family wince. At the hospital, the cough had gotten even worse. The stroke had affected his ability to clear his throat properly, and the medications they had him on seemed to make everything more congested. Every time we visited, he'd be propped up in bed, having these violent coughing episodes that left him exhausted and barely able to speak. I was 16 at the time, a junior in high school, and I was having a really hard time dealing with the whole situation. My grandfather and I had always been close. He'd taught me how to fish, how to work with tools, how to fix things around the house. Seeing him lying in that hospital bed, connected to machines and struggling to breathe, was probably the first time I'd really understood that the adults in my life weren't going to live forever. My mum was spending most of her time at the hospital, taking care of all the medical decisions and paperwork that comes with having a family member in critical care. My dad was trying to keep up with his job, while also helping out with my grandfather's farm, making sure the animals were fed and the property was secure. I was mostly just trying to get through school and not think too much about what was happening. But our house felt different with my grandfather in the hospital. He'd been living with us for the past 5 years, ever since my grandmother died, and his presence had become such a normal part of our daily routine that his absence was like a hole in the fabric of everything familiar. His bedroom was on the second floor, right above the kitchen, and it still smelled like the Old Spice aftershave he'd worn every day and the menthol cough drops he was constantly sucking on. My mom had been keeping the room exactly the way he'd left it, changing the sheets once a week and dusting his furniture like he might come home any day and need everything to be perfect. The door to his room was one of those old wooden doors with a latch handle instead of a modern doorknob, the kind that requires you to actually lift the handle and push to get it to open. The wood had warped over the years, and it stuck so badly that you had to really put your shoulder into it to get it to budge. My grandfather had always complained about that door, but he'd never bothered to get it fixed. It was a Wednesday in early December when everything started. I remember it was a Wednesday because I had chemistry class that day, and I'd been dreading a test that I was completely unprepared for. It had been snowing since the night before, one of those heavy, wet snowfalls that makes everything look clean and peaceful, but also makes driving dangerous and gets you out of school early. I got home around 1:30 that afternoon, about 2 hours earlier than usual because they'd cancelled the last 2 periods due to the weather. My mum was still at the hospital, my dad was still at work, and I had the house to myself for the first time in weeks. The house was cold when I walked in. My dad had turned the heat down during the day to save money, and with the snow falling outside, it felt almost frigid inside. I cranked up the thermostat and went to the kitchen to make myself something to eat, planning to spend the afternoon working on homework and maybe watching some TV. I was standing at the kitchen counter making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich when I heard it. A cough coming from upstairs, that familiar, horrible, rattling cough that could only belong to one person. I stopped what I was doing and listened, thinking maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it was some sound from outside that my brain had interpreted as my grandfather's cough. But then it happened again, that distinctive hacking sound, followed by the wet, congested aftermath that I'd been hearing for years. It was coming from directly above me, from my grandfather's bedroom. My first thought was that maybe my mum had brought him home from the hospital without telling me. Maybe there had been some improvement in his condition. Maybe the doctors had decided he'd be more comfortable recovering at home. It would be just like my mum to want to surprise me with good news. I called out from the kitchen loud enough for him to hear me upstairs. The coughing stopped immediately, like someone had turned off a switch. The house went completely quiet, so quiet that I could hear the refrigerator humming and the snow hitting the windows. I waited for a response, for the sound of movement upstairs, for any indication that someone had heard me. Nothing. I called again, louder this time, using the nickname I'd called him since I was little. Still nothing. That's when I started to get worried. If he was home from the hospital, why wasn't he answering? Had something happened? Was he having another stroke? I dropped the sandwich I'd been making and ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. The upstairs hallway was dim and cold, and I could see that his bedroom door was closed, just like it had been for the past 3 weeks. I knocked on the door and called his name again. No response. I tried the door handle, but it was stuck the way it always was. I had to lift the handle and push with my shoulder to get it to open, and when it finally gave way, I stumbled into the room expecting to find my grandfather sitting on the bed, or maybe lying down resting. The room was empty. Not just empty of people, but empty in a way that felt wrong. The bed was perfectly made with the quilt my grandmother had sewn folded neatly at the foot. His clothes were still hanging in the closet, his books were still on the nightstand, but there was this quality to the air that made it seem like no one had been in there for a very long time. The silence was the worst part. Not just the absence of sound, but this heavy, oppressive quiet that seemed to press down on everything in the room. It was quieter than silence should be, if that makes any sense. Like the room was holding its breath. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, looking around and trying to figure out what I'd heard. The coughing had been so clear, so unmistakably my grandfather's voice. It had come from this exact spot, from this exact room. But there was no sign that anyone had been there. I checked the window to see if maybe someone outside could have made a similar sound, but the yard was empty except for the falling snow. I looked under the bed, in the closet, even behind the heavy dresser, thinking maybe there was some kind of animal that had gotten into the house. Nothing. Finally, I convinced myself that I must have been mistaken. Maybe the sound had come from somewhere else in the house, or maybe it had been something outside that the acoustics of the old house had made sound like it was coming from upstairs. I was stressed about my grandfather's condition, worried about the test I'd missed, and probably not thinking clearly. I closed the door and went back downstairs to finish making my sandwich. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The house felt different now, charged with some kind of tension that hadn't been there when I'd first come home. I found myself listening for sounds from upstairs, jumping every time the heat kicked on or the old wood floors creaked. Around 4 o'clock, my mum called to check on me and let me know she'd be staying at the hospital until at least 8 p.m. I almost told her about hearing the cough, but I stopped myself. She was already dealing with enough stress, and I didn't want to add to her worries with what was probably just my imagination. My dad got home around 6, covered in snow and exhausted from work. We had dinner together, and I helped him with some paperwork related to my grandfather's medical bills. Normal, everyday activities that should have made the house feel normal again. But around 7:30, while we were watching the news, our puppy started acting strange. He was a 6-month-old golden retriever mix that we'd gotten just a few months earlier, and he was usually the most playful, energetic dog you could imagine. But that evening, he suddenly stopped playing with his toys and started staring up at the ceiling with his head tilted like he was listening to something. Then he started whining. Not the normal whining he did when he wanted to go outside or wanted attention, but this low, continuous sound that seemed almost worried. His ears were up, his tail was down, and he kept looking between me and my dad like he wanted us to acknowledge whatever he was hearing. My dad noticed it too, and made some joke about the dog probably hearing mice in the walls. But I could tell he was a little unsettled by the behavior, especially when the puppy got up and walked to the bottom of the stairs, still whining and looking up toward the second floor. Around 8 o'clock, my mum came home from the hospital. She looked exhausted and sad, and when we asked about my grandfather's condition, she just shook her head and said the doctors weren't expecting any improvement. We were all sitting in the living room around 9 p.m., watching some mindless TV show and trying to pretend everything was normal when it happened again. The puppy, who had been lying quietly at my mum's feet, suddenly jumped up and started barking at the ceiling. Not playful barking, but aggressive, protective barking, like he was warning something away from us. At the same time, we heard it. All 3 of us, clear as day. Footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps walking across the floor of my grandfather's bedroom. We all froze, listening to the sound of someone moving around in the room directly above us. The footsteps weren't hurried or sneaky. They sounded like someone was just walking around normally, maybe looking for something or just moving from one side of the room to the other. My dad was the first to react. He got up from his chair and walked to the bottom of the stairs, the puppy right beside him, still barking and growling at whatever was upstairs. The footsteps stopped the moment my dad reached the stairs. He called up, asking if anyone was there, if someone had somehow gotten into the house. No response. He started up the stairs, and I followed him, despite every instinct telling me to stay downstairs. My mum came behind us, carrying the puppy who was still agitated and trying to bark. The upstairs hallway was dark and cold, and we could see that my grandfather's bedroom door was slightly open. Just a crack, maybe 2 or 3 inches, but definitely open when I knew I had closed it completely that afternoon. My dad approached the door cautiously and pushed it open all the way. The room was empty, just like it had been that afternoon, but this time something was different. The quilt that had been folded neatly at the foot of the bed was now spread out across the mattress, like someone had been lying on top of it. The indentation in the fabric was clear and unmistakable, the shape of a person who had been resting there, and the room was warm. Despite the fact that we kept the heat turned down in unused rooms, despite the fact that it was snowing outside and the rest of the upstairs was freezing, my grandfather's room was warm and comfortable, like someone had been living in it. My dad checked the closet, looked under the bed, even examined the windows to see if someone could have gotten in from outside. But the windows were locked, and there was no sign that anyone had disturbed anything in the room. The 3 of us stood there in the doorway, staring at that indentation in the quilt, trying to come up with some rational explanation for what we'd experienced. The puppy had calmed down, but was still whimpering softly, and he refused to enter the room, no matter how much we coaxed him. My mom was the one who finally said what we were all thinking. She whispered that maybe my grandfather was trying to come home, that maybe some part of him was already here, even though his body was still in the hospital. We didn't talk about it much more that night. My dad closed the door, and we all went to bed early, but I don't think any of us slept well. I kept listening for sounds from upstairs, and every creak or settling noise made my heart race. The next morning, my mum got a call from the hospital. My grandfather's condition had taken a turn for the worse during the night. His breathing had become more labored, and the doctors were saying it was probably a matter of days rather than weeks. Over the next 2 weeks, similar things kept happening. We'd hear his cough when the house was empty, find his bedroom door open when we knew it had been closed, discover that his bed looked like someone had been sleeping in it. The puppy never stopped reacting to something in that room, and none of us felt comfortable going up there alone. My grandfather passed away on a Tuesday morning in mid-December. I was at school when it happened, and my mum called to let me know that she and my dad were at the hospital taking care of the arrangements. She asked me to come straight home and wait for relatives who would be arriving for the funeral. When I got home that afternoon, the house felt different again, not charged with tension like it had been for the past few weeks, but empty in a more permanent way. Like whatever presence had been visiting us had finally moved on to wherever it needed to go. The puppy seemed to sense it too. He went upstairs and sniffed around my grandfather's room without showing any fear or agitation. The door opened normally when I tried it, and the room felt cold and unused, the way it should have felt all along. 3 days after the funeral, my cousin came to stay with us for a few days. He was my grandfather's youngest grandson, about my age, and he'd been taking the death pretty hard. On his second night at our house, he had a dream that he couldn't stop talking about the next morning. He said he'd dreamed that my grandfather was getting dressed for work, putting on the same flannel work shirt and denim overalls he'd worn every day when he was still farming. In the dream, my grandfather kept saying he was late for chores and couldn't find his wallet, the old brown leather wallet he'd carried for probably 40 years. My cousin described the dream in detail, how frustrated my grandfather had seemed, how he'd been searching through all his pockets and looking through dresser drawers, getting more and more agitated about being late and not having his wallet. The weird thing was, None of us had seen my grandfather's wallet since he'd gone to the hospital. It hadn't been with his personal effects, and we'd assumed it was somewhere in his room, though we'd never found it while going through his things. But that afternoon, while my dad and my cousin were cleaning out the old barn behind our house, they found it. The wallet was stuffed inside an old feed sack that had been sitting in the corner of the barn for who knows how long. Not just placed there, but actually pushed down into the bottom of the sack, like someone had been trying to hide it or store it safely. The weird part was that the barn had been locked for months. My grandfather hadn't been able to get out there since his health had started declining, and none of us had any reason to go into the barn during the winter. But somehow, his wallet had ended up there, in a place where he could have logically stored it if he'd been worried about keeping it safe. When my dad brought the wallet back to the house and opened it, everything was there. His driver's license, his social security card, $43 in cash, and a bunch of receipts and business cards that he'd collected over the years. Nothing missing, nothing damaged, just sitting there in the bottom of that feed sack like he'd put it there himself. My cousin was convinced that the dream had been my grandfather's way of letting us know where to find it, that he'd been trying to communicate something important about tying up loose ends before he could rest peacefully. I don't know if I believe that or not, but I do know that after we found the wallet, the strange experiences stopped completely. No more sounds from his room, no more doors opening by themselves, no more sense that someone was in the house when no one should have been there. Maybe my mom was right, and some part of my grandfather had been trying to come home during those final weeks in the hospital. Maybe he'd needed to take care of some unfinished business before he could let go. Or maybe we were all so stressed and grieved that we were interpreting normal house sounds and coincidences as something supernatural. But that afternoon, when I heard his cough coming from his empty bedroom, I know what I experienced. It was his voice, his distinctive sound, coming from the exact place where he should have been, if the world made sense the way we want it to. And sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet house, I still find myself listening for sounds that shouldn't be there, half hoping and half dreading that I might hear that familiar cough one more time. Story 11. I need to tell someone about what happened to me when I was 5 years old, because even 35 years later, I still can't sleep in complete darkness without thinking about that corner of my childhood bedroom and wondering if something is still watching me from the shadows. People always say that kids have overactive imaginations, that childhood fears are just a normal part of growing up, and that night terrors are nothing more than a developmental phase that most children outgrow naturally. But what happened to me wasn't just bad dreams or an overactive imagination. Something was in my room during those terrifying months when I was 5, something that could interact with the physical world in ways that left my family shaken and desperate for answers. It started in the late fall, when I just turned 5. I'd always been a pretty good sleeper before that. My parents used to brag about how easy I was as a baby, how I'd sleep through the night from an early age and rarely gave them trouble at bedtime. But sometime around October, everything changed. The first episode happened on a school night. I remember it was a school night because my mom had laid out my clothes for kindergarten the next morning, and I could see them hanging on the little chair next to my dresser when I woke up screaming. I don't remember the dream that caused it, just the absolute terror of waking up with my heart pounding and this overwhelming certainty that something was wrong, something was in the room with me that shouldn't be there. I screamed so loud that my parents came running from their bedroom down the hall, and when my dad flipped on the light, I was sitting up in bed, pointing at the corner near my closet, sobbing and shaking. The corner looked completely normal in the light, just the intersection of two walls with my toy box sitting underneath the window. But I knew something had been there moments before, something that had been watching me sleep, something that had wanted to hurt me in ways my 5-year-old brain couldn't articulate but could definitely sense. My parents did what any parents would do. They checked the closet, looked under the bed, examined the window to make sure it was locked, and tried to reassure me that it was just a nightmare. They sat with me until I calmed down, left the hallway light on, and eventually I fell back asleep. But it happened again 3 nights later. And then again the following week. Always the same pattern. I'd wake up screaming, always pointing at that same corner, always with the absolute conviction that something malevolent had been standing there watching me. The screaming was the worst part for my family. Not regular crying or whimpering, but these blood-curdling shrieks that could be heard throughout the entire house and probably next door as well. My mum said it sounded like someone was being murdered, and she'd come running down the hallway with her heart in her throat, convinced that something terrible was happening to me. After the 4th or 5th episode, my parents started taking me to doctors. First, our family pediatrician, who said it sounded like classic night terrors, and that I'd probably outgrow them within a few months. Then a child psychologist who suggested that maybe I was experiencing some kind of anxiety related to starting school or changes in our family routine. But the doctors couldn't explain why the episodes were always focused on that specific corner of my room, or why I consistently described seeing him, a presence that I could never adequately describe, but that felt absolutely real and threatening every single time. My parents tried everything they could think of. They rearranged my furniture so my bed faced away from the problematic corner. They got me a nightlight, then a bigger nightlight, then started leaving the overhead light on all night. They moved my toy box to different parts of the room, thinking maybe the shape of it in the darkness was triggering my fears. Nothing helped. If anything, the episodes were getting more frequent and more intense. I was waking up screaming 4 or 5 times a week, and my parents were exhausted from the constant disruption to their sleep and the stress of not knowing how to help me. The worst part was that I started to develop a fear of sleep itself. During the day, I'd think about bedtime with growing dread, knowing that as soon as I closed my eyes, I'd be vulnerable to whatever was lurking in that corner. I began fighting my parents about going to bed, begging them to let me sleep in their room or on the couch in the living room, anywhere except my own bedroom. Even naps became impossible. If I started to doze off during the day while watching TV or riding in the car, I'd jerk awake in a panic, looking around frantically to make sure I was safe. My mum said it broke her heart to see me so afraid of something that should have been natural and comforting. My aunt lived about 20 minutes away, and she'd been hearing about my night terrors from my mom during their regular phone conversations. She was my mum's younger sister, still single at the time, and she'd always had a special relationship with me. I adored her, and she was one of the few adults who seemed to take my fears seriously, rather than dismissing them as childish imagination. The night everything changed was a Friday in early December. I remember it was December because my mum had been talking about Christmas shopping and whether I'd be able to handle staying up late for Christmas Eve if I was still having sleep problems. It had been a particularly bad week for the night terrors. I'd had episodes on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights, and my parents were at their wits' end. My mum had called my aunt that afternoon, crying and asking if she could come spend the weekend with us. Not because they needed babysitting help, but because they thought maybe having another adult in the house might provide some comfort and support while they figured out what to do next. My aunt arrived around dinner time, and I was so excited to see her that I temporarily forgot about my dread of bedtime. We played games, watched some TV, and she read me stories before bed. For a little while, everything felt normal and safe. But around 11:30 that night, it happened again. I woke up from what felt like a deep sleep, instantly alert and terrified in the way that had become horribly familiar. The room was dark except for the nightlight plugged into the wall near the door, casting just enough light to make out the basic shapes of my furniture. And there, in that corner near my closet, something was standing. I couldn't see it clearly. It was more like a shadow that was darker than the surrounding darkness, a human-shaped absence of light that seemed to absorb what little illumination was in the room. But I could feel its attention focused on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl and my heart race. I tried to call for my parents, but only a strangled whimper came out. The presence in the corner seemed to shift slightly, moving closer to my bed, and that's when I found my voice and started screaming. Not words, just pure terror, expressed as loudly as my 5-year-old lungs could manage. The sound filled the room and echoed down the hallway, and I could hear my parents and my aunt scrambling to get out of bed and come to my aid. My aunt reached my room first, probably because she'd been staying in the guest room just across the hall. She burst through my door and immediately came to my bed, not bothering to turn on the lights first like my parents usually did. I was sitting up in bed, pointing at the corner and sobbing, trying to tell her that he was there, that he was going to get me. My aunt followed my gaze toward the corner, and I saw her body tense up like she was seeing something too. She climbed onto my bed to comfort me, positioning herself between me and whatever I was pointing at. I remember the weight of her body making the mattress dip as she settled next to me, and I immediately felt safer having her there as a barrier. That's when it happened. The entire bed suddenly jolted upward, like someone had grabbed the frame from underneath and lifted it about an inch off the floor before letting it drop back down. Not a gentle movement or a gradual settling, a sharp, violent motion that made both me and my aunt bounce slightly on the mattress. My aunt let out a startled gasp and grabbed onto the headboard to steady herself. The impact of the bed hitting the floor was loud enough that I'm sure my parents heard it from their room, a solid thump that reverberated through the house. But that wasn't the end of it. A few seconds later, it happened again. The same sudden lifting and dropping motion, even more forceful this time. My aunt actually lost her balance and had to catch herself from falling off the bed, and I could hear her breathing get rapid and shallow, like she was scared. My parents appeared in the doorway just as the bed jolted a third time. This time, the movement was so violent that some of my stuffed animals fell off the foot of the bed and onto the floor. My dad immediately turned on the overhead light, flooding the room with brightness. The moment the lights came on, everything stopped. The corner looked completely normal, my toy box sitting peacefully underneath the window with nothing unusual or threatening about it. But the atmosphere in the room felt charged, like the air after a thunderstorm, heavy with the residue of something that had just occurred. My aunt was white as a sheet, sitting on my bed with her hand still gripping the headboard and her eyes wide with shock. My parents stood in the doorway looking confused and frightened, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. I was still pointing at the corner and crying, but now my aunt wasn't dismissing my fears or trying to convince me that nothing was there. She was staring at the same spot with an expression that told me she'd experienced something too, something that had shaken her just as much as it had terrified me. My dad checked under the bed, thinking maybe something had fallen or shifted that could have caused the movement. But the bed frame was solid wood, heavy and stable, sitting on a level floor with nothing underneath it that could have made it move like that. They checked for earthquakes on the news the next morning, but there hadn't been any seismic activity in our area. My mom called our neighbors to ask if they'd felt anything unusual during the night, but no one else had experienced any kind of ground movement or structural shifting. The only explanation that made any sense was that someone or something had physically lifted and dropped my bed 3 times in a row, with enough force to nearly knock my aunt off the mattress and send my stuffed animals flying. After that night, my fear of sleep became absolutely overwhelming. I refused to go into my bedroom at all during the day, and at night I'd have complete meltdowns at the thought of being alone in there. My parents tried everything, sleeping in my room with me, moving me to their room, setting up a temporary bed in the living room, but nothing helped. I was afraid to close my eyes anywhere in the house, convinced that whatever had been in my corner was now free to follow me wherever I went. I'd catch myself staring at empty corners during the day, searching for signs of movement or shadow that didn't belong there. My parents were desperate. They'd consulted doctors, child psychologists, even had the house inspected for structural problems that might have caused the bed movement. Nothing provided answers or relief. That's when my mum remembered Miss Ruth. Miss Ruth was an elderly woman who lived about 6 blocks from our house, in a small cottage that was always surrounded by flowers and herb gardens. She was probably in her 70s, had been widowed for as long as anyone could remember, and was known throughout the neighborhood as someone who could help with problems that conventional solutions couldn't address. She wasn't a witch or anything dramatic like that. She was a devout churchgoer who taught Sunday school and organized the annual church bake sale. But she also had a reputation for being able to help with what people politely called difficult situations. Indeed, babies who wouldn't stop crying, houses that felt uncomfortable or unwelcoming, families who were experiencing problems that seemed to have no natural explanation. My mum was skeptical about consulting Miss Ruth, but she was also out of options. After weeks of sleepless nights and a 5-year-old who was becoming increasingly anxious and withdrawn, she was willing to try anything. Miss Ruth agreed to see me on a Saturday afternoon. I remember being nervous about meeting her, partly because I didn't understand what she was supposed to do, and partly because my parents seemed both hopeful and worried about the visit. Her house was exactly what you'd expect from an elderly church lady. Doilies on every surface, photos of family members covering the mantel, and the smell of fresh-baked cookies mixing with something herbal that I couldn't identify. Miss Ruth herself was tiny and soft-spoken, with grey hair pulled back in a neat bun, and hands that were always busy with some kind of needlework. She listened carefully, while my mum explained what had been happening. The night terrors, the consistent focus on that corner of my room, and especially what had occurred the night my aunt was there. Miss Ruth asked me a few gentle questions about what I'd been seeing and feeling, never making me feel like I was making things up or being silly. Then she asked if she could come to our house and take a look at my bedroom. That afternoon, Miss Ruth followed us home and spent about 20 minutes in my room by herself. She didn't tell us what she was doing in there, just asked us to wait downstairs while she had a look around and said a few prayers. When she came back downstairs, she was carrying a small bundle of what looked like dried herbs tied together with string. She told my parents that sometimes houses could hold on to difficult energies that were particularly troublesome for sensitive children, and that she believed she could help clear whatever was causing my problems. The ritual itself was surprisingly simple. Miss Ruth had me lie on the couch in our living room while she moved around me in a slow circle, holding that bundle of herbs and speaking in a voice too quiet for me to understand the words. It wasn't scary or dramatic. It felt more like having someone say a bedtime prayer over me, gentle and comforting. She waved the herb bundle over my head, my chest, and my arms and legs, all while continuing her quiet prayers or chants. The whole thing took maybe 15 minutes, and by the end of it, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. Miss Ruth told my parents that I should sleep in my own room that night, and that the problems wouldn't return. She was so confident, so matter-of-fact about it, that even my skeptical father seemed to believe her. And she was right. That night, I slept in my own bed for the first time in weeks, and I didn't have a single nightmare or episode. I woke up naturally in the morning, rested and calm, with no memory of bad dreams or frightening presences. The night terrors never came back. Not that week, not that month, never again. It was like Miss Ruth had flipped a switch and turned off whatever had been tormenting me for all those months. I slept normally from that point forward, like any other kid my age. I stopped being afraid of dark corners, stopped dreading bedtime, stopped scanning rooms for threatening shadows. Whatever had been in that corner of my bedroom was gone, and it stayed gone. But now, all these years later, I sometimes find myself thinking about what Miss Ruth actually did that day. What had she seen in my room during those 20 minutes she spent alone up there? What were those herbs she'd used, and what exactly had she said during her quiet prayers? And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed in my adult apartment, struggling with insomnia or stress, I catch myself looking at the dark corners of my bedroom and wondering if he is still out there somewhere. Not in my corner anymore, but maybe in someone else's house, standing in some other child's room, waiting and watching and getting ready to lift their bed off the floor, just to prove that he's real. Because whatever Miss Ruth did, it worked. But it didn't make me forget what I'd experienced, and it didn't erase the knowledge that there are things in this world that can interact with our physical reality in ways we don't understand. I never saw Miss Ruth again after that day. She passed away when I was in high school, and at her funeral, I heard stories from other families about children she'd helped, houses she'd cleared, problems she'd solved that doctors and therapists couldn't touch. I never found out what was really in my corner that night when I was 5, but I know it was real, and I know it was gone after Miss Ruth worked whatever magic she had. And I know that sometimes, in the moments between waking and sleeping, I still scan the dark corners of any room I'm in just to make sure they're empty. Because once you've seen something that shouldn't exist lift your bed off the floor, you never quite trust the shadows the same way again. Story 12. I've been thinking about writing this down for months now, but every time I sit down to try, I get this sick feeling in my stomach that takes me right back to that farmhouse in Kentucky and the sound of someone knocking on a porch where no one should have been able to stand. It happened 3 summers ago, and I still can't explain what we heard that night, or how something managed to get onto my aunt's front porch without using the steps that announce every visitor from 50 yards away. My aunt's farmhouse sits on about 40 acres of rolling Kentucky countryside, maybe an hour outside of Lexington. It's been in our family since the 1920s, passed down through 3 generations, and it shows every single one of its nearly 100 years of age. The floors creak with every step, the doors sag in their frames, and the screen doors have that particular warped quality that comes from decades of summer heat and winter cold. But the most distinctive feature of the house is the front porch. It's one of those old-fashioned wraparound porches that you see in movies about the rural South, except this one is built on stilts that raise it about 4 feet off the ground. The stilts are necessary because the house sits on a slight slope, and when it was built, elevating the porch was cheaper than leveling the ground. The only way to reach the porch is by climbing a set of wooden steps at the front of the house. These steps are probably original to the house, and they announce every visitor with a symphony of creaks, groans, and squeaks that can be heard from inside even when the TV is on. My cousin used to joke that it was impossible to sneak into the house because those steps would wake the dead, and he'd know from experience since he'd tried many times to slip in after curfew during high school. I'd been visiting my aunt's place regularly since I was a kid, usually spending a week or 2 there during the summer when my parents wanted a break and my aunt wanted some company. She'd never married, never had kids of her own, so having nieces and nephews around seemed to make her happy, and we loved the freedom of running around on all that land without neighbors complaining or traffic to worry about. The summer this happened, I was 26 and going through a rough patch in my life. I'd just gotten out of a long-term relationship, was between jobs, and needed somewhere quiet to figure out what I wanted to do next. My aunt had invited me to come stay as long as I needed, and I'd been there for about 2 weeks when my cousin and his 8-year-old son came to visit for a long weekend. My cousin is about 5 years younger than me, and we'd always gotten along well despite the age difference. His son was going through that phase where 8-year-olds think everything is an adventure, and he was excited about staying in the old farmhouse and hearing all the family stories that came with it. The dogs were another fixture of my aunt's property. She had 3 of them, 2 mutts of indeterminate breed and 1 beagle mix, and they served as an early warning system for anyone approaching the house. These dogs would bark at delivery trucks from a quarter-mile away, alert the entire neighborhood when a deer wandered too close to the garden, and generally make noise about anything and everything that moved within their territory. They were especially vocal at night. Every sound from the woods around the property would set off a chorus of barking that could last for 10 minutes at a time. Raccoons, possums, coyotes, even large birds landing in the yard would trigger their alarm system. It was something you learned to tune out if you wanted to sleep in that house. The weekend my cousin and his son visited was typical Kentucky summer weather, hot and humid during the day, cooling down just enough at night to make sleeping bearable if you had a fan running. My aunt had put my cousin in the guest bedroom upstairs, and his son had opted to sleep on an air mattress on the floor of my room downstairs because he thought it would be more fun than sleeping alone in an unfamiliar room. I didn't mind the company. The kid was well behaved and quiet, and honestly it was kind of nice to have someone else in the room. Old farmhouses make a lot of noise at night, settling sounds, wind rattling the windows, the various creaks and groans that come with aged wood and loose joints. Having another person there made the normal nighttime sounds seem less noticeable. Saturday night, we'd all stayed up later than usual. My aunt had made a big dinner. We'd played some cards on the front porch, and my cousin had told stories about his recent travels for work. It was one of those perfect summer evenings where time seems to slow down and you remember why you love spending time with family. My cousin's son had finally crashed around 10 p.m., exhausted from a day of exploring the property and playing with the dogs. I'd helped him set up the air mattress next to my bed, given him some extra pillows, and made sure he was comfortable. He fell asleep almost immediately, the way kids do when they've burned through all their energy. I stayed up a bit longer, lying in bed and scrolling through my phone, catching up on social media and reading articles I'd bookmarked earlier. The house had settled into its nighttime rhythm. My aunt had gone to bed around 11, my cousin was watching TV quietly upstairs, and the dogs had found their usual sleeping spots on the porch and in the yard. Around midnight, the house went completely quiet. My cousin had turned off his TV, my aunt's room was silent, and even the dogs had stopped their occasional shuffling and sighing. It was the kind of deep country quiet that city people never experience, where the absence of sound becomes almost tangible. I was just starting to feel sleepy when my phone showed 2:30 a.m. I'd been lying there for over an hour, drifting in and out of that state between waking and sleeping, when something pulled me completely alert. At first I couldn't identify what had woken me. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of my phone screen. My cousin's son was breathing steadily on the air mattress beside my bed, and everything seemed normal. Then I heard it. A slow, deliberate knocking sound coming from the direction of the front porch. Not the random sounds of the house settling or branches hitting the roof, but the unmistakable sound of knuckles or a fist striking wood. 3 measured knocks, with maybe 2 seconds between each one, then silence. I lay there listening, thinking maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it was some kind of echo from my cousin moving around upstairs. But the knocking came again, the same rhythm, the same deliberate pace, definitely coming from the front of the house. What made it immediately unsettling was the complete silence from the dogs. These animals barked at everything: delivery trucks, strangers walking on the road, raccoons getting into the garbage. But now, with someone apparently on the front porch knocking, they were completely quiet. Not just quiet, silent in a way that felt wrong. I'd been staying at this house for 2 weeks, and I'd never experienced the dogs being completely silent when there was any kind of activity around the property. Their silence was more alarming than the knocking itself. I sat up in bed and looked toward the window that faced the front yard. The curtains were drawn, but I could see around the edges, and there was enough moonlight to make out the basic shapes of the yard and the porch. I couldn't see any movement, couldn't make out any figure that might be responsible for the knocking. The sound came again, and this time it was louder, more insistent. Still the same pattern, 3 deliberate knocks, but with more force behind them, like someone was getting impatient about not receiving a response. That's when my cousin's son sat up on the air mattress. He didn't say anything at first, just sat up with that sudden alertness that kids get when they're startled awake. His eyes were wide, and he was looking in the same direction I was, toward the front of the house. I whispered his name, asking if he was okay, if the knocking had woken him up. He nodded and whispered back that someone was at the door, but in a voice that sounded scared rather than curious. We sat there in the dark, both of us listening, both of us staring toward the window. The knocking had stopped again, and the silence stretched out for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Long enough that I started to think maybe it had been some kind of coincidence, a branch falling, or something shifting in the wind that had just happened to sound like deliberate knocking. But then it started again, and this time there was no mistaking it for anything natural. The knocking was louder now, more aggressive, with shorter intervals between the strikes. It sounded like someone was demanding to be let in, like they were getting frustrated with being ignored. The rhythm was still deliberate, still clearly intentional, but there was an urgency to it that made my skin crawl. And still, the dogs remained completely silent. I got out of bed and crept toward the window, trying to get a better view of the front porch without making noise. My cousin's son followed me, staying close behind like he was scared to be alone even on the other side of the room. As I got closer to the window, I could hear the knocking more clearly. It was definitely coming from the front porch, and it was definitely the sound of something solid striking the wooden floor or maybe the front door. Each knock was precise and forceful, like someone using their knuckles or a small object to make as much noise as possible. But here's what made the whole thing impossible to explain. The front porch is elevated on those stilts I mentioned, and the only way to reach it is by climbing those creaky wooden steps. Those steps are so loud that you can hear someone coming up them from inside the house with all the windows closed. There's no way to approach the porch quietly, no way to climb those steps without announcing your presence to everyone within 100 yards. Yet someone was on the porch, knocking with increasing intensity, and we hadn't heard a single creak from the steps. I moved the curtain slightly and tried to peer out at the porch. The moonlight was bright enough to make out the basic structure, the railings, the roof supports, the general outline of the space. But I couldn't see anyone standing there, couldn't make out any figure that would account for the knocking. The knocking stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. It felt like whatever was out there was waiting, listening, maybe trying to determine if anyone inside the house was responding. That's when I felt it, a change in the air pressure inside the room. It was subtle but unmistakable, like when a thunderstorm is approaching and the atmosphere gets heavy and oppressive. My ears felt slightly plugged, like I was in an airplane that was changing altitude. My cousin's son felt it too. He grabbed onto my arm and whispered that something was wrong, that the air felt weird. His voice was shaky, and I could tell he was fighting not to cry. The pressure sensation lasted maybe 30 seconds, then gradually returned to normal. But the silence continued. Still no sound from the dogs, still no movement from upstairs where my cousin was sleeping. Still no normal nighttime sounds from outside. We stood by the window for probably 10 minutes, waiting for the knocking to resume or for some sign of movement on the porch. But nothing happened. Whatever had been out there seemed to have given up and moved on, leaving us with nothing but questions and the lingering fear that comes from experiencing something you can't explain. Eventually, I convinced my cousin's son to get back on the air mattress, though neither of us made any attempt to sleep. We just lay there in the dark, listening for any sound that might give us a clue about what had been happening on the front porch. Around 4 a.m., I heard my cousin get up to use the bathroom upstairs. His footsteps were clearly audible through the ceiling, and the bathroom door creaked when he opened it. All the normal sounds of someone moving around in an old house, sounds we'd been hearing all weekend. But we still hadn't heard those front steps creak, not once during the entire episode with the knocking. As dawn started to break, I finally felt brave enough to get up and look outside. The front yard looked completely normal, no sign that anyone had been there, no footprints in the dirt around the base of the porch steps, no indication that anything unusual had occurred. The dogs were lying in their usual spots, looking perfectly relaxed and content. When they saw me at the window, they wagged their tails and acted like nothing had happened. If they'd been disturbed by visitors during the night, they showed no signs of it. Around 7 a.m., my aunt got up and started making breakfast. She asked if we'd slept well, if the country quiet had been restful. I didn't know how to answer that question, so I just said we'd had an interesting night. My cousin came downstairs around 8, looking rested and cheerful. He mentioned that he'd slept like a baby, that the combination of fresh air and his aunt's comfortable beds had given him the best night's sleep he'd had in months. I asked if he'd heard anything unusual during the night, any sounds from outside, any activity around the house. He looked puzzled and said no. Everything had been perfectly quiet from his perspective. When my aunt heard me asking about nighttime sounds, she laughed and said the old house made all kinds of noises that took getting used to. She asked if the settling sounds had kept me awake, if I needed earplugs for the next night. I didn't know how to explain that what we'd heard wasn't the house settling. How do you tell someone that there had been deliberate knocking on their front porch, knocking that continued for nearly an hour, when that porch can only be reached by steps that announce every visitor? After breakfast, I walked around the entire perimeter of the house, looking for any explanation for what we'd experienced. The porch stilts were solid and sturdy, with no way to climb them from the outside. The front steps were the only access point, and they were in plain view of the yard, with nowhere to hide and approach. I examined the porch floor for any signs that someone had been standing there, scuff marks, dirt, anything that might indicate human presence. But the wooden boards were clean and undisturbed, covered only with the thin layer of dust and pollen that accumulates on outdoor surfaces. My cousin's son seemed to have recovered from the night's events, but he stayed close to the adults all day and didn't want to play outside by himself like he had been doing. When I asked him if he wanted to talk about what we'd heard, he just shook his head and said he didn't want to think about it anymore. That evening, my cousin and his son packed up to head home. As they were loading their car, my cousin mentioned that his son had told him about hearing someone knocking during the night, but he'd assumed it was just a kid's imagination, or maybe a nightmare. I almost told him the truth, that I'd heard it too, that it had been real and sustained and completely inexplicable, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way he dismissed it as imagination, or maybe I wasn't ready to deal with the implications of admitting that something impossible had happened. After they left, my aunt and I spent the evening on the front porch, the same porch where someone or something had been knocking less than 24 hours earlier. The dogs were back to their normal behavior, barking at every sound from the woods and alerting us to every car that passed on the distant road. I stayed at my aunt's house for another week after that, but I never heard the knocking again. The dogs remained vigilant. The front steps continued to announce every visitor with their symphony of creaks, and the house settled into its familiar nighttime rhythms. But I never felt completely comfortable on that front porch after dark. Every time I sat out there in the evening, I found myself listening for the sound of measured knocking, waiting for the dogs to go silent, anticipating that change in air pressure that had made the night feel so wrong. I never told my aunt about what happened that night, She loved that old farmhouse, had lived there peacefully for decades, and I didn't want to plant seeds of fear or doubt about the safety of her home. But sometimes I wonder if she's ever heard the knocking herself, ever experienced that impossible sound of someone demanding entry to a porch that no one should be able to reach. 3 summers later, I still can't explain what my cousin's son and I experienced that night. I've researched everything from settling foundations to acoustic phenomena, trying to find some rational explanation for sustained knocking sounds with no visible source. But I keep coming back to the same impossible facts. Someone was knocking on that porch for nearly an hour. The dogs who bark at everything remained completely silent. And there's no way to reach that porch without using steps that announce every visitor from a quarter mile away. Whatever was out there that night, it wasn't bound by the normal rules of how things work in the physical world, and that terrifies me more than any explanation I've been able to come up with. Story 13, Tatiti. I've lived in a lot of places since I left Maine 20 years ago, but I still can't sleep in any bedroom that has a window facing trees. Doesn't matter what kind of trees. Doesn't matter how well lit the area is. Doesn't matter how safe the neighborhood feels during the day. Something about looking out at branches and shadows in the darkness takes me right back to that old apple orchard and the thing I saw moving between those gnarled trees the night before my 7th birthday. My parents bought the farm property in rural Maine when I was 6 years old, sometime in the late spring of 1993. It was about 60 acres of mostly overgrown land with a farmhouse that had probably been built in the 1940s and a big red barn that looked like it had stepped right out of a postcard. My dad had some romantic notion about getting back to the land and raising his family away from the chaos of city life. And my mum went along with it because she thought it would be good for me to grow up with space to run around. The property had been owned by an elderly couple who'd farmed it for decades before they got too old to maintain it properly. By the time we moved in, most of the land had gone back to wild grass and weeds. The barn was full of old equipment that didn't work anymore, and there was this apple orchard behind the house that looked like something out of a fairy tale. Not a good fairy tale, though. The kind where children get lost and terrible things happen in the woods. The orchard had maybe 30 or 40 apple trees arranged in rough rows, but they hadn't been pruned or cared for in probably 20 years. The branches had grown wild and twisted, creating these dense, tangled masses that blocked out most of the sunlight even during the day. Some of the trees had died and were just standing there like skeletons, their bare branches reaching out at weird angles like they were trying to grab onto something. The grass between the trees was long and unkempt, full of fallen apples that had rotted and turned brown, giving off this sweet, sickly smell that attracted clouds of flies and bees. The whole area had this neglected, slightly menacing quality that made me uncomfortable from the moment I first saw it. But what really bothered me about the orchard was how it felt when you looked at it. Even during bright daylight, there was something about those twisted trees and the shadows they cast that made me feel like I was being watched. Not by anything specific that I could see, just this constant sensation that eyes were on me whenever I was anywhere near that part of the property. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of the farmhouse, and the window looked out directly over the orchard. During the day it was fine. I could see the red barn beyond the trees, the field where my dad planned to plant vegetables, the dirt road that led back to the main highway. But at night, when the apple trees turned into black silhouettes against the sky, I couldn't bear to look out that window. It wasn't just that the trees looked scary in the dark, though they definitely did. It was that feeling of being observed, multiplied by 100. Like whatever had been watching me during the day was still there after sunset, but now it was hidden in the shadows where I couldn't see it watching back. The nightmares started within the first month after we moved in. They were always basically the same, I'd be lying in bed, either asleep in the dream or just trying to fall asleep, when I'd become aware that something was outside the house trying to get in. Not through the doors like a normal person would, but around the edges of the windows, like it was trying to squeeze through the tiny gaps between the window frame and the house. In the dreams, this thing was tall and thin, so thin that it could flatten itself enough to slip through cracks that shouldn't have been big enough for anything larger than a mouse. I could never see it clearly, just this dark, elongated shape that moved in ways that didn't look natural, flowing like liquid but maintaining a roughly human form. The worst part of the dreams was the sound it made while trying to get inside. Not scratching or clawing, but this soft, persistent rustling noise, like leaves blowing against glass or paper being crumpled very slowly. It would go on for what felt like hours in the dream, this thing methodically working its way around every window in the house, testing each one for weakness, looking for a way to slip inside. I'd wake up screaming, absolutely convinced that something was still outside my bedroom window, still trying to find a way in. My parents would come running, turn on all the lights, check the windows and doors, and try to reassure me that it was just a bad dream. But it took me a long time to calm down each time, because the feeling of being hunted, of something actively trying to reach me, was so vivid and real. The nightmares happened maybe 2 or 3 times a week during that first summer, and they were so consistent in their details that I started to dread going to sleep. I'd lie in bed staring at my bedroom window, watching the curtains for any sign of movement, listening for that soft rustling sound that meant something was testing the barriers between outside and inside. But it wasn't just the nightmares that made the orchard feel wrong. Our dog started acting strange almost as soon as we moved to the property. He was a German Shepherd mix named Bear, about 3 years old, and he'd always been a pretty normal, well-adjusted dog in our previous house. But something about that apple orchard made him nervous in a way I'd never seen before. Every night after dinner, Bear would go outside and start walking in circles around the perimeter of the orchard. Not just casual wandering, but deliberate, methodical circles, like he was patrolling or keeping watch over something. He'd walk the same route every single night, along the edge where the mowed grass around the house met the wild grass under the apple trees. Over the weeks, his nightly patrol wore a visible path in the ground, a dirt track maybe 18 inches wide, that marked the exact boundary between the maintained part of our property and the abandoned orchard. He'd walk that circle for hours, sometimes until well after midnight, and we could see him from the kitchen window making his rounds like a guard dog. But here's what was really strange about Bear's behavior. He would never set foot inside the orchard itself. He'd walk right up to the edge, where the first apple trees cast their shadows on the grass, and then stop, like he'd hit an invisible wall. He'd pace back and forth along that boundary, whining and sometimes barking at something deeper in the trees, but he would never take a single step past that line he'd worn in the grass. It was like there was an electric fence around the orchard that only the dog could sense, something that kept him out, but also kept him agitated and alert. Whatever he was responding to in those trees, it was strong enough to override his natural curiosity and his loyalty to my dad, who sometimes tried to call him deeper into the property to help with yard work. My parents thought it was just the dog getting used to a new environment, maybe reacting to the scent of wild animals that lived in the orchard. But I could see Bear from my bedroom window during his nightly patrols, and the way he moved wasn't like a dog investigating interesting smells. It was like a dog guarding against something he was afraid of, something he couldn't chase away but felt compelled to monitor. The summer passed, and while the nightmares continued and Bear kept up his strange patrol routine, nothing particularly dramatic happened. I learned to live with the fear of my bedroom window, developed strategies for falling asleep without looking toward the orchard, and gradually adapted to the weird atmosphere that seemed to hang over that part of our property. But as fall approached and my 7th birthday got closer, something changed. The feeling of being watched became stronger, more persistent, and I started having the unsettling sensation that whatever lived in the orchard was getting bolder, more interested in the house and the people inside it. The nightmares became more vivid and frequent. Instead of just the thing trying to get in through the window cracks, I started dreaming about it actually succeeding, slipping inside the house like smoke and standing at the foot of my bed, watching me sleep. In these dreams, I could never move or call out, could only lie there paralyzed while this tall, thin shadow loomed over me. Bear's behavior escalated too. Instead of just pacing around the orchard perimeter, he started barking more aggressively at the trees, sometimes for hours at a time. My parents tried bringing him inside at night, but he would just stand at the kitchen window, whining and scratching at the glass, desperate to get back outside and resume his patrol. One evening in late October, about a week before my birthday, my dad decided he'd had enough of Bear's strange behavior and was going to investigate the orchard himself to see what was causing such a reaction. I begged him not to go out there after dark. I couldn't articulate why, couldn't explain the dread I felt whenever I thought about anyone from our family entering that tangle of twisted apple trees, but I was genuinely terrified at the thought of my dad disappearing into those shadows. He just laughed and said he was going to solve the mystery once and for all. Maybe there was a family of raccoons living in the trees, or maybe the scent of some other animal was making Bear territorial. Either way, he was going to figure out what was going on and put an end to the nightly disturbances. He grabbed a flashlight and headed out the back door around 9 p.m., with Bear immediately falling into step beside him. I watched from my bedroom window as they walked toward the orchard, the beam of my dad's flashlight cutting through the darkness between the apple trees. They were gone for maybe 20 minutes. 20 minutes that felt like hours as I stood at my window, straining to see the glow of the flashlight moving among the trees, listening for sounds of my dad calling out or Bear barking at whatever they'd discovered. When they finally emerged from the orchard, both my dad and Bear looked shaken in a way I'd never seen before. My dad's face was pale when he came back into the house, and Bear immediately went to his favorite spot under the kitchen table, where he stayed for the rest of the evening instead of resuming his usual patrol. I asked my dad what they'd found in the orchard, what had been making Bear so agitated all these months. He said there was nothing there, just old trees and rotting apples, nothing that should have been bothering the dog. But the way he said it, and the way he kept glancing toward the window that faced the apple trees, made it clear that something had happened out there that he didn't want to talk about. That night, I had the worst nightmare yet. In the dream, the thing from the orchard had finally found a way into the house. Not through the window cracks this time, but by somehow flowing under my bedroom door like water, reforming into its tall, thin shape once it was inside my room. It stood at the foot of my bed, not moving, just watching me with what I somehow knew were eyes, even though I couldn't see them in its shadowy form. I tried to scream, tried to move, tried to call for my parents, but I was completely paralyzed, unable to do anything but lie there while this presence loomed over me. Then, in the dream, it started to lean forward, bending at an impossible angle, reaching toward me with arms that stretched longer and longer until I was sure it was going to touch me. I woke up screaming, as usual, but this time something was different. This time, when my parents came running and turned on the lights, I could see that my bedroom window was open, not just unlocked, but open about 6 inches, letting in the cold October air and the smell of rotting apples from the orchard. I know I hadn't opened that window. I hadn't touched it in months, hadn't even gotten close enough to look out of it after dark since we'd moved to the house. My parents said maybe the latch was loose, maybe the wind had blown it open, but the night had been completely still. And when my dad went to close the window, he paused and stared out at the orchard for a long moment, like he was seeing something that concerned him. When I asked what he was looking at, he just shook his head and pulled the curtains closed, saying we should all go back to sleep. But I couldn't sleep for the rest of that night. I lay in bed listening to every sound the old house made, every creak of settling wood and whisper of wind in the trees, convinced that something had tried to get into my room through that open window and might try again. The next morning at breakfast, I asked my parents if we could move my bedroom to a different part of the house, somewhere that didn't face the orchard. I couldn't explain why without sounding crazy, couldn't tell them about the constant feeling of being watched, or the certainty that something in those apple trees wanted to get inside our house. My mum said maybe we could rearrange things after the holidays, but that for now I needed to try to be brave and remember that bad dreams couldn't hurt me. Easy for her to say. She didn't have to sleep in a room that faced those twisted trees, didn't have to feel whatever was out there pressing against the barriers between inside and outside. That evening, I made a decision. I was going to stay awake all night, keep watch at my bedroom window, and see if I could figure out what was really happening in the orchard. If something was out there trying to get into the house, I wanted to see it clearly, instead of just catching glimpses in nightmares. I pretended to go to sleep at my normal bedtime, but once my parents had said goodnight and gone to their own room, I crept over to the window and positioned myself where I could see out into the orchard without being visible from outside. The apple trees looked like a wall of black shadows under the overcast sky, their twisted branches creating shapes that seemed to shift and move even though there was no wind. Bear had resumed his nightly patrol, and I could see him pacing along his worn path at the edge of the orchard, occasionally stopping to stare intently at something deeper in the trees. For the first hour, nothing unusual happened. Just Bear making his rounds, the normal sounds of a rural night, the faint rustling of leaves and grass. I was starting to think maybe I really had been letting my imagination run wild. Maybe all the fear and dread I'd been feeling were just the result of too many scary dreams and an overactive childhood mind. Then, around midnight, Bear stopped pacing and stood perfectly still at the point where his patrol path came closest to my bedroom window. His ears were up, his body tense, and he was staring directly into the center of the orchard like he'd spotted something specific. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness between the apple trees, trying to see what had captured his attention. At first, I couldn't make out anything unusual, just the same twisted shadows and dense undergrowth that had been there all along. But then something moved. Not the random swaying of branches or the scurrying of a small animal, but deliberate, purposeful movement. Something tall and thin was making its way between the apple trees, weaving through the tangled branches with an ease that suggested it knew this terrain very well. As it got closer to the edge of the orchard, I could see it more clearly. It was definitely tall, probably 7 or 8 feet, and so thin that it looked like it could slip between trees that should have been too close together for anything that size. It moved in a way that didn't look quite human, too fluid, too graceful, like it was floating just above the ground rather than walking on it. And it was coming directly toward the house. Bear saw it too. He started backing away from his patrol path, whining and growling, but he didn't run. Instead, he positioned himself between the approaching figure and the house, like he was preparing to defend our family, even though he was clearly terrified. The thing, and I knew now that it was definitely a thing, not a person or an animal or anything that belonged in the normal world, reached the edge of the orchard and stopped. It stood just inside the tree line, maybe 50 feet from my window, and I could feel its attention focused on the house with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I couldn't make out details of its face or body in the darkness, but I could see its general shape clearly enough to know that it wasn't human. Too tall, too thin, too fluid in the way it moved. And there was something about the way it held itself that suggested it was studying the house, examining it, looking for weaknesses. Bear was still growling, still holding his defensive position, but the thing seemed to ignore him completely. Its attention was fixed on the house, and specifically, I realized, with a chill of terror, on my bedroom window. It was looking directly at me. I know it was looking at me, even though I couldn't see its eyes, couldn't make out the details of its face in the shadows, but I could feel its gaze like a physical weight pressing against me through the glass, examining me with the same careful attention it had been giving to the house. I wanted to run, wanted to scream for my parents, wanted to hide under my bed and pretend none of this was happening. But I was frozen in place, unable to move or look away, trapped in this impossible staring contest with something that shouldn't have existed. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Me at the window, the thing at the edge of the orchard, Bear positioned between us like a barrier. The air felt thick and oppressive, like the moment before a thunderstorm, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then, without any warning or transition, the thing simply wasn't there anymore. Not like it had walked away or melted back into the shadows, but like it had just ceased to exist in that spot. One moment I was staring at this tall, thin figure at the edge of the apple trees, and the next moment I was staring at empty space. Bear seemed to sense that whatever he'd been guarding against was gone. His posture relaxed, and he resumed his normal patrol pattern, though he kept glancing toward the spot where the thing had been standing. I stayed at the window for another hour, watching and waiting for any sign that the figure might return. But the orchard had returned to its normal state of twisted shadows and rustling leaves, and eventually I crept back to my bed, though I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried to tell my parents what I'd seen, but I could tell they thought it was just another nightmare, another product of an anxious child's imagination. How do you explain to adults that you've seen something impossible, something that violates everything they think they know about how the world works? My dad did walk out to the orchard that morning to check for any signs of an intruder, footprints, broken branches, anything that might explain what I thought I'd witnessed. But he found nothing unusual, just the same rotting apples and overgrown grass that had been there all along. We moved away from that farm the following spring. My dad's dream of rural life had been complicated by practical realities like long commutes and expensive property maintenance, and my mom was tired of feeling isolated from her friends and family. I never told them that one of the reasons I was relieved to leave was because I couldn't stand living so close to that orchard anymore. But even now, 20 years later, I sometimes think about that tall, thin figure standing at the edge of the apple trees, studying our house with patient, inhuman attention. I think about what it wanted, why it had been drawn to our property, and what might have happened if Bear hadn't been there to stand guard every night. I went back to visit that area a few years ago, curious to see how the property looked after all these years. The farmhouse had been torn down and replaced with a modern split level. The barn had been converted into a garage, and most of the overgrown fields had been turned into a neat suburban lawn. But the apple orchard was still there, still wild and tangled, still giving off that sense of wrongness that had bothered me as a child. The new owners had left it completely alone, and standing at the edge of it, I felt that same sensation of being watched from the shadows. A neighbor who was working in his yard saw me looking at the trees and came over to chat. When I mentioned that I'd lived there as a child, he nodded and said the orchard gave everyone in the neighborhood the creeps. He told me that the current owners of the property never went near those apple trees, that their dog refused to walk anywhere near them, and that local kids had been telling stories about something living in the orchard for as long as anyone could remember. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. Old Mrs. Henderson, who lived here before your family, she used to say there were things in those trees that were better left alone. Said the trick was not to look at them too directly, because once they knew you could see them, they'd start paying attention to you. He laughed when he said it, like he was sharing a piece of amusing local folklore, but I remembered the feeling of being examined through my bedroom window, the sense that something inhuman had been studying me with patient, predatory interest. And I realized that what I'd experienced as a child wasn't just nightmares or imagination. It was real, and it was still there, waiting among those twisted apple trees for the next family to move too close, for the next child to look too long out a window that faced the wrong direction. I drove away from that property as fast as I could, and I've never gone back. But sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed in whatever city I'm living in now, I find myself thinking about that orchard and wondering if that thing is still there, still waiting, still watching for someone curious or unfortunate enough to catch its attention. And that's why I can't sleep in any bedroom with a window facing trees, because once something like that has looked back at you, you never forget the feeling of being seen by eyes that don't belong to anything that should exist in our world. Story 14. I need to write about what happened to me last week during my lunch break, because I can't shake the feeling that what I experienced in that dream wasn't actually a dream at all. I know how that sounds, like I'm one of those people who think every weird dream is some kind of supernatural experience. But what happened in my truck that Tuesday afternoon has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the boundary between sleeping and waking, between the living and the dead. I've been working construction for about 8 years now, mostly commercial projects around the city. It's good work when you can get it, but the hours are long, and the physical demands wear you down faster than you expect. I'm 31 years old, and I already feel it in my back and knees every morning when I get out of bed. The project I was working on last week was a new office building downtown, one of those glass and steel monstrosities that seems to go up overnight, and probably costs more than most people make in a lifetime. We'd been putting in 12-hour days for the past 3 weeks, trying to meet some impossible deadline, and I was running on about 4 hours of sleep a night. My supervisor is the kind of guy who thinks lunch breaks are for weaklings, but even he couldn't argue with the city regulations that require us to take at least 30 minutes off during an 8+ hour shift. Most of the guys would eat their sandwiches standing around the job site, talking about sports or complaining about their wives, but I'd gotten into the habit of going out to my truck for some peace and quiet. My truck is a 20-year-old Ford that's seen better days, but it's got comfortable seats and decent air conditioning, and it's the only place during the workday where I can be completely alone with my thoughts. I'd park it in the shade behind the building, roll the windows down a crack, and spend my lunch break reading or just decompressing from the constant noise and chaos of the construction site. That Tuesday was particularly brutal. We'd started at 6 a.m., and it was already 95 degrees by 10 o'clock, with humidity that made it feel like working inside a sauna. The concrete crew had screwed up some measurements on the foundation, which meant we had to tear out half a day's work and start over. Everyone was frustrated, tempers were running hot, and I'd already had 2 different guys get in my face about things that weren't my fault. By the time lunch rolled around, I was exhausted in a way that went beyond just being physically tired. I was emotionally drained, mentally foggy, and all I wanted was to sit somewhere quiet and let my brain stop processing information for 20 minutes. I made it out to my truck around 12:30, cranked up the AC, and settled back in the driver's seat with a bottle of water and a sandwich my girlfriend had packed for me. The parking area behind the building was empty except for a few other work vehicles, and for the first time all day, I felt like I could actually relax. I wasn't planning to fall asleep. I never sleep during the day. I'm one of those people who feels groggy and disoriented if I nap, and I had another 6 hours of work ahead of me. But the combination of physical exhaustion, emotional stress, and the gentle hum of the air conditioning must have been too much for my overtired brain to resist. I remember closing my eyes just for a moment, thinking I'd rest them for a few minutes before eating my sandwich. The next thing I knew, I was standing in a hospital corridor. Not my truck, not the construction site, not anywhere I recognized from my waking life. I was standing in what looked like the hallway of an expensive private hospital, the kind of place where rich people go for elective surgery and routine procedures that cost more than most people's cars. The floors were covered in thick, plush carpeting that muffled every sound. The walls were made of some kind of pale wood paneling with glass inserts that created this bright, airy feeling completely unlike any hospital I'd ever been in. Even the lighting was different, not the harsh fluorescent glare you get in most medical facilities, but warm, indirect illumination that made everything look soft and welcoming. Everything was quiet in a way that felt unnatural. Not just peaceful, but silent to a degree that made me aware of my own heartbeat and breathing. No overhead pages, no beeping machines, no conversation from staff or patients. Just this heavy, oppressive quiet that seemed to absorb sound rather than simply lacking it. I was there to visit my cousin, though I couldn't remember making the decision to come or how I'd gotten to this place. In the dream, and I knew it was a dream even while I was experiencing it, I had that weird dream logic where you just know things without questioning how you know them. I knew I was looking for room 317, I knew my cousin was recovering from some kind of surgery, and I knew I was expected. I started walking down the carpeted hallway, looking for room numbers, but something about the layout of the building didn't make sense. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever in both directions, with doors lining both sides, but I couldn't see any room numbers or signs that would help me navigate. It was like being in a maze designed to look like a hospital. As I walked, I became aware that I wasn't alone in the hallway. There were other people moving through the space, some in hospital scrubs, some in street clothes, some pushing wheelchairs or carrying flowers. But they all had this same quality of being slightly out of focus, like I was seeing them through frosted glass or trying to look at them while my eyes were watering. The strangest part was that none of them seemed to notice me. I'd walk right past nurses and doctors, sometimes close enough that we should have brushed shoulders, but it was like I wasn't there, or like they weren't there. It was hard to tell which one of us was more real in this strange, quiet space. After what felt like 20 minutes of walking, I finally found a room number I could read clearly, 317. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see part of a hospital bed through the opening, but I couldn't see who was in it. I knocked gently on the door frame and pushed the door open wider. That's when I saw him. Standing in the hallway just outside the room was a man I'd never seen before, but who I somehow knew with absolute certainty. He was tall, maybe 6'4" or 6'5", wearing a dark grey hoodie with the hood pulled up, so I couldn't see his hair. His face was partially shadowed, but I could make out strong features, kind eyes, and a slightly crooked smile that made something in my chest tighten with recognition. It was my uncle. Not in his own body. This man was much taller than my uncle had ever been, probably 30 years younger, with a build and posture that were completely different. But I knew it was him with the same certainty that I knew my own name. There was something about his presence, his energy, the way he looked at me, that was unmistakably the same person who had helped raise me after my father died. My uncle had passed away 4 years earlier from a massive stroke. He'd been 63 years old, overweight, a smoker since he was 14, and his death hadn't been completely surprising to anyone who knew his health history. But it had still hit me harder than I'd expected. He'd been like a second father to me during my teenage years, the person I went to when I needed advice about girls or jobs or just life in general. Standing there in that impossible hospital corridor, looking at this stranger who was somehow my uncle, I felt a wave of emotion that almost knocked me over. Relief, joy, sadness, confusion, all mixing together in a way that made my throat close up and my eyes start to water. He looked directly at me and said my name. Not questioned it, not called out to get my attention, just stated it like a fact. Like he'd been waiting for me to arrive and was confirming that I was who he expected to see. Then he nodded, gave me that same slightly crooked smile I remembered from 100 family gatherings, and said something that made my knees weak. He told me I was doing well, that everything was okay, that I was on the right path. His voice was different, deeper, younger, but the tone was exactly the same as I remembered. Gentle, reassuring, with that slight rasp from too many years of cigarettes. It wasn't a long conversation, maybe 30 seconds total. But in those 30 seconds, I felt more peace and comfort than I'd experienced since he died. All the stress from work, all the anxiety about my future, all the general worry and uncertainty that had been eating at me for months. It all just melted away. He reached out like he was going to put his hand on my shoulder, the same gesture he'd made 1,000 times when I was growing up. But instead of making contact, he just let his hand hover there for a moment, then stepped aside like he was making room for me to pass. I walked past him toward the door of room 317, and when I turned back to say something, to thank him, to ask him how he was, to tell him how much I'd missed him, he was gone. Not like he'd walked away or disappeared into thin air, but like he'd never been there at all. The hallway was empty, showing no sign that anyone had been standing there moments before. I stood there for what felt like several minutes, looking up and down the corridor, waiting for him to reappear or for some explanation of where he could have gone. But the hospital remained silent and empty, and eventually I turned back toward the room where I was supposed to be visiting my cousin. That's when I woke up. I was back in my truck, slumped in the driver's seat, with sweat running down my face despite the air conditioning running full blast. My heart was pounding like I'd just sprinted up a flight of stairs, and my hands were shaking so badly that I had trouble reaching for my water bottle. The first thing I did was check my phone to see how long I'd been asleep. According to the timestamp, it had been maybe 15 minutes since I'd closed my eyes. 15 minutes to experience what had felt like at least an hour of walking through hospital corridors and having a conversation with my dead uncle. But it wasn't just the time discrepancy that bothered me. It was how real the whole experience had felt. Not like a normal dream, with the weird logic and impossible transitions that usually characterize sleeping thoughts, but like an actual memory of something that had happened. I could still smell the hospital. That combination of antiseptic and carpet cleaner and something floral that I'd never encountered in any real medical facility. I could still feel the texture of the carpeting under my feet, still hear the oppressive silence that had made every small sound seem amplified. Most unsettling of all, I could still feel the emotional impact of seeing my uncle. The relief, the comfort, the sense of being understood and accepted in a way that I hadn't experienced since he died. It felt too real, too emotionally complex to be something my sleeping brain had manufactured. I sat in that truck for the remaining 10 minutes of my lunch break, trying to process what had just happened. I've had vivid dreams before, dreams that seemed real while I was having them, but this was different. This had a weight and substance that felt more like a memory than a fantasy. The rest of the workday passed in a haze. I went through the motions of my job, lifting and carrying and hammering, but my mind kept drifting back to that hospital corridor and the impossible encounter with my uncle. Several times, co-workers asked if I was feeling okay, because I apparently looked pale and distracted. That evening, I called my cousin, the one I'd supposedly been visiting in the dream. We hadn't talked in probably 6 months, and I wasn't sure how to bring up what had happened without sounding crazy. When he answered the phone, I asked him how he was doing, if everything was okay with his health. He seemed surprised by the question and said he was fine, no health problems, no upcoming medical procedures. He asked why I was wondering, and I made up some excuse about having a weird feeling that he might be sick. I wanted to tell him about the dream, about seeing our uncle in that strange hospital. But how do you explain something like that without the other person thinking you're losing your mind or having some kind of breakdown? Instead, I asked him if he'd been thinking about our uncle lately, if anything had reminded him of the old man recently. My cousin said he thought about him fairly regularly, especially when he was dealing with work stress or family problems, because our uncle had always been good at giving practical advice. Then he said something that made my skin crawl. He said he'd been having a particularly tough time at work lately, dealing with a boss who seemed determined to make his life miserable. And he'd found himself wishing he could talk to our uncle about it, get his perspective on how to handle the situation. He'd been thinking about this just the night before, lying in bed and wondering what our uncle would tell him to do about a hostile work environment and whether it was worth it to look for a different job. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. The night before, I had the dream about visiting my cousin in the hospital. My cousin had been lying awake, wishing he could talk to our uncle about his problems. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about the connection. What if the dream hadn't been random? What if somehow, in some way I couldn't understand, my uncle had actually been trying to communicate with both of us? What if I'd been some kind of messenger, a conduit for him to let my cousin know that everything was going to be okay? I know how insane that sounds. I'm not a religious person, don't believe in ghosts or spirits or any kind of afterlife communication. But I also can't ignore the overwhelming sense that what happened in that truck wasn't just my subconscious mind processing stress and fatigue. The physical sensations were too specific, too detailed. The emotional impact was too profound. And the timing, with my cousin's worry about work problems the night before, was too coincidental to dismiss. A week later, my cousin called me back with an update. His work situation had improved dramatically. The boss who'd been giving him trouble had suddenly been transferred to a different department, and my cousin had been offered a promotion that would solve most of his financial and professional concerns. When I asked him how he felt about the changes, he said it was like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, like someone had been watching out for him and making sure everything worked out for the best. I still haven't told him about the dream. I still don't know how to explain what happened in my truck that Tuesday afternoon, or why I was chosen to be the messenger for whatever communication took place. But I do know that for those 30 seconds in that impossible hospital corridor, I was in the presence of my uncle. Again. Not in his old sick body, not in the form I remembered from his final years, but in some essential way that transcended physical appearance. He told me I was doing well, that everything was okay, and somehow I believe that message wasn't just for me. It was for my cousin, for our whole family, for anyone who'd been carrying the weight of his absence and wondering if he was at peace. I've been sleeping better since that day. Not because the work is any less stressful or because my life has gotten easier, but because I have this sense that someone is watching out for me, making sure I'm on the right path, even when I can't see where it's leading. And sometimes, when I'm driving home from work and feeling overwhelmed by everything I have to deal with, I remember that crooked smile and that gentle voice telling me that I'm doing well, that everything is going to be okay. I don't understand what happened in that dream. I may never understand it, but I know it was real in a way that transcends the difference between sleeping and waking, between memory and imagination. And I know that somewhere, somehow, my uncle is still looking out for the people he loved, still offering comfort and guidance in ways we might never fully comprehend. Story 15. I've been avoiding that stretch of road near the grain elevator for almost 15 years now, ever since the night I heard what sounded like dozens of people screaming in an abandoned cornfield. People always ask me why I take the long way around when I'm driving through that part of town, and I usually just make up some excuse about traffic or construction. But the truth is, I'm terrified that if I get too close to that field again, I'll hear those voices calling out from between the corn rows, and this time I might not be fast enough to get away. It happened when I was 19, during the summer between my sophomore and junior year of college. I was home for the break, working at a warehouse during the day and trying to save up enough money to afford textbooks and beer for the fall semester. Most of my high school friends had scattered to different colleges or moved away for jobs, but my cousin was still around, and we'd gotten into the habit of hanging out together most evenings. My cousin is about 2 years older than me, and he'd always been the one who knew where the parties were, who was having bonfires, which girls might be interested in talking to us. That summer, there seemed to be something happening almost every weekend. Usually some kind of outdoor gathering where people would drink cheap beer, play loud music, and pretend they were having more fun than they actually were. The bonfire that night was at this farm property owned by the family of someone we'd gone to high school with. It was maybe 10 miles outside of town, in one of those rural areas where the houses are spread out and you can see stars that get washed out by city lights. The party was pretty typical for that crowd. Maybe 30 people sitting around a fire made from old wooden pallets, everyone drinking from red plastic cups and telling the same stories they'd been telling since graduation. I'd driven my cousin to the party in my beat-up Honda Civic, planning to stay just long enough to be social and then head home at a reasonable hour. But the night stretched on longer than I'd expected, and by the time we decided to leave, it was almost midnight, and I was more tired than I wanted to admit. The normal route back to town would have taken us about 15 minutes on the main roads, but my cousin suggested we take a shortcut he'd used before that would cut maybe 5 minutes off the drive. He said there was a dirt road that connected to the farm property from the back, then ran parallel to the railroad tracks for a couple miles before coming out near the grain elevator on the edge of town. I wasn't thrilled about driving on unfamiliar dirt roads in the dark, especially after having a few beers earlier in the evening, but my cousin insisted it was perfectly safe and would get us home faster. He'd grown up in this area and knew all the back roads and shortcuts that weren't marked on any maps. We found the dirt road easily enough, just a narrow track that wound through some woods before opening up into farmland. The headlights on my car weren't great, but they were good enough to follow the road as it curved between fields of corn and soybeans. Everything looked peaceful and normal, just the kind of rural landscape you'd expect to see in this part of the country. After maybe 10 minutes of driving, we came to a section where the road was blocked by a fallen tree branch that was too big for us to move by ourselves. It wasn't completely impassable. We probably could have driven around it through the field, but my cousin said there was an even better shortcut we could take on foot. He pointed toward what looked like an old cornfield that stretched between the dirt road and the railroad tracks, maybe a quarter-mile across. He said if we cut straight through the field, we'd come out right near the grain elevator, and from there, it was only a 5-minute walk to the main road, where we could call someone to pick us up or catch a ride with someone heading back to town. The cornfield looked abandoned, like it hadn't been actively farmed in several years. The corn was overgrown and wild, much taller than it should have been, with stalks that reached 8 or 9 feet high and created these dense walls of vegetation that blocked out most of the moonlight. Between the rows, the ground was uneven and covered with weeds and volunteer corn that had grown back from previous seasons. I wasn't crazy about the idea of hiking through an overgrown field in the dark, but my cousin seemed confident about the route, and I was tired enough that the thought of getting home quickly was appealing. We grabbed a flashlight from my glove compartment and started making our way into the cornfield. The first 100 yards or so were easy enough. The corn rows ran roughly in the direction we wanted to go, and even though the stalks were overgrown, there was still enough space between them to walk without too much difficulty. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness ahead of us, illuminating maybe 10 or 15 feet of the path at a time. But as we got deeper into the field, the corn seemed to get denser and more chaotic. The neat rows that had been planted years earlier had been disrupted by weather and neglect, with new growth filling in the gaps and creating this maze-like environment where it was hard to maintain a sense of direction. The silence was the first thing I noticed that seemed off. Rural areas are usually full of nighttime sounds, crickets, frogs, the distant hum of machinery or traffic. But this cornfield was eerily quiet, like the dense vegetation was absorbing all the normal sounds of a summer evening. My cousin seemed to notice it too, because he started talking more than usual, making jokes and comments about how weird the field looked, like he was trying to fill the silence with something normal and familiar. I could tell he was getting a little nervous, though he was trying not to show it. We'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when we realized we were lost. What had seemed like a straightforward path through the field had turned into a confusing network of openings and dead ends, with corn stalks that seemed to close in around us no matter which direction we tried to go. The flashlight beam that had seemed adequate when we started now felt pathetically small in the vast darkness of the overgrown field. My cousin admitted that the field looked different from how he remembered it, that maybe it had grown up more than he'd expected since the last time he'd used this shortcut. We decided to head toward what we thought was east, figuring that would eventually get us to the railroad tracks, and from there we could follow them to the grain elevator. But every direction looked the same in the darkness. Dense walls of corn stretching up beyond the reach of our flashlight, narrow passages that seemed to lead nowhere, and this oppressive feeling that we were walking in circles without making any real progress. That's when we first heard the voices. It started as just a murmur, so faint that I wasn't sure if it was actual sound or just my ears playing tricks on me in the silence. Like people talking in the distance, but too far away to make out any words or even tell how many people were speaking. I stopped walking and listened, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. My cousin stopped too, and I could see from his expression that he was hearing the same thing. The murmuring continued for maybe 30 seconds, seeming to come from deeper in the cornfield, from the direction we'd been heading. It sounded like a conversation, or maybe multiple conversations, with the rhythm and cadence of human speech, but no distinct words that we could understand. My cousin suggested it might be other people who'd gotten lost in the field, maybe someone else from the party who'd tried to take the same shortcut. It seemed possible, though I couldn't figure out why anyone would be having a casual conversation while wandering around lost in an abandoned cornfield at midnight. We called out, asking if anyone was there, if anyone needed help. The murmuring stopped immediately, like whoever had been talking had heard us and gone quiet. We waited for a response, but the field returned to that same unnatural silence that had been bothering us since we'd entered it. After a few minutes of waiting, we started walking again, heading in the direction where we thought we'd heard the voices. If there were other people in the field, maybe they could help us figure out how to get back to the road, or at least we wouldn't be alone in this maze of overgrown corn. But as we walked, the feeling that something was wrong kept getting stronger. The corn seemed to be getting taller and denser, and the passages between the stalks were becoming narrower and more twisted. It felt like the field was actively working against us, like we were being herded in a particular direction rather than finding our own way out. That's when the voices came back, and this time they were much closer and much clearer. It started with that same murmuring sound, but now we could make out distinct voices, men, women, even what sounded like children. They were speaking in normal conversational tones, but we still couldn't understand what they were saying, like they were speaking in a language we didn't recognize, or their words were being distorted by the corn. The voices seemed to be coming from all around us now, not just from one direction. As we moved through the field, they moved with us, staying just out of sight but close enough that we should have been able to see the people who were making them. My cousin called out again, louder this time, asking who was there and what they wanted. But instead of answering, The voices got louder and more agitated, like our presence was disturbing them or making them angry. That's when the screaming started. Not gradually, not building up from the murmuring, but all at once like someone had flipped a switch. Dozens of voices, maybe more, all screaming the same thing in perfect unison. "He's here! He's here! He's here!" Over and over again, the same three words, shouted by what sounded like an entire crowd of people hidden somewhere in the corn around us. Men's voices, women's voices, children's voices, all screaming with this desperate, terrified urgency that made my blood turn to ice. The sound was coming from every direction, ahead of us, behind us, to both sides. Like we were surrounded by a mob of people, all shouting warnings about someone's arrival, all terrified by the presence of whoever he was supposed to be. My cousin grabbed my arm so hard it hurt, his eyes wide with panic. We both stood there frozen for maybe 10 seconds, listening to this impossible chorus of voices screaming their warning from the darkness around us. The volume was incredible. Loud enough that it should have been echoing off buildings or hillsides, but instead the sound seemed to be absorbed by the corn contained within the field, like we were trapped inside some kind of natural amphitheater. And the voices were so clear, so human, that there was no way to dismiss them as animal sounds or wind through the corn stalks. These were people, dozens of them, all screaming about someone's presence in language that was unmistakably English. But there was nobody there. No matter which direction we looked, no matter how far the flashlight beam reached into the corn, we couldn't see any sign of the people who had to be making these sounds. That's when we both snapped out of our paralysis and started running. We crashed through the corn stalks without any regard for direction or safety, just trying to get away from those screaming voices as quickly as possible. The corn was thick enough that we had to push our way through, and the stalks whipped at our faces and arms as we forced our way past them. I lost track of my cousin in the chaos, could hear him crashing through the corn somewhere nearby, but couldn't see him in the darkness. The flashlight was bouncing around wildly as I ran, creating these disorienting flashes of corn and weeds and open sky that didn't help me figure out which way I was going. The screaming continued the entire time we were running, following us through the field like the voices were keeping pace with us. No matter how fast we moved, no matter which direction we tried to go, the crowd of invisible people kept shouting their warning about someone being present. The sound was so overwhelming that I couldn't think clearly, couldn't focus on anything except the need to get out of that field and away from whatever was happening around us. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was breathing in ragged gasps that made it even harder to navigate through the dense corn. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes of panicked running, I suddenly burst through the edge of the cornfield and found myself on the gravel road that ran alongside the railroad tracks. The grain elevator was visible about 50 yards away, exactly where my cousin had said it would be. My cousin appeared about 30 seconds later, crashing out of the corn maybe 20 feet down the road from where I'd emerged. He was breathing hard and looked as shaken as I felt, but he seemed to be uninjured. The moment we both cleared the edge of the cornfield, the screaming stopped. Not gradually, not fading into the distance, but instantly and completely. 1 second, we were surrounded by dozens of voices shouting about someone's presence, and the next second, there was perfect silence. Not even the normal nighttime sounds you'd expect in a rural area. No crickets, no frogs, no distant traffic. Just this dead, heavy silence that felt almost as unsettling as the screaming had been. We stood there on the gravel road, both of us gasping for breath and staring back at the cornfield that had been full of voices just moments before. But now it looked completely normal. Just an overgrown field of corn stalks swaying slightly in the evening breeze. After maybe 5 minutes of that unnatural silence, the normal sounds started coming back. First crickets, then frogs from a pond somewhere nearby, then the distant hum of traffic from the main highway. like someone had gradually turned the volume back up on the world around us. We walked to the grain elevator and called my cousin's older brother to come pick us up. When he asked why we were stranded at the elevator instead of at the party or back home, we just said my car had broken down and we'd had to walk. Neither of us felt ready to try to explain what we'd experienced in that cornfield. The next day, I drove back to where I'd left my car to retrieve it and figure out how to get past the fallen branch that had blocked the road. But when I got there, the branch was gone, either moved by the property owner or picked up by someone else who'd needed to get through. I also drove past the cornfield where we'd heard the voices, trying to see it clearly in daylight and figure out what might have caused such an experience. But it looked completely ordinary, just an overgrown field that had been left alone for a few years, no different from dozens of similar fields in the area. I asked around town about the history of that particular piece of land, wondering if there might have been some kind of accident or tragedy that could explain what we'd heard. But nobody seemed to know anything unusual about the property, and most people had no idea what field I was talking about when I tried to describe its location. My cousin and I never talked about what happened that night. Not the next day, not weeks later when the memory should have faded, not years later when we might have been able to laugh about being scared by something that probably had a perfectly rational explanation. But I know we both remembered it clearly, because every time we drove past that area, I could see him tense up and look away from the cornfield, and I know he took different routes when he could, just like I started doing. 15 years later, I still can't explain what we heard that night. I've researched acoustic phenomena, tried to find logical explanations for how sound can be distorted or amplified in certain environments. I've wondered if we stumbled into some kind of prank or found ourselves near a movie set or theatrical performance. But none of those explanations account for the sheer number of voices we heard, or how they seemed to surround us, or why they all screamed the same warning in perfect unison, and none of them explain why the voices followed us as we moved through the field, staying close but always just out of sight. Most importantly, none of them explain why the experience felt so wrong, so genuinely terrifying, in a way that went beyond just being startled or confused. There was something about those voices that communicated real fear, real desperation, like we'd walked into the middle of something terrible that we weren't supposed to witness. I still live in the same town, still drive past that general area when I'm traveling to other parts of the county. But I always take the main roads now, the ones that keep me well away from that abandoned cornfield and the railroad tracks that run behind it, because I'm convinced that if I got too close, if I stopped my car and walked to the edge of that field and listened carefully in the darkness, I'd hear them again. Dozens of voices, men and women and children, all screaming their terrified warning about someone's presence. And I'm afraid that this time, the he they're warning about might be me.